Chapter 278. Two Foodies, What the F*** K. These 3 words hovered in his mouth for a while before he spurted them out. The giant fire serpent looked alive. Every single one of its scales seemed exceptionally real. Its huge body slid around Gorlin and protected him in the middle. The serpent's head rose into the air and looked down at Wang Ting. It stuck out its tongue softly. Anyone who saw this scene for the first time would be blown away. This was the first time Su Lingxian saw Gorlin displaying his ability too. Her jaws dropped as she stared at the serpent dumbfounded. "What is F***? K?" Gorlin frowned and asked. "Cough." Wang Ting started coughing awkwardly. He smiled in embarrassment and said, "Master, is this the ability of a divine spirit master?" Gorlin didn't probe further. He nodded and replied, "That's right. A divine spirit master uses his spiritual kinesis as his hands to control the force around him to work for him. He can also wield all sorts of weapons and launch powerful attacks." While explaining, he raised his hand. A thick book floated down from the bookcase behind him and landed on his palm. "I know how to wield weapons. I have been doing that for a long time. However, controlling the force around me, I attempted it a few times but failed. I can only control the force in my body," Wang Ting said. "If everyone knows how to control the force around them, then the divine spirit masters won't be so secretive anymore." Gorlin smiled. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "You must have a medium if you want to control the force around you. This medium is the legacy of the divine spirit masters." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was starting to get excited. Gorlin was undoubtedly a divine spirit master. It would be a massive gain if he could get the legacy of the divine spirit masters from him. "Haha, do you want to learn?" Gorlin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Wang Ting's expression. "Of course." Wang Ting nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry. Since you accepted me as your master, I will pass my legacy to you," Gorlin said. Wang Ting took a deep breath. "Thank you." He could imagine how precious the legacy of divine spirit masters was. Yet, Gorlin decided to pass it to him, a disciple who had just joined him. Also, he was from Earth, not a part of the Xingwu continent. Those who were not one's kin were sure to be of a different heart. Yet, Gorlin ignored this dilemma altogether. This was a display of his magnanimity. "Master, what about me? What about me?" Su Lingxian didn't think that much. When she saw the magic of a divine spirit master, she couldn't control her excitement anymore. She pulled Gorlin's arm and started shaking him. "Stop shaking, stop shaking. If you continue shaking, my bones will get dislodged." Gorlin said helplessly, "I want to teach you, but you haven't awakened your spiritual power yet. You won't be able to learn it even if I teach you." "Ah, I'm a talented young beauty. Why can't I learn?" Su Lingxian was dejected. Then, she thought of something and turned hopeful. "Master, do you have a way to let me awaken my spiritual power? Stop thinking of bad ideas. If it were so easy to awaken one's spiritual power, we would have lots of divine spirit masters." Gorlin shook his head. Su Lingxian became depressed again. Gorlin felt his head hurting as he looked at her. He quickly looked at Wang Ting to ask him to comfort her. However, this was the first day he knew Su Lingxian. He didn't understand her at all, so he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only look at the floor to express his helplessness. Gorlin could only do it himself. He said softly, "Lingxian, this is probably Wang Ting's first time in Yang City. He's not familiar with the city, so why don't you bring him around? I heard that a new bakery has opened along Anqin Street. Their pastries are very special, and they are delicious. Don't you want to try?" Su Lingxian's eyes lit up. However, she still appeared a little unwilling. She hesitated for a moment before agreeing reluctantly. "Since Master asked, I will bring Junior Wang Ting around the city. Sigh, I don't have a choice since I'm his senior sister." Wang Ting saw the young lad's throat moving up and down. It was quite obvious. She seemed to be swallowing her saliva. She was a foodie. He wanted to correct the way she addressed him, but since she had just suffered a huge blow, he decided not to argue about seniority with her for now. Gorlin stood in the garden and watched them walk away. He smiled and shook his head. Then, he laid on the rocking chair at the side and read a book as he rocked slowly. Sunlight shone on his white beard, and the special creatures shuttled back and forth through the bushes. The leaves were rustling, as if playing a soothing tune. Some unknown flower fairies danced around the flowers. They would land on Gorlin's head occasionally. The scene was quiet and peaceful. Su Lingxian brought Wang Ting to the street. Although this young lady kept staring at the street food, she was still faithful in her duties. Whenever she met a symbolic building, she would explain its significance to Wang Ting. Of course, there were remunerations in order. Senior brother, I'm hungry. Can you buy a fried crispy pastry for me? Su Lingxian touched her stomach and looked at him righteously. Her intention was, I'm hungry because I brought you out for a walk. Where's your conscience if you don't buy food for me? It didn't matter if this was really her intention. The most important thing was, her saliva was about to drip down from the corner of her lip. Wipe your saliva quickly. Don't you find it embarrassing? Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He went to buy 2 fried crispy pastries. Mind you, it did look quite delicious. Su Lingxian blushed as she sucked her saliva back. Her actions were extremely smooth. Wang Ting bought the pastries and passed one to Su Lingxian. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease her. Do you admit that I'm your senior brother now? Did I say that? You must have heard wrong. Su Lingxian ignored Wang Ting the moment she got her food. She denied what she said and started eating her fried pastry happily. She chewed furiously with her little mouth, and her cheeks were puffed up. She made the food look appetizing. Hey, you little brat! Wang Ting felt speechless. After that, whenever they saw something delicious, Su Lingxian would stop in her tracks and look at Wang Ting. 1 hour later. Wang Ting glanced at Su Lingxian's flat stomach. He sighed. You are small, but you eat well. Su Lingxian glanced sideways at Wang Ting and sniggered. You're not bad either. Cough, I practice martial arts. It's normal for me to eat more. Wang Ting coughed and replied to her calmly. Humph, men. Su Lingxian sneered. At the same time, in the restaurant to their left, Lu Xinghui and a few young men were laughing and chatting happily around a table beside the window. They were toasting each other, and the atmosphere was lively. Hey, isn't that Su Lingxian from the Su family? One of the young men exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned and looked in the direction he was staring at. It looks like Su Lingxian. Who is the person beside her? Chapter 279. I have a bad temper. Su Lingxian came from a Rune elite family and was the disciple of the Rune Society. Along with her extraordinary talents, her appearance and aura were also top class. She was a beauty desired by many. Hence, she was very popular among the youngsters in Yang City. However, she rarely appeared in public, so there was no chance to invite her. This caused the youngsters in Yang City, who wanted to chase Su Lingxian, to feel helpless. Fortunately, there was no news that Su Lingxian was close to any young man. Hence, they weren't in a rush. You had to savor good wine, just like how you needed to chase a beauty slowly. But, at this moment, there was another young man besides Su Lingxian around her age. If that wasn't bad enough, they looked intimate. Who is this person? A handsome young man around 17 years old asked coldly. The others looked at one another and shook their heads. They had no idea. It's him. Lu Xinghui opened his mouth, his gaze flickering. Xinghui, you know him? The handsome young man asked. Lu Xinghui looked at the young man opposite him and came up with a plan. He said, This fellow is not from Yang City. I met him when I was taking my beginner stage Runemaster exam today. Su Lingxian was there too. I didn't expect them to get together. An outsider is snatching Our Lady? The handsome young man, Wan Feiyu, furrowed his brows as he asked, "How was his exam?" "Not bad. He passed the beginner stage runmaster exam." "I heard that his performance was not bad," Lu Xinghui replied. "He must be talented to pass the exam at this age. However, he's just a beginner stage runmaster." A tinge of disdain appeared in Wan Feiyu's eyes. He got up and walked down the restaurant. "Come, let's go and meet him." The others exchanged glances with one another and followed hurriedly. Lu Xinghui finished the wine in his cup, an evil smile appearing at the edge of his lips. Wang Ting and Su Lingxian were walking along the streets when they suddenly saw a bunch of young men dressed elegantly closing in on them like raging bulls. It was easy to tell that these young men came from good backgrounds. The passers-by moved aside as though they were some frightening monsters. "Why is it them? Let's leave, quick. They are extremely irritating. If we get tangled in their matters, we won't be able to do anything today." Su Lingxian frowned. She pulled Wang Ting to the side hurriedly in an attempt to hide among the crowd. "They are here for us," Wang Ting looked at Su Lingxian and said helplessly. As expected, Wan Feiyu and his gang walked straight to Wang Ting and Su Lingxian. They blocked their path. "Lingxian, long time no see. You rarely come out. Why didn't you come and look for me?" "Uncle Su tells us to get together more often," Wan Feiyu smiled and said. Ignoring other factors, his looks were indeed outstanding. As he grew up in an elite family, his aura as a noble and elegant young master possessed lethal attraction to those ordinary young ladies. But Su Lingxian wasn't mesmerized by him at all. She glanced at him and said, "I'm busy. I came out to buy things for my master. I don't have time to waste. Please give way." "What do you want to buy? I can accompany you. My family's business covers all the city. You can just tell me if you want to buy anything. I will solve it for you as soon as possible," Wan Feiyu replied. "No need. I will buy it myself. There's no need to trouble you," Su Lingxian said. Wan Feiyu didn't want Su Lingxian to leave though. He continued, "It's not troublesome. I just need to give an order." Then, he pretended that he had just noticed Wang Ting and exclaimed, "This young man looks unfamiliar. Lingxian, don't get too close to a stranger. It will be bad if you get fooled. After all, we come from elite families, so many people are eyeing us. We want to know what's the motive of some unknown people." He glanced at Wang Ting. "This fellow is more handsome than me? Pretty boy." Wang Ting chuckled. By saying these words directly in his face, this fellow was looking down on him. Wang Ting knew his intention at one glance. His methods were a bit tender though. "Wan Feiyu, you're stepping over your line." This time, Su Lingxian didn't give in. Her face turned cold as she spoke to him. "Little Lingxian, I know that you can't understand it now, but I will prove to you that I'm doing it for your sake." Wan Feiyu was hypocritical. He turned around immediately and sneered at Wang Ting. "I know that you passed the beginner stage runmaster exam, but in front of the Su and Wan family, you are nothing. Go away if you want to fool Lingxian. Don't make me hit you." Beginner stage runmaster? Wang Ting's expression was strange. He had already noticed Lu Xinghui, who was standing behind this young man. Hence, when he heard the young man's words, he understood the entire story. He gave Lu Xinghui a meaningful glance before talking to the young man in front of him excitedly. "Oh, if you hit me, what will happen? It seems like you want to do this the hard way." A hint of anger flashed past Wan Feiyu's eyes. His face turned black and his tone was cold. "You should understand the situation before you stand up, young man." Wang Ting shook his head. He didn't even know that he was being used. What an idiot. Lu Xinghui's expression changed slightly. However, Wan Feiyu didn't notice it. Instead, he was stimulated by Wang Ting's gaze. "Wan Feiyu, don't kick up a fuss," Su Lingxian wanted to explain, but Wan Feiyu didn't want to listen. Anger was already burning in his heart. He lost control of his emotions and said, "Bastard, why are you looking at me like this? You can do your own interpretation, idiot. Wang Ting also got impatient. He shouted furiously, "Get lost! You're looking for death!" Wan Feiyu was trembling in anger and couldn't hold himself back anymore. He took a step forward, throwing a punch at Wang Ting. "Be careful!" Su Lingxuan's expression changed as she cried hurriedly. She didn't expect Wan Feiyu to act suddenly. They were so close. At this distance, it was difficult for Wang Ting to evade. Her face turned pale. If something happened to Wang Ting, how would she answer Gorlin? Delight flashed past his eyes when Lu Xinghui saw this scene. The smile at the edge of his lips became brighter. So what if he is more gifted than me in terms of rune talent? He'll still get beaten by others. However, the next second, the expression on his face froze. Slap! A crisp sound resounded on the street. Wan Feiyu's wrist was grabbed by a strong and powerful hand. How is this possible? Wan Feiyu's expression changed entirely. He was in disbelief. He struggled frantically to escape Wang Ting's clutches, but he realized he was unable to move. "I have a bad temper." Wang Ting looked at Wan Feiyu expressionlessly and said, "Let me go." Wan Feiyu's face turned hideous. He clenched his other fist and smashed it on Wang Ting's temple. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked the lower half of Wang Ting's body ruthlessly. He showed no mercy. He wanted Wang Ting's life. Wang Ting's face remained indifferent. He raised his leg calmly and kicked Wan Feiyu's knee. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was exceptionally spooky. At the same time, he waved his fist and slammed it on Wan Feiyu's arm. Another crisp sound sent a chill down the onlookers' spines. Wan Feiyu's left arm dropped 90 degrees down. Ah! A cry of agony escaped Wan Feiyu's mouth. The youngsters that came with Wan Feiyu were frightened. Lu Xinghui wasn't any different. He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. How dare he? Where did he get his courage? Chapter 280. You want to ruin my reputation. How dare you? Let go of Feiyu. Let him go quickly. You evil culprit, how dare you be so vicious? Wan Feiyu's companions shouted furiously. However, no one dared to go forward and help him. Wan Feiyu was at the 2-star soldier level, but he couldn't even last one round with Wang Ting. He was defeated instantly. They weren't going to look for a beating. Wang Ting grabbed Wan Feiyu's right hand and twisted it slightly. Ah! Wan Feiyu immediately screamed in pain. His voice was sad and shrill, and his face was distorted. It was all because of the pain assaulting his senses. Wang Ting turned and looked at the people who were shouting and clamoring. He asked in confusion, "What did you say?" Everyone was stunned. On purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Su Lingxian felt speechless too. This fellow seemed a little evil. A moment ago, she was worried about Wang Ting, but now, she realized that her worry was for nothing. One of Wan Feiyu's kneecaps had been shattered from Wang Ting's kick. His left hand was broken too, so he couldn't move at all. He kept gasping for air due to the pain. At the same time, the pain allowed him to calm down. He knew that he had hit a rock today. He said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want? Shouldn't I ask you that? Why are you asking me?" Wang Ting looked at him and replied with an innocent face. "I admit defeat. Let me go, and I promise that the Wan family will not look into this matter," Wan Feiyu said. When he lowered his head, a hint of hatred flashed past his eyes. "Humph, do you think I will believe you?" Wang Ting looked at him mockingly. "If you kill me, you will never be able to walk out of Yang City." Wan Feiyu's expression changed. This guy was ruthless. He had broken his arm and leg without any hesitation. What if he really wanted to kill him? Why don't we make a bet? Let's see if I can walk out of Yang City after I kill you. How about betting 1,004 stones? Wang Ting touched his chin and suggested. Wan Feiyu, how am I supposed to take the bet when you're going to kill me? Threat. This is a direct threat. This guy must be evil. How else is he able to say these crazy words? Everyone, Su Lingxian, silence means consent. Wang Ting smiled and continued, do you think I can or can't walk out of Yang City? I will send you off after you make your decision. He grabbed Wan Feiyu's throat with his other hand and pretended to exert force. Wait! Wait! Wan Feiyu was scared out of his wits. He shouted continuously. What do you want to say? Wang Ting tilted his head and looked at him. Wan Feiyu stammered. His Adam's apple kept moving up and down as an idea appeared in his mind. I will give you 1,000 force stones, and you can let me go. Who do you think I am? Wang Ting's face turned black. Do I look like someone who extorts money from others? You are trying to ruin my reputation. You are so malicious. I can't let you remain alive. He tightened his grip, as though he wanted to choke Wan Feiyu to death. No, no. Wan Feiyu was terrified. No what? Wang Ting asked. You're not extorting. This is my compensation for you. I was rude to you just now, but I've realized my mistake. I can't express my apology using words only, so I want to show my sincerity with the force stones. Wan Feiyu never knew that he was so eloquent. In the state of emergency, he finished the entire speech in a single breath. He didn't even pause midway. Humph, do you think I'll want your 1,000 force stones? Wang Ting scoffed. 3,000. Wan Feiyu increased the number at once. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. His desire to live was extremely strong now. Yet, Wang Ting remained indifferent. 5,000. No expression. 6,000. 7,000. 10,000. Wan Feiyu swallowed his saliva as he cried. His eyes were bloodshot. The psychological pressure Wang Ting gave him was overbearing. He felt that he was on the brink of death. He might really die here if he wasn't careful. At this moment, Wang Ting's expression changed suddenly. He became exceptionally amiable. He smiled and said, You're too polite. But, since you're so sincere, I will accept your gift with reluctance. Wan Feiyu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He felt that his back was drenched with cold sweat. Su Lingxian was flabbergasted. This whole episode had taken her breath away. She started to have a tinge of respect towards Wang Ting. He was so impressive. The young masters looked as though they had seen a ghost. Wan Feiyu had always been domineering and bossy. Yet, he was so timid in front of Wang Ting. If they didn't see it personally, they would think that this was a fake Wan Feiyu. Thus, when they looked at Wang Ting again, their gazes changed completely. This fellow was a devil. Come, take out your sincerity and show me, Wang Ting said gently. Wan Feiyu felt a little scared. I don't have so many force stones with me. What? Wang Ting glared at him. Are you playing tricks on me now? No, no. I only have 4,500 force stones with me at the moment. I will go and collect the rest. It will only take a minute. The cold sweat on Wan Feiyu's forehead poured down again. His mind worked furiously. He turned and shouted at Lu Xinghui and his friends. How many force stones do you have? Take it out. Take everything out. The young masters took out their force stones anxiously. They stuck their heads together for a long time before they finally gathered 10,000 force stones. Here, 10,000 force stones. We will give you the remaining 2 as a present. Can you let me go now? Wan Feiyu looked at Wang Ting pitifully. Wang Ting wore a weird expression. Was he so scary? Why was this young man so frightened? However, these young masters are really wealthy. They managed to gather more than 10,000 force stones just like that. Should he blackmail them again if he had the chance? Don't be so ruthless in the future. It's expensive. Wang Ting persuaded them kindly. After that, he disregarded the young man's expression and released his grip. Wan Feiyu lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wang Ting smiled ambiguously at Lu Xinghui, who was trying to hide in the crowd. He walked towards him. Lu Xinggui's expression changed at once. He smiled in embarrassment. Brother Wang, we met again really soon. This is unexpected. Yes, it is unexpected. Indeed. Wang Ting smiled gently. The two of them started greeting each other like friends who had just met. Just when Lu Xinghui was about to heave a sigh of relief, Wang Ting sent him flying with an abrupt slap. Bang! Lu Xinghui was thrown back 5 meters and slammed heavily on the ground. His face was swollen like a pig's, and blood and saliva kept seeping out of his mouth. 2 of his molars were mixed in the saliva and blood. He looked at Wang Ting absent-mindedly. Gradually, fear appeared in his gaze and his face turned pale. The others were stupefied. This fellow was so moody. A moment ago, he was still smiling, but the next second, he slapped Lu Xinghui. However, the crowd couldn't understand his action. Was there a grudge between them? Is it fun to play such small tricks behind my back? Wang Ting walked in front of Lu Xinghui and looked down at him as he asked. I don't know what you're saying. Lu Xinggui's gaze flickered as he replied innocently. Chapter 281. Your request is too much. Your acting is good. Wang Ting scoffed. Lu Xinghui covered his face and said, You must have misunderstood me. Wang Ting turned to look at Wan Feiyu. He asked, He didn't tell you what happened during the exam, right? Wan Feiyu instinctively gave a fawning smile when he saw Wang Ting looking at him. However, after hearing his words, he got suspicious. He replied, He only told me that you passed the beginner stage runemaster exam. Wang Ting didn't just pass the beginner stage runemaster exam. He also passed the intermediate stage runemaster exam. My master saw potential in him and wanted to take him in as his disciple. Lu Xinghui was at the scene too. He knows about it. Su Lingxian opened her mouth and said. She cast a meaningful glance at Lu Xinghui. You passed the intermediate stage runemaster exam, and President Gorlin wants to take you in as a disciple? Wan Feiyu's expression turned ugly. If Wang Ting had only passed the beginner stage runemaster exam at his age, he was a talent. However, if he became an intermediate stage runemaster, he shouldn't be underestimated. He might become a master-level character like Gorlin in the future. Also, if the president of the Rune Society took Wang Ting as his disciple, his status would be wholly different. Wan Feiyu wouldn't have provoked Wang Ting if he knew this. Oh right, my master has already accepted Wang Ting as his disciple. Su Lingxian knew what he was thinking, so she added fuel to the fire. Wan Feiyu's face turned green with anger. He glared at Lu Xinghui furiously. Good, Lu Xinghui, you are amazing. Sigh. Lu Xinghui sighed. He shook his head and crawled up from the ground. After patting the dust off his body, he smiled. I did scheme against you, but you can only blame yourself. You got jealous when you saw Su Lingxian walking with him, so you wanted to hurt him. You brought this upon yourself. Despicable. Wan Feiyu gritted his teeth and cursed. The others were shocked. They all looked at Lu Xinghui, who seemed to have turned into a different person. Their gazes were filled with contempt. You're really shameless. Wang Ting clapped his hands and laughed. Do you admit that you schemed against me? So? You want to beat me up, but you won't dare to kill me. Only an idiot like Wan Feiyu will get intimidated by you, Lu Xinghui said confidently. He looked at Wang Ting and Su Lingxian with a sinister gaze. These two people had put him in a tough spot today. He would make them pay in the future. You! Wan Feiyu was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. You're right. I don't dare to kill you, Wang Ting nodded and said. Humph! Lu Xinghui snorted. But I can hit you until you are almost dead. Wang Ting laughed out loud. You can try. Lu Xinghui said coldly. Your request is too much. Wang Ting shook his head. The next second, he launched his attack. Lu Xinghui was a runemaster, so his martial arts cultivation wasn't that high. He only saw something flashing past his eyes, and then he was thrown into the air again. Bang! He landed forcefully on the ground. This time, the other side of his face got swollen. 2 more teeth fell out from his mouth, along with fresh blood. He truly looked like a pig's head now. Wan Feiyu felt a little delighted when he saw this scene. How dare Lu Xinghui play him? He deserved to be in this state. But, this Wang Ting is really courageous. Isn't he afraid of the Wan and Lu families' revenge? He had offended 2 families at once. He wouldn't be able to get off scot-free even if he was President Gorlin's disciple. Wan Feiyu's eyes shimmered. He knew that Lu Xinghui was the reason behind his humiliation, but Wang Ting was the one who broke his arm and leg. He had even extorted more than 10,000 force stones from him. This was an undeniable truth. He couldn't swallow this insult. Lu Xinghui looked up slowly and glared at Wang Ting. His eyes were filled with bitterness and hatred. Continue. I love tough cookies. They are more fun to break than weaklings who back down after a single punch. They aren't fun at all. Wang Ting smiled as he walked towards Lu Xinghui. Wan Feiyu felt frustrated. Was he calling him a weakling? He got humiliated without doing anything. At that moment, a gold brick appeared in Wang Ting's hand. Lu Xinghui's expression finally underwent a change. The others were stunned. Where did this brick come from? Wang Ting arrived in front of Lu Xinghui in a few steps. Lu Xinghui wanted to dodge, but Wang Ting pressed his head down and started hammering him mercilessly with the brick. Bang bang bang! Low thuds stunned the crowd. Every single sound represented a hit on Lu Xinghui's body. It was painful just listening to it. The muscles on Wan Feiyu's face twitched. Suddenly, he felt fortunate that he had pleaded for mercy in time. If not, he would have been treated inhumanely too, right? Su Lingxuan's eyes were glistening as she stared at the brick. Wang Ting gradually came to a stop. He let out a deep breath and said, "This feels good." When Lu Xinghui heard his comment, he stumbled and rolled his eyes. His entire face was distorted. It was swollen like a basketball. Only a martial warrior could handle this kind of beating. You haven't fainted yet? You are a tough person. Wang Ting smashed the brick at him again when he noticed that he was stumbling but didn't fall. Bang! Lu Xinghui's eyes rolled back in their sockets, and he finally collapsed. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. There were multiple attribute bubbles on the ground, all belonging to Lu Xinghui. Spirit *8 Spirit *10 Enlightenment *12 Spirit *6 He picked them up. Lu Xinghui is a rune master, but he dropped many attribute. Wang Ting wondered to himself. Lu Xinghui had dropped a total of 36 spirit attribute. It was higher than a normal person. Spirit, spiritual realm, 75. 3 out of 100. He picked up another 20 points of enlightenment. The amount was sizable. Lu Xinghui was indeed a genius. His enlightenment was quite high. Enlightenment. Spiritual realm, 56/100. After a period of accumulation, Wang Ting's enlightenment attribute had reached its halfway mark. As his enlightenment climbed higher, his cultivation talent would get better and better. Wang Ting ignored Lu Xinghui, who was lying on the ground like a corpse. Wan Feiyu and his friends shrunk back when they met Wang Ting's gaze. They looked like rats that had met a cat. "Leave. Don't let me see you again in the future," Wang Ting said. Wan Feiyu didn't dare to say anything. He left hurriedly with the help of his friends. As for Lu Xinghui, no one cared about him. "Let's go back," Wang Ting said to Su Lingxian. "Okay." Su Lingxian nodded. They walked towards the Rune Society. "Along the way," she said, "you've offended them, you know. They won't let you go so easily." "Tell me about the 2 families," Wang Ting said. The Wan family is an old and well-known martial arts family. Their business covers the entire Yang city, and they are very powerful. Wan Feiyu is the 3rd son of the Wan family's head. He has an elder brother and an elder sister. Their talent and ability are much higher than his. The elders of the Wan family might not act, but you still have to be careful about his siblings. As for the Lu family, Su Lingxian started explaining the details to Wang Ting. Chapter 282. Yongye Mountain Ridge, and the cultivation of the Divine Spirit Master. Along the way, Su Lingxian explained the Lu and Wan family to Wang Ting. All in all, you shouldn't go out alone for the time being, she reminded him in the end. Wang Ting smiled. However, he didn't take her advice to heart. Based on what Su Lingxian said, there were a few talented young people in the Lu and Wan families who might take revenge for Wan Feiyu and Lu Xinghui. However, Wang Ting wasn't worried. After all, Su Lingxian didn't know his true ability. He wasn't afraid of any martial warriors below 5-star. The martial warriors above 6-star were the kings of their regions. They were boss figures in Yang City, so they wouldn't make a move easily. Even if they didn't care about their reputation and bullied him, he could still find his master, Gorlin. After some time, Su Lingxian and Wang Ting went back to the Rune Society. You're back. Gorlin was still sitting on his rocking chair and reading his book. He smiled when he saw the two of them. Yes. They nodded their heads and sat down beside him. Did you have fun? Gorlin asked. Don't talk about it. Su Lingxian was frustrated. She immediately told Gorlin what happened just now. Gorlin laughed when he heard the story. Young people are full of vigor. Why are you laughing at our plight? Su Lingxian rolled her eyes at him uncontrollably. Don't worry. Since they know that you're my disciples, they won't do anything to you. It's just a small trifle between you youngsters, Gorlin said to Wang Ting. If they come and find me again, they'll be the ones suffering, Wang Ting said indifferently. You can continue boasting. Su Lingxian had learned that Wang Ting wasn't weak when she saw him in action earlier. However, she didn't think that he was comparable to the renowned talents from the Wan and Lu families. After all, Wang Ting was already very gifted in rune making. If his martial arts talent were on par with those people, it would be too monstrous. Wang Ting, you haven't found a place to live in Yang City, right? Gorlin didn't stay on this issue anymore. He changed the topic and asked Wang Ting casually. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. Move over here. I have many empty rooms. I'll ask Lingxian to help you tidy your room, Gorlin said. Okay, thank you, master. Wang Ting thanked him. Why is it me again? Su Lingxian was unwilling to follow her master's arrangement. She felt that she had to do all the work ever since Wang Ting came. Ha! Well, you became my disciple first, Gorlin teased her. Yet you didn't give me the position of the senior sister. Su Lingxian retorted. Wang Ting chuckled secretly. At night, Wang Ting moved into the small wooden house in the garden at the back of the Rune Society. Although Su Lingxian complained, she still helped him tidy up his room. The place was neat and clean, with new blankets on the bed. It gave off a pleasant sunny smell. As Wang Ting stood in the room, the small and angry face of Su Lingxian appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but shake his head and smiled. Then, he sat down on the bed and started cultivating his force until midnight. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ears. Come to the garden. It was Gorlin. Wang Ting opened his eyes in shock. He pondered to himself as he walked out of his room and came to the garden. Gorlin was standing in front of the little wooden house. He knew that Wang Ting was behind him without turning around. He opened his mouth and said, "Follow me." After he finished speaking, his body floated up slowly and rose into midair. He flew towards the night sky. The spiritual power in Wang Ting's mind surged out when he saw this. It enveloped his body and brought him into the air. He followed closely behind Gorlin. Gorlin was aware of Wang Ting, so he didn't travel at his fastest. If not, based on his speed, Wang Ting could only breathe dust behind him. Master, where are we going? Wang Ting hurriedly caught up with him and asked as he tilted his head. Yongye Mountain Ridge. Gorlin smiled. Yongye Mountain Ridge. Wang Ting thought of something, and a map appeared in his mind. Yongye Mountain Ridge was at the southwest section of Yang City, more than 30 kilometers away. Based on their speed, they would only need half an hour. What are we going to do there? Wang Ting asked. The cultivation of a divine spirit master will cause a huge ruckus. Besides, you need some things to help you. There's an ample number of star beasts on Yongye Mountain Ridge. It's a suitable location for your cultivation, Gorlin explained. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't ask any more. Now, let me explain the cultivation methods of a divine spirit master. The strength of a divine spirit master comes from his spiritual power. We use a special method to control the force around us using our spiritual power. We can also change this force to launch offensive attack. This special method is known as art. Gorlin started his explanation. Wang Ting listened with rapt attention, feeling that he had learned a lot. His enlightenment was extremely high now, so he could understand what Gorlin said immediately. Simply put, a divine spirit master used his spiritual power to execute different arts and use these arts to control the force. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at their destination. A vast mountain ridge appeared in the dark like a large-sized centipede creeping in the night. It twisted and turned. The mountain ridges branched out like the legs of a centipede. Under the dim moonlight and starlights, it looked frightening. Wang Ting had seen the Yongye Mountain Ridge on the map, but he didn't have this feeling at that time. He was a little astounded by the scene. Let's go. Gorlin chose an area closer to the outskirt. He led the way and landed on the ground. The two of them walked in the eerie dark forest. Even so, with their eyesight, they were able to see everything clearly. After some time, they met a few wolf star beasts that were looking for food. Gorlin floated in midair and retracted his aura. He left Wang Ting on the ground to face the famished wolves alone. Since it was the practice of a divine spirit master, he couldn't use his martial arts. He could only fight them with his spiritual power. Mind you, this was the first time Wang Ting was using his spiritual power solely for a battle. Along the way, Gorlin had already taught Wang Ting a few simple arts. Now, with a thought in his mind, his spiritual power started moving on a certain path. It maneuvered the fire force in his surroundings. Very soon, he gathered more than 10 fire arrows in front of him. So fast! Gorlin raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although this was the first time Wang Ting executed this fire arrow art, he succeeded on his first try. Also, one could tell that he had good control over his spiritual power based on his execution speed. Roar! The wolf star beasts gave a low growl. A few pairs of wolves' eyes stared at the fire arrows in front of them, sensing the danger they posed. Their chest started heaving up and down violently. Suddenly, they pounced on Wang Ting. They chose to attack first. Wang Ting smiled. He waved his hands, and the fire arrows shot out like bullets. They left trails of red in the air as they flew towards the star beasts. Chapter 283. Was this the trouble of having a disciple who's too outstanding? The wolf star beasts had silver-white fur, with a rim of gold fur around their neck and claws. It made them look like immortal beasts. They were 2-star beasts, so they were pretty intelligent. They didn't dodge when they saw the flaming arrows shooting towards them. Instead, they congregated their sharp golden glow on the claws and slashed it forward. Bang, bang, bang! When the golden claws hit the flaming arrows, they gave off a metallic sound. They actually managed to block the arrows. However, 3 arrows still managed to weave their way around the claws and hit their target. After a few cries of agony, 3 star beasts fell on the ground and died. The remaining 4 wolf star beasts turned ferocious. They leaped into the air and closed the distance with Wang Ting. Wang Ting's expression didn't change. He converged a few strings of fire force into a rope, sending it towards the 4 wolf star beasts. The 4 wolf star beasts were in midair, so they didn't have time to dodge. Hence, they got entangled by the rope. Wang Ting executed his fire arrows again and stabbed the remaining wolf star beasts to death. It sounded like a long action scene, but in fact, it happened within a split second. The two star beasts got killed immediately, showcasing the might of a divine spirit master. Not bad. Gorlin slowly landed and nodded calmly. But there are still flaws in your moves. You could have used your spiritual power to control the flaming arrows and make them change directions when you're attacking. That way, you would have killed the star beasts on your first try. Wang Ting wanted to explain that he was going to execute the art a few more times to get the hang of it. But, if he said this, his master might feel awkward, so he decided to remain quiet. He nodded and said, "You're right. I will take note of this in the future." "Okay, let's continue." Gorlin nodded. He walked forward as he sighed in his heart. There was no sense of satisfaction in teaching this new disciple since he didn't need to guide him much. It was a happy yet helpless thing. Was this the trouble of having a disciple who was too outstanding? When the star beasts were killed, they had dropped multiple attribute bubbles. Wang Ting picked them up while keeping his spiritual power. Metal Force *50 blank attribute *64 Gorlin didn't notice anything amiss. Well, he wouldn't know that Wang Ting was able to pick up attributes no matter how hard he thought. Wang Ting waved his hand and kept the corpses of the star beasts in his space ring. Then, he ran after Gorlin. He didn't plan to hide the existence of his space ring. In the morning, he noticed that Gorlin had a space ring too. Even Su Lingxian, Lu Xinghui, and the children from the elite families had one each. This meant that the space ring wasn't rare among the upper society circle even though it was precious. The night passed quickly. 2 hours before daylight, Wang Ting and his master returned to Yang City. Wang Ting had made considerable improvements in a single night. He learned a few powerful arts and had become a real divine spirit master. In the past, he only knew how to control weapons with his spiritual power. That was just the most basic art. It also used up much of his spiritual power, so he lost more than he gained. But, in some aspects there were pros in controlling weapons too. After all, the attacking power of spiritual power with sharp weapons was tremendous. The shooting star spiral was one such example. It was sharp and had special abilities. It was definitely a good weapon for sneak attacks. After returning to his little wooden house, Wang Ting laid on his bed and fell asleep instantly. 8 a.m. Bang bang bang. Violent knocks shook his door. "Who is it?" Wang Ting woke up and shouted with a frown. He used his hand to block the sunlight streaming in from the window. "It's me. The sun is shining on your butt." "Why aren't you awake yet?" Su Lingxian called out sweetly. "Let me sleep a bit more." Wang Ting turned his body and muttered. "Get up. I've prepared breakfast." Su Lingxian said. "Young madam, I'm really sleepy. Can I get up later to eat?" Wang Ting said helplessly. "No. It's breakfast time now. You must get up and eat. If you don't come outside, I will kick the door," Su Lingxian said. F***K, are you a devil? I can't even sleep." Wang Ting was irritated. He got out of bed and opened the door violently. He glared at Su Lingxian and said, "You're ruthless. Why are you up so late? What bad things did you do at night?" Su Lingxian gave him a sly look. She had an evil smile as she peeked into his room. "I just came to Yang City and am not familiar with this area. What bad things can I do?" Wang Ting was speechless. "Oh, so you can't do bad things because you're unfamiliar with this area, right? Does this mean that you can do bad things once you get familiar?" Su Lingxian was enlightened. She looked at him with disdain. Wang Ting suddenly realized that this little girl was sinister too. Why did he say too? "I don't want to bullshit with you." Wang Ting raised his legs and walked out. He didn't even close the door. There was nothing inside, so she could look at it however she wanted. Su Lingxian lost her interest. She helped him close the door and caught up with him hurriedly. Where's breakfast? Wang Ting asked. Oh, I didn't make breakfast. Let's go out and eat. Su Lingxian sniggered. Wang Ting turned around abruptly to glare at Su Lingxian. He got fooled by this little girl. Haha, come on. I know a delicious breakfast place around here. I'll bring you there, Su Lingxian chuckled and said. You want me to treat you again, don't you? Wang Ting smiled coldly. It's nothing to you. You just earned more than 10,000 force stones yesterday. Breakfast will only cost you a few of them, Su Lingxian said. A man can't be stingy. You won't be able to find a girlfriend like this. Is this a problem of being stingy? Also, who can't find a girlfriend? Don't you know how to speak? The edge of Wang Ting's eyes twitched. His face turned black as he scolded her. All right. How about this? In the future, you will treat me, and in return, I will find girlfriends for you. What do you think? Su Lingxian winked at Wang Ting. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, You're making a profit, you know. The ladies I introduce are all beauties. Do I look like someone who will give up my principles for beauties? Wang Ting remained expressionless and righteous. He said without any change in his tone, How beautiful are they? Pfft. Su Lingxian almost choked because of this twist. She had a different view of Wang Ting after hearing what he said at first. She didn't expect him to be so serious. Did she have some misunderstanding of him? Yet, the moment this question popped out, the image he built in her heart collapsed. It collapsed entirely. Beautiful, very beautiful. You will definitely be satisfied, Su Lingxian said hurriedly with a strange expression. Cough, cough. I suddenly feel that it's only right of me to treat my junior sister for some breakfast. Wang Ting nodded and replied. Su Lingxian snorted in her heart. She had a new understanding of how shameless her senior brother was. Chapter 284. Soft Muddy Baby Killer. The two of them finished their breakfast outside and went back to the Rune Society. They brought a serving for Gorlin too. Su Lingxian wasn't polite when she asked Wang Ting to treat her. She chose the best and most expensive dishes. Wang Ting didn't mind though. After all, you couldn't spend too much on food. After breakfast, Gorlin started teaching them rune studies. As the president of the Rune Society, his knowledge of runes was unmatched in the entire Yang city. But he didn't spend much time teaching. After talking to them for 2 hours, he passed the time back to them and allowed them to practice and fumble their way around. Wang Ting used the opportunity when Gorlin went out for business to sneak into the Rune Society and picked up the rune attributes dropped by the Runemasters. Rune Knowledge *2 Rune Knowledge *5 Spirit *6 Rune Knowledge *4 After Wang Ting picked up all the attribute bubbles, his rune knowledge and spirit attributes increased exponentially. Approximately 1 hour later, he received a total of 45 points of rune knowledge and 28 points of spirit. Spiritual Realm, 78.1/100 Runemaster. Intermediate Stage, 151/500, I might be able to become an advanced stage Runemaster within a few days. Will Master Gorlin be shocked if he knew? Wang Ting thought of this happily. After picking up a round of attributes, there weren't many bubbles left. Wang Ting didn't plan to waste his time here anymore. He returned to the garden behind the Rune Society, but Su Lingxian wasn't there. He didn't know where she had gone. Just when he was about to go back to his room to sleep, he saw a bunch of slimes jumping around among the bushes. Oh wait, they were called the Soft Muddy Babies. His eyes suddenly lit up. He then looked around him. Very good, there was no one around. Wang Ting walked forward carefully. He reached out and grabbed a soft muddy baby. They weren't agile and even seemed a little clumsy. With his speed, he was able to catch it in one try. The soft muddy baby kept struggling in Wang Ting's hand. Its entire body was like a ball of jelly, soft and flexible. Its shape kept changing, and it almost slid out of Wang Ting's hand. It kept making strange sounds with its mouth. It was quite cute. In the past, Wang Ting had seen the description of this kind of creature in all kinds of dramas and novels. However, he had never touched one before, so he didn't know where their sound came from. He was curious as he sized up this strange creature. Speaking about it, this world was really weird. It gave birth to this kind of creature. But nothing's impossible anymore since an alternate world has already appeared. Wang Ting thought to himself mockingly. Then, his gaze turned serious. He scanned his surroundings again, and even used his spiritual power to check the area to confirm that there was no one around. So he activated the fire force in his body. A ball of flame rose on Wang Ting's palm. Splurt! The soft muddy baby didn't even have time to cry in agony. It turned into ashes instantly. I've sinned, I've sinned. Wang Ting had 3 seconds of silence for this soft muddy baby. Then, he looked at the attribute bubble that was dropped on the ground. Water force *1, that was it. Nothing else. There was only 1 point of water force. Nothing else. What happened to the morphing talent? Wang Ting looked at the 1 point of water force speechlessly. This soft muddy baby didn't fail to live up to its useless reputation. Unfortunately, a useless creature couldn't become the main lead. Never mind, 1 point means 1 point. No matter how little the attribute was, it was still an attribute. He mustn't waste it. Wang Ting picked up the attribute and touched his chin. He wondered to himself, talent attributes are rare. The probability of it dropping is low, so should I kill a few more just to make sure? Will Master Gorlin explode in anger if he knew that I killed his research target? He couldn't make up his mind. However, when he thought of the possibility of a morphing talent, Wang Ting forced himself to be ruthless and grabbed another soft muddy baby. Don't blame me. I'm doing this because I have no other choice. A ball of flame emerged in his hand. Poof, another soft muddy baby was dead. Earth force *1 Wang Ting. Let's continue. Wood force *1 fire force *1 metal force *1 more and more soft muddy babies died in his hands. However, they only gave 1 point of attribute each. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Wang Ting's forehead. This was too difficult. Too difficult. Could it be that the morphing talent doesn't exist? Wang Ting was puzzled. Should he just give up? He looked at the few soft muddy babies left and felt a little guilty. The last one. Wang Ting felt a little unwilling to give up after spending so much effort. His eyes flickered as he tried to convince himself. Yes, that's right. This will be the last one. Splurt. Another small life was taken away by the ruthless flame. Would force *1 Wang Ting was about to go crazy. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Shall I try another one? This will really be the last one. Wang Ting's gaze was firm. He caught another soft muddy baby and sent it to heaven. Another attribute bubble dropped on the floor. Before he could pick it up, he heard a shout. Wang Ting, what are you doing? Wang Ting shuddered. His head turned numb as he flicked the ashes on his hand away stealthily. He then stood up and looked innocently at Su Lingxian, who had suddenly appeared. Junior sister, when did you come back? Where did you go and play just now? Don't try to fool me. Tell me, what were you doing just now? Su Lingxian glared at him with wide eyes. She strode over and looked at the mess on the ground, as well as the few soft muddy babies left. They shrunk together pitifully. Her expression turned malicious as she said, You. Wang Ting shifted his feet secretly and said, I didn't do anything. Junior sister, you must believe me. Su Lingxian obviously didn't believe him. She glared at Wang Ting in disbelief and said, You're crazy. The soft muddy babies are so cute. How can you kill them? I didn't do it. I didn't. Don't bullshit. Wang Ting shook his head fervently. I saw it personally. I will tell Master, Su Lingxian said. Don't. I admit. But I didn't kill for the sake of killing. I'm doing experiments. Wang Ting rolled his pupils and said hurriedly. Experiment? What are you experimenting with? Su Lingxian asked curiously. I am studying their morphing talent. Master Gorlin is so stubborn about it, so as his disciple, I need to inherit his will. Wang Ting started talking nonsense with a stern face. Really? Su Lingxuan's expression softened. However, she still had her doubts. She felt that something was weird here, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Yes, that is the truth. Wang Ting nodded his head furiously. What did you find out? Su Lingxian asked. This, Wang Ting was stunned. He looked around him and suddenly saw the attribute bubble he hadn't picked up beside him. His eyes lit up. Morph *1. Chapter 285. Morph talent equals men in women's clothing. Morph *1. It appeared. It really appeared. Wang Ting was elated. He didn't have much hope at first, but the morph talent appeared after Su Lingxian caught him red-handed. God bless him. Or her. He immediately started thanking all the deities in the sky. God, angels, Zeus. He didn't miss a single deity. This was so difficult. He had killed so many soft muddy babies. If he didn't get this talent, the soft muddy babies would have died an unworthy death. He picked it up. He touched it with his right leg, and the morph talent attribute bubble immediately merged into his body. As the morph talent integrated into his mind, Wang Ting instantly got enlightened. This morph was not able to allow him to change his body shape like the muddy babies. For instance, the muddy baby could change from round to rod-shaped, but a human couldn't. After all, the physical composition of a human was different from the muddy babies. However, after receiving this talent, Wang Ting was able to change his muscle and skin shape. That meant he could change his appearance entirely. Amazing! Wang Ting was beyond happy. As expected, this talent didn't disappoint him. Su Lingxian noticed his long silence, so she snorted. You didn't find anything? Or are you lying to me? Wang Ting snapped back to his senses. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he said, Why will I lie to you? I was collecting my thoughts just now. Actually, I've already had some ideas. I will demonstrate to you after Master is back. Really? Master didn't find anything after studying for such a long time. You only studied for half a day and discovered something? Su Lingxian was shocked. She didn't believe that Wang Ting had achieved any result. She only asked because she wanted to expose Wang Ting's lie. What will I gain from lying to you? I will get exposed the moment I stand in front of Master, Wang Ting replied. But it's impossible to find anything. Su Lingxian always felt that the morphing ability of the soft muddy babies was possible because of their body structure. It was never any morph talent represented by their life patterns. Who says that it's impossible? Wang Ting gave her a meaningful glance. But Su Lingxian felt uncomfortable under his stare. She wanted to rebuke him. There's no but. My stupid junior sister, don't use your ordinary mind to judge a genius' thoughts, Wang Ting boasted. Me? Ordinary? Su Lingxian felt that she had heard a joke. She pointed to her nose in disbelief. This was the first time she heard someone calling her ordinary. This fellow was really arrogant and infuriating. That's right. I'm talking about you. Wang Ting nodded and said, Well, I will wait and see how amazing the thoughts of a genius are. Su Lingxian was so angry that she smiled. Wait and see. Gorlin didn't come back in the afternoon. Wang Ting and Su Lingxian went to do their own things after they finished lunch. Wang Ting went back to his room and opened his attributes panel. He decided to experiment with the morph talent he had gained earlier. Morph. 1/100. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Only 100? Looks like the limit of this morph talent isn't high. Let's give it a try. The muscles on Wang Ting's palm started wriggling along with his thoughts. Seconds later, his palm changed. Whether it was the size, the palm prints, the fingerprints, or the overall shape, it was completely different from before. Mind you, every human's fingerprint was unique. Yet, the morph talent allowed him to change it. This showed how amazing this talent was. This is so magical. Wang Ting flipped his palm. He got more interested as he looked at his palm. He stared at it a while longer and started muttering to himself, however, with the current level of my talent, it's difficult to even change my palm's appearance. I will not be able to change my entire body. His gaze landed at the last row of his attributes panel. Blank attribute. 814. He had been saving them for a long time. It was time to put them to use. With a thought, 99 points of blank attributes were deducted from his total. The description behind the morph talent immediately changed to perfected. Morph. 100 out of 100 perfected. Wang Ting savored the feeling of having a perfected morph talent. Then, he smiled. The muscles all over his body started squirming and changing. His face, his body, every spot was changing. After a few moments, he had changed completely into a different person. His appearance was rough, and he had a fat figure. He wasn't the handsome young man anymore. Even my mom won't be able to recognize me. Wang Ting touched his chin as he looked at the mirror and wondered to himself. He got addicted to playing with his appearance. He stood in front of the mirror and started morphing without stopping. He found it very interesting. He was able to change into a lady and shrink Adam's apple. However, there was no way he could make a certain part of his body disappear. Wang Ting looked down with a weird expression. Is this what you call a man in women's clothing? Cough. After some time, he walked out of his room with his original appearance. Wang Ting left the Rune Society and found a secluded spot. He changed his appearance. Soon, he turned into another young man around his age. Once he changed his attire, he became a wholly different person. He asked around for the location of the Alchemist Society and the Blacksmith Society in Yang City. Wang Ting went to the Alchemist Society first. The Alchemist Society wasn't far from the Rune Society. In fact, the Blacksmith Society was also nearby. They formed a triangle. The Alchemist Society was a strange building shaped like a furnace. It was more eye-catching than the Rune Society. When he walked near, he could smell the faint smell of herbs. It was pleasant. Wang Ting walked into the Alchemist Society. He scanned his surroundings and noticed that it looked similar to the Rune Society. It was quiet and clean. The staff was doing their jobs in an orderly manner. Similarly, many attribute bubbles were floating in the building. Wang Ting used his spiritual power to pull them over quickly. Last night, Gorlin gave him a personal lesson. He had already taught him how to hide his spiritual mark. Thus, he didn't have to worry about getting found out. It saved him much trouble. Alchemy *10 Spirit *8 Alchemy *6 Alchemy *5 Spirit *4 After a round of collections, Wang Ting had a huge gain. He received 188 points of alchemy and 32 points of spirit in total. Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 81. 3 out of 100, Alchemist. Intermediate Stage, 88/500. His secondary job also changed a little. A new alchemist row appeared, and he jumped directly from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage. Other people had to spend a long time building their foundation, whether they were alchemists, runemasters, or blacksmiths. However, for Wang Ting, he just skipped levels and achieved what other people had to spend a few years or even tens of years to get in a blink. 2 hours later, Wang Ting walked out of the Alchemist Society. He had successfully passed the intermediate stage alchemist exam and gained the position of an intermediate stage alchemist. Beside him, 2 alchemists from the Alchemist Society were talking to him enthusiastically. Chapter 286, Dead. Yao Wang and Duanda. Brother Yao, your talent is astonishing. That's right. No talent like you have appeared in this empire for the past hundreds of years. You're only 18 years old. The Alchemist Society in Yang City has hit the jackpot. The Empire Alchemist session held 3 times a year will be happening soon. If you are able to participate as a representative of Yang City, you will definitely be able to set the Empire on fire. However, Brother Yao Wang, your name is a little. They exchanged glances with each other, not knowing whether they should laugh or cry. This name was a little arrogant. But it was just a name, not a nickname. Names were given by parents, so they couldn't say anything about it. This surname is quite rare. I've never heard of an elite alchemist family with this surname. Could it be an unknown elite family who lived in hiding? I heard that many outstanding descendants of these secretive families come out to gain experience after they become adult. They will return to their families when they finish. I admire people like them. The 2 alchemists from the Alchemist Society sent Yao Wang off. They were impressed as they lowered their voices and discussed with each other. Yao Wang was Wang Ting's alias. A moment ago, Wang Ting completed the intermediate stage alchemist exam in the Alchemist Society and passed it successfully. He had alerted many people. An 18-year-old intermediate stage alchemist. This was a rare talent. He was destined to have an extraordinary future. He might become a master or even a grandmaster. If a grandmaster emerged in the Alchemist Society of Yang City, it would go down in history. Even if he couldn't become a grandmaster, there were great benefits in becoming a master too. Every master-level alchemist had the power to influence decisions on a higher level. If the president of the Alchemist Society was around, he would be alerted by his talent. The people in the Alchemist Society were immersed in happiness. However, they didn't know that the Yao Wang, whom they placed so much hope on, had changed his appearance. He was heading to the blacksmith now. The Blacksmith Society had a different style from the Alchemist Society and the Rune Society. The latter were elegant and noble, while the Blacksmith Society was bold and unrestrained. Blacksmiths had high status too, but most of them were rough and wild. They were bulky and massive. The difference between them and runemasters and alchemists was huge. All along, these 3 groups of people disliked each other. They would always compete when they met. Wang Ting had already changed his appearance to one suitable for blacksmiths. His muscles bulged out of his shirt. He was lean but muscular, and he didn't look as frightening as the other hunks. His face was sharp and angular. In other words, he was a handsome man. The edge of his lips went up when he walked into the Blacksmith Society and saw the floor full of attribute bubbles. He picked them up. Smithery *8 Spirit *3 Smithery *6 Spirit *5 Wang Ting immediately gained another round of Smithery and Spirit attribute. He collected 122 points of Smithery and 24 points of Spirit. Spiritual Realm, 83, 7 out of 100 Blacksmith. Advanced Stage, 191/1000. He had exceeded 100 Smithery attributes in one go. This was unexpected. His blacksmith level had reached the advanced stage after his journey to the Red Leaf Dwarf tribe. Even with an additional 122 points of Smithery, he was still at the advanced stage. More than 1 hour later, Wang Ting walked out of the Blacksmith Society with a rough and sloppy-looking dwarf beside him. "President, you don't have to say any more. I don't have any intention of finding a master." Wang Ting gave a bitter smile as he looked at the president of the Blacksmith Society beside him, who was talking continuously. Do all the bosses want to keep a genius as their disciple whenever they see one? Wang Ting thought to himself speechlessly. This muscular and short dwarf in front of him was the president of the Blacksmith Society. He was also a chatterbox. His speed of talking and the amount of nonsense he had were enough to traumatize a person. However, it was undeniable that he had high hopes for Wang Ting. He was using a rare metal to forge a weapon when he heard about Wang Ting. He immediately abandoned his half-done work and ran over to find him. The intermediate stage blacksmith, who came to report this matter to him, felt his heart aching when he saw the rare metal get thrown to the side. This rare metal would turn to scrap in a blink of an eye. Even if it was recycled, its value would be heavily compromised. The president of the Blacksmith Society felt helpless when he heard Wang Ting rejecting him again. With a sad expression, he said, "Sai Duanda, why don't you want to accept me as your master? I'm a master blacksmith. I'm only one level away from a grandmaster. Do you know how many people want to be my disciple? I don't give them a chance, yet you're rejecting me. Do you know that this is a huge loss for you?" He couldn't stop once he opened his mouth. "Duanda." Wang Ting immediately interrupted him and said, "President, I still have some urgent matters to attend to. I will make my move first." He turned into a flash of lingering shadows without giving the president any time to react. He disappeared at the end of the corridor. "Hey, why did you run away? I'm not done yet. You little brat. You're so talented, but you don't want to be my disciple." The president of the Blacksmith Society shook his head as he nagged. He then turned and walked into the building. "President! President!" The people in the building stopped in their tracks and bowed to him. They treated him with respect. However, when they heard him muttering, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly ran away. They were afraid he would catch them and nag them in place of Wang Ting. Wang Ting turned a corner and confirmed that the president of the Blacksmith Society didn't chase after him. He heaved a sigh of relief. "This is too scary." He shook his head. He still had lingering fears. Wang Ting found an empty place and changed back to his original appearance. He wore a gown and walked towards the Rune Society blatantly. During dinner, Su Lingxian tattletaled on Wang Ting with shimmering eyes. "Master, senior brother killed many soft muddy babies today." Gorlin was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Wang Ting. "What's the matter?" He didn't feel sad for the soft muddy babies. After all, he also dissected them during his experiment. He was just curious why Wang Ting chose to kill those harmless creatures. "I was curious about your research, so I did my own study." Wang Ting started talking nonsense. "Oh right, senior brother says that he achieved some results." Su Lingxian winked at Wang Ting and said with an evil smile. She didn't believe that Wang Ting found anything. She mentioned it in front of Gorlin because she wanted to embarrass him after he got exposed. "Oh really?" Gorlin didn't mind. Instead, he asked with a smile. "Of course. I will reveal my gains after dinner," Wang Ting said confidently. It was Gorlin's turn to be surprised. Wang Ting didn't look like he was boasting. He sounded so confident, so he might really have found something. "I shall take a good look later then," Gorlin smiled and replied. "Tisk, you're just acting. If you really found something, I will." Su Lingxian pouted. One Yao Wang in Chinese means God of Medicine. Chapter 287. Finish this bottle of chili and you're still my smart and cute junior sister. What will you do? Wang Ting taunted her. Su Lingxian glared at him. Suddenly, she saw a bottle of chili on the table. She said, I will eat this bottle of chili." "You said it. Master will bear witness." Wang Ting hurriedly blocked her path of retreat. Su Lingxian was flabbergasted. "You guys!" Gorlin burst out laughing. After dinner, they went to the study. There were runes and rune pens placed on the table. Wang Ting picked up a rune pen and started contemplating. "You can't draw it, right?" Su Lingxian teased him. "Senior brother, if you don't know how to do it, you can just admit it. There's no point in being stubborn at this point." "Alright, Lingxian, give Wang Ting some time to think. Don't disturb him." Gorlin was much more patient than her. He stood at the side and spoke to Su Lingxian calmly. Wang Ting glanced at Su Lingxian. He knew what to draw, but he needed to decide how much he should reveal to them so that they wouldn't be dumbstruck. It would be a little too astonishing if he drew the complete rune. What would happen after the morph rune appeared? He wasn't worried. Morph talent and morph rune were two different concepts. No matter how strong the morph rune was, it couldn't be compared to the morph talent. Wang Ting didn't say anything, his expression unchanged even when Su Lingxian teased him. After contemplating, he started drawing with his rune pen. Soon, a few outlines of runes appeared on the paper. "What are you drawing?" Su Lingxian didn't understand the drawings at all. Just when she was about to mock him, she heard Gorlin's surprised voice. Her expression changed slightly. When she saw Gorlin's pondering face, her heart dropped. "No way." Su Lingxian kept quiet instantly. She turned to look at Wang Ting and saw him giving her a sinister smile. A bad feeling crept up her heart. She bit her lips, glaring at him without backing down. She didn't care if she was right. She must not lose in terms of stance. Gorlin got more and more enchanted by the runes on the table. In the end, he pushed Wang Ting away and leaned closer to study them. He kept exclaiming, "Interesting, interesting, I didn't expect it to be like this." After some time, he lifted his head and looked at Wang Ting with appreciating eyes. "I didn't expect you to get this result. It's not perfect, but if we continue researching, we will be able to patch the flaws," he said. "You taught me well." Wang Ting chuckled as he curried favor with his master. "Haha, I only taught you for one day. It has nothing to do with me. It's your innate talent." Gorlin was caught between laughter and tears. "Master, will these outlines be beneficial for your research?" Wang Ting asked. "Yes, they will help a lot. I did gain some inspirations, but this is your work. I will not steal it. You should continue the research. It will help you greatly in your rune studies," Gorlin said. Wang Ting was speechless. This wasn't how the script should go. He planned to give Gorlin some inspiration. With Gorlin's attainments, it wouldn't be difficult for him to come up with the morph rune. That would save him much trouble. But Gorlin wanted to stop his research altogether. "Master, do you have to be so righteous?" Wang Ting didn't know if he should laugh or cry. He found an excuse and said, "Master, why don't you continue the research? My attainments in rune study aren't high, so I will have to spend a lot of time if I want to go in depth. This isn't a good thing for me." Gorlin was startled as he looked at Wang Ting. He pondered for a long time before he replied, "How about this? I will continue my research. If you're interested, you can find time to do your own experiment. We will verify our results with each other and perfect the rune together." Wang Ting didn't reject him anymore. He nodded and said, "Okay, we will do it this way." Su Lingxian was thunderstruck. Wang Ting really managed to come up with the morph rune. Although it was just an outline, it was an impressive discovery. Mind you, Gorlin didn't manage to find anything after researching for a long time. Wang Ting only studied it for a day, yet he achieved astonishing results. It felt incredible just thinking about it. If it stopped at that, it would still be fine. However, Master Gorlin even wanted Wang Ting to carry on the research with him and verify their result. He had already placed Wang Ting in the same position as him. This treatment made her extremely jealous. "Junior sister, what did you say just now?" Wang Ting looked at Su Lingxian with an evil gaze. His sly voice pulled her out of her thoughts. "If I have any findings, you will eat that bottle of chili, right?" "Ha ha ha!" Su Lingxian's face was tense. She immediately gave an awkward and rhythmic laugh before saying in embarrassment, "I think that there might be some misunderstanding. Senior brother, listen to me." "Before I listen, please eat that bottle of chili," Wang Ting said mercilessly. He took out the bottle of chili and pushed it in front of Su Lingxian. You! Su Lingxian was stunned. "When did you take it?" "When you said you wanted to eat it, I brought it along." Wang Ting sniggered. Su Lingxian felt so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. She glared at Wang Ting. "You're a scheming man. Wang Ting, you were the one who wanted to eat it. Why are you calling me a scheming man now? You asked for it. Who can you blame now?" Wang Ting said with a cold smile. Master, Su Lingxian didn't know what to do. She could only turn and plead for Gorlin's help. She looked at him pitifully and begged him in a sorrowful tone. Ha ha ha, this matter is between the two of you. Don't look for me. Gorlin found it interesting too. He laughed loudly and turned to leave. Ah, master, don't leave. Save me. Su Lingxian wanted to run away, but Wang Ting stopped her. Are you trying to escape? When Su Lingxian saw Wang Ting blocking the door, she knew that she wouldn't be able to leave if he didn't move. Her pupils started twirling furiously. She called out sweetly, "Senior, stop, stop." Wang Ting felt his head turning numb from her greeting. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He stopped her hurriedly before she could finish and said, "I'll give you a chance. You can either eat this bottle of chili or help me wash my smelly socks. Choose." What? You want your smart and cute junior sister to wash your smelly socks? You are so ruthless. Su Lingxian widened her eyes and questioned him as if she had heard something astonishing. Bang! Wang Ting slammed the bottle of chili on the table. If you don't want to, forget it. Finish this bottle of chili and you're still my smart and cute junior sister. Winky face. Su Lingxian felt that the person in front of her was a devil with horns. She regretted it. She regretted seeking death. Junior sister, it's just a bottle of chili. You won't die if you eat it. Wang Ting consoled her. However, it had the opposite effect. Su Lingxian couldn't hold back anymore. She pouted, and tears started flowing down her face. Wah, this was Wang Ting's expression. Chapter 288. Coxcomb Jade Scale Python. Su Lingxian condemned Wang Ting's inhumane behavior. She refused to eat the chili, but she could wash the smelly socks. For the next few days, Wang Ting worked hard in cultivation, picking up attributes. He appeared in the 3 societies using his 3 identities, Wang Ting, Yao Wang, and Duanda. Every day, he picked up many skill and spirit attribute. Now, his Runemaster and Alchemist levels had reached the Advanced Stage 2. Runemaster. Advanced Stage, 16/1000, Alchemist. Advanced Stage, 22/1000. If the other Runemasters and Alchemists knew his astonishing speed of progression, they would question their whole life. This was impossible. Fortunately, Wang Ting didn't plan to reveal his true ability. Instead, he would unveil it bit by bit and then, surprise. This was more interesting. Of course, whether it was a surprise or a shock would depend on what he displayed. Also, Wang Ting's spirit attribute rose quickly. He had hit the 90 mark. Spirit. Spiritual realm, 90. 3 out of 100, as his spirit attribute got stronger, he felt the spiritual power in his mind getting more and more powerful. If that deep whirlpool of spiritual power released its true potential, he might frighten himself. At night, he would follow Gorlin to the Yongye mountain ridge for his divine spirit master practice. He became skilled in the attacks of a divine spirit master as time passed. His ability kept improving. He killed many star beasts possessing different elements, so his force slowly increased too. Wang Ting's talent amazed Gorlin. He kept exclaiming in his heart. Towards the end, he decided to let Wang Ting cultivate on his own. He wouldn't follow him anymore. One night, at a certain part of the Yongye mountain ridge, Wang Ting floated in midair and waved his hand. A spear made of fire instantly shot out from his hand. There was a huge earth element giant ape star beast in front of him. It was entangled by vines and was unable to move. It struggled furiously. When the long flaming spear shot towards it, it howled and wriggled. It slammed the ground with its big palms, wanting to break free from the vines. Under its overwhelming force, the vines started breaking one by one. However, new vines grew out from the ground and pinned the ape to the ground like metal chains. Slash! The long flaming spear reached the beast in a split second and penetrated the giant ape's heart. The giant ape stopped struggling. Its eyes were wide open as blood spurted out of its wound. Life was draining away from it quickly. After a few whimpers, it soon fell into the embrace of death. Earth Force *56 blank attribute *43, he picked them up. As expected of a 4-star star beast. It dropped so many attributes. Wang Ting muttered to himself as he glanced at his attributes panel. Ever since Gorlin allowed him to practice on his own, Wang Ting started letting himself loose. The 1-star and 2-star star beasts were unable to satisfy his appetite. He decided that he would only kill 4-star star beasts and above. More attributes would drop from them. Earth Force 356/2000 4-star blank attribute 1860. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction when he saw the changes in these two attributes. With a swoosh, he appeared beside the giant ape. He placed his palm on the ape's body. Force flowed out of his body as he sensed the corpse. Unfortunately, there was no star core or star bone. He still kept the corpse in his space ring. At that moment, he had a sudden thought. He looked up at the night sky. His vision changed, and he looked down from the sky. This was the spirit flame ghost crow's vision. Wang Ting noticed an intriguing thing, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Interesting. He flew into the air and merged into the darkness. He shuttled through the dense forest as he headed in the direction where he was looking just now. He traveled without making a sound, like a spirit in the dark. In the mountain valley, a group of 7 was attacking an enormous python. These people were all powerful, at least at 4-star soldier level. One of them even had wings behind his back. This should be a 5-star soldier level martial warrior. The enormous python seemed to be a 5-star star beast. Even among the 5-star star beasts, it was a strong presence. That was why these 7 people were unable to defeat it based on their ability even after such a long time. Soon, Wang Ting arrived at the scene. He hid using his dark force and activated his wave invisibility skill. At this moment, he was like a dark spirit. It was impossible to find him. He stood on the branch of a tree and observed the battle happening not far away. His gaze was instantly attracted by the appearance of the giant python. It had a crown shaped like a coxcomb on its head. Its scales were green, and it looked unique. Coxcomb jade scale python. Wang Ting gazed at it strangely from afar. He learned this python's name from the shouts of those people. Wang Ting didn't plan to help them. He just wanted to watch the show and see if there were any bubbles he could pick up. As he thought about this, he looked to his left. A few hundred meters away from his current position, another group of people was hiding in the dark. He had noticed this interesting scene through the spirit flame ghost crow's vision. This was why he decided to come and take a look. Be careful. This coxcomb jade scale python is a rare poison element star beast. Its attacks are extremely poisonous and can even corrode our force. We can't fight it head-on. A young lattice voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. Poison element star beast? Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he heard this. The coxcomb jade scale python hissed into the air, spurting poison from its mouth. It shot towards the 7 people like a rain of poisonous arrows. The lattice reminder came right on time. Everyone evaded the attack before the poisonous arrows reached them. When the arrows landed on the ground and the trees, green smoke rose from the ground beside them. It gave off a toxic stench. Move, don't smell it. The young lattice voice was heard again. Everyone followed her order. They surrounded the coxcomb jade scale python once again after the smoke dispersed and showered it with attack. The coxcomb jade scale python was alone, so under the attacks of the 7 martial warriors, it kept retreating. It squirmed its body vigorously. The green scales on its body were as hard as steel, but under the onslaught of the martial warriors, its flesh exploded and turned bloody. The python hissed in pain. At that moment, a crazed look appeared in its snake eyes. The coxcomb on its head suddenly erupted, and black smoke billowed out from the hole. It quickly spread to the surroundings. The young lady who spoke just now had a sharp change in her expression. She shouted hurriedly, "This is bad. There's an error in our information. Retreat. Her companions' expressions changed too. They turned around and dashed away almost at the same instant. But it was too late. The black smoke spread out at an astonishing speed. It merged into the air and instantly proliferated. The martial warriors only managed to withstand the black smoke for a few moments. Then they collapsed. Even the sole 5-star soldier-level martial warrior could only persevere for a few seconds at most. Then, its wings scattered and it dropped from the sky. Chapter 289. News of Poison Scripture. No one knew if the 7 people who got poisoned were dead or alive. The poisonous smoke continued spreading without a stop. The group of people hiding in the dark had no choice but to run away. On the other hand, Wang Ting didn't move. He wasn't affected at all. This poisonous smoke paled in comparison to the demon lotus poison body. When Wang Ting released the poison force inside him slightly, the poisonous smoke evaded him like the civilians who saw their king. With Wang Ting in the center, there was a non-poisonous area around him. His eyes shone slightly when he saw this. He knew that the poisonous smoke wouldn't be able to harm him, but he didn't expect this to happen. The poisonous smoke filled up the entire area, remaining in the air for a long time. The giant python laid motionless in the dark. Wang Ting activated his spiritual sight and noticed that its force glow was weak. Its vitality was running low. The group of people hiding in the dark were starting to get agitated. They probably didn't expect this black smoke to last for so long. "Yu Jingfu, what's going on?" A handsome young man shouted at the person beside him with an unhappy expression. "Young Master Yao, am not sure either. The information we got only says that this coxcomb jade scale python will give off poisonous smoke from its coxcomb when its life is in danger. It didn't say that the poisonous smoke will last for so long," a scrawny middle-aged man replied in a helpless tone. He looked frightened. "Useless. You can't even do a simple thing." Yao Ye's expression turned cold. He glared at Yu Jingfu and continued furiously, "If we wait too long, Princess Yao will be dead. What am I supposed to do to a corpse?" "Young Master Yao, calm down. The coxcomb jade scale python is at its weakest state now. It might not have the time to care about other things. Also, based on my observation, the poison in the smoke isn't too strong. It's used to confuse the opponents so that the python has time to escape. With the princess ability, she should be able to withstand it for some time. Let's wait patiently. The black smoke will soon disperse," Yu Jingfu explained anxiously. Yao Ye's expression softened. He replied, "I'll believe you one more time. If you ruin my plan, I'll make you pay for it." Yu Jingfu furrowed his brows. Despite feeling bitter in his heart, he could only reply, "Yes, yes. If I ruin your plan, I will accept the punishment." This is very interesting." Wang Ting sat down on the branch as he studied the black smoke. He also guessed that it would disperse soon, so he waited silently. Approximately 10 minutes later, the black smoke disappeared, as expected. Yao Yu and his men carefully inched towards the area. The coxcomb jade scale python was nowhere in sight. Wang Ting knew that it was hiding below the marsh. Its aura was still present. This should be the home of this coxcomb jade scale python. It wouldn't leave easily. Yao Yu and his men arrived in front of the people who had collapsed. They weren't dead, just unconscious. "Young Master Yao, look, I was right." Yu Jingfu gave a fawning smile. He came forward to take credit for his words. "You're still a little useful." Yao Yu nodded and continued, "Take out the antidote and give it to the princess. We might not be able to save her if the poison goes deep into her body." "Okay. Young Master Yao is very thorough." Yu Jingfu didn't let the opportunity of throwing in a word or two of flattery slip by. He took out a jade bottle and poured a pill out. He fed it to the young lady lying on the ground. "Wait." When Yao Yu saw Yu Jingfu's rough and wrinkly hand, he frowned uncontrollably. He kicked the man away and said, "Give me the pill." The princess will be my woman in the future. Don't touch her with your dirty hands. Yu Jingfu stumbled and almost fell. However, he didn't get angry when he heard Yu Jingfu's words. Instead, he laughed and passed the pill to him. He hesitated and asked, "Young Master Yao, she's still a princess. If you do that to her, you might not be able to answer to Lord Yang. What do you know? What's done can't be undone. For the sake of his reputation, he won't do anything to me," Yao Yu replied with disdain. Wise words. Yu Jingfu smiled and praised the young man. "Alright, cut the bullshit. You will get your benefits after this matter ends, since you offered me great help." A hint of disdain flashed past Yao Yu's eyes. However, he didn't express it. He took the pill and fed it to the lady in front of him. Right at that moment, the lady opened her eyes abruptly, a cold glint flashing past her pupils. The lady took out a dagger from her sleeve and clenched it in her hand. She stabbed at Yao Yu's chest. Yao Yu was startled, but he reacted quickly. He pushed his palm out as fast as lightning and grabbed the lattice wrist. He smiled and said, "Everyone says that the princess is no weaker than the male warriors. They're speaking the truth." "You're despicable." Li Rongxue glared at the young man with her beautiful eyes. There was disdain written all over her face. "I do things with integrity. How am I despicable?" Yao Yu smiled and asked. "Shameless!" Li Rongxue shouted angrily. "Princess, it's not good to curse your fiancé," Yao Yu smiled and replied. He wasn't provoked by her words. "Stop dreaming. If you dare touch me, you will only get a corpse in the end," Li Rongxue rebuked without backing down. "That's not up to you." Yao Yu continued to wear a handsome smile on his face. At the same time, a pill appeared in his hand. He flicked the pill, and it slid down Li Rongxue's throat. "What did you feed me?" Li Rongxue's expression changed. "Weakening pill," Yao Yu said. "You!" Li Rongxue immediately felt her body going numb. She couldn't exert any energy at all. "I'm doing this for your sake. You're at your prime. Why should you seek death?" Yao Yu smiled. He said to the female martial warrior behind him, "Look after her. Don't let her die." "Yes," the female martial warrior replied. Li Rongxue's face turned pale, and despair appeared in her eyes. "Young master, what about the others?" Another person behind Yao Yu asked. "Kill them." Yao Yu remained expressionless. His tone was calm, as though he was asking them to kill some ants. "Yes." "Yao Yu, how dare you?" Li Rongxue shouted. "Kill them." Yao Yu didn't look at her. He repeated his words to the people behind him. His teammates acknowledged him and walked forward. They stabbed their long swords into the hearts of the unconscious martial warriors, taking their lives away mercilessly. Fresh blood spurted out, reflecting in Li Rongxue's eyes. "Yao Yu, I will take revenge one day. I swear to God," Li Rongxue said with hatred. She glared at him until her eyes almost popped out. Yao Yu smiled. He didn't take it to heart. Yu Jingfu took a step forward and said, "Young Master Yao, the coxcomb jade scale python is at its weakest state now. Shall we grab this chance and kill it? There'll be changes if we stay here. Let's not complicate matters." Yao Yu shook his head and replied. "You're right." Yu Jingfu thought of something and asked again, "I heard that the Lord Yang residence is collecting information on the 100 poisons to help Lord Yang detoxify the poison in his body. If there's a poison scripture, may I take a look at it?" "Humph, I knew that you were interested in this. If there's one, I'll let you look at it. The poison element scripture is rare, but it's useless to a normal martial warrior," Yao Yu replied. "Don't even think about it. I'll not give it to you even if there's one," Li Rongxue said coldly. Chapter 290. Excuse me, sorry to disturb you. Jingfu felt awkward. However, he didn't dare to face Li Rongxue's anger. "You are going to be one family in the future. Why are you flaring up at me?" Yao Yu chuckled. He patted Yu Jingfu's shoulder and said, don't worry. I'm her man. I'll make the decision. Yu Jingfu smiled in embarrassment and didn't dare to say much. Since Yao Yu had promised him, he would get his benefits for sure. Li Rongxue was so angry that her chest hurt. Yao Yu was so brazen and shameless. He was already claiming that he was her man. What a pipe dream. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's find a good spot for the princess and me to spend a lovely night. Yao Yu waved his hand proudly and said. Looking at Li Rongxue's beautiful face and perfect figure, he was already getting restless. Congratulations, young master, for achieving your dream. Yao Yu's subordinates congratulated him in unison. Yu Jingfu also smiled and said, Congratulations, young master Yao. Ha ha ha, you've all helped me today. I'll reward you handsomely when we go back. Yao Yu laughed loudly. He was fully content. Li Rongxue's face turned green. At this moment, a voice suddenly broke the jovial atmosphere. Excuse me, sorry to disturb you. Ha, Yao Yu's laugh was stuck in his throat by the sudden voice. He jumped in shock and almost choked. It felt as if someone had grabbed his throat. Who? Who is it? Come out. Yao Yu and his subordinates turned towards the source of the sound and yelled. They saw a young man standing not far away. He was looking at them innocently. Who are you? Yao Yu asked coldly after he regained his composure. There was a malicious look in his eyes. He had no good impression of this young man who had jumped out and frightened him. It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to ask the princess one question. Wang Ting pointed at Li Rongxue and said. You eavesdropped on us just now. Yao Yu's face turned black. There was killing intent in his eyes. On the other hand, Li Rongxue's gaze shimmered. Not really. I didn't hear much, only a little, Wang Ting chuckled and replied. Yao Yu's face was as black as the bottom of the pot, but he wasn't stupid. Since Wang Ting dared to step out, he must have some confidence. He couldn't decide what to do. What do you want to ask? Wang Ting smiled. He seemed to know what Yao Yu was thinking, but he didn't care. Instead, he asked Li Rongxue, Does your family collect poison element scriptures? What if we don't? What if we do? Li Rongxue retorted. She had a sudden thought. If you do, I'll save you, and you can repay me with the poison scripture. If you don't, I'll leave, Wang Ting answered straightforwardly. If they do, I can give it to you. Why do you have to ask her? Yao Yu asked without changing his expression. Oh, nothing. I don't want to make a deal with a rapist. I'm embarrassed to be in the same league as you, Wang Ting replied directly. Yao Yu's face turned green and white with anger. Li Rongxue's eyes lit up. This might be her only chance. However, the man opposite her was very young, and he was also alone. Could he really do it? How dare you? Yao Yu's subordinates turned furious when they saw Wang Ting humiliating Yao Yu. Do you want to beat me? Wang Ting squinted. Yao Yu raised his hand to stop them. He asked without any expressions, Do you really want to become my enemy? Not really. If you don't start the fight, I'm too lazy to fight with you, Wang Ting replied. Are you an idiot? The corners of Yao Yu's mouth twitched. He realized that it was too difficult to communicate with the young man opposite him. Although he seemed easygoing, he was actually infuriating. I'm not an idiot, but I sell swords. 1. Do you use a sword? Do you use the upper sword or the lower sword? Or do you practice the ultimate sword skill, the unity of man and sword? Wang Ting said cunningly. I don't use swords. I use a blade, Yao Yu replied instinctively. Pfft. Li Rongxue's expression became weird, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at Wang Ting and felt that this fellow was a little cheeky. What are you laughing at? Yao Yu frowned and asked. Young Master Yao, he might be calling you a bitch, Yu Jingfu reminded him kindly as he held back his laughter. Yao Yu immediately understood. His expression turned cold and gloomy, as though a storm was brewing inside him. He gritted his teeth and said, You're looking for death. Hey, the princess over there. Do you have poison scriptures or not? Wang Ting ignored Yao Yu and shouted at Li Rongxue again. Yao Yu felt indignant and upset for getting ignored. He ordered his subordinates in a cold voice, "Kill him! Hey, don't be impatient. She still hasn't replied to me." "There's no point in fighting now," Wang Ting shouted hurriedly. Li Rongxue was speechless. She felt that if she didn't reply to him, he might really walk away. Hence, she immediately shouted, "Of course I have. As long as you save me, I'll pass you the poison scripture as a repayment." "That's what I was waiting for." Wang Ting laughed. He immediately dashed towards the martial warriors that were charging at him. At the moment, he was wearing a boxing glove in one hand and held the golden brick in the other. It was as though he had no plans of putting up any resistance. He slammed the head of the first person who arrived in front of him with the brick. This was the one who shouted the most furiously just now. Wang Ting didn't show any mercy in his actions. He had instilled force into the brick, so it became extremely heavy. The person was pushed to the ground by the overwhelming strength. The lower half of the person's body was buried into the ground, and his bones were all broken. However, his upper half was still above the ground. There was a massive bump on his head. Wang Ting had used finesse to hit the person into the ground without splitting the person's head. If not, based on the weight of this brick, even a martial warrior would die in one hit. The other martial warriors were given a scare when they saw the miserable appearance of their companion. This fellow was so cruel. Wang Ting didn't give them time to react, though. He rushed towards the nearest person and wanted to repeat his earlier action. The person's expression changed entirely as he slashed his battle blade at Wang Ting. The blade glow lit up the air around him. Although his movements were fast and ruthless, he still wasn't able to hit Wang Ting. Bang! The person was shoved into the ground with a loud bang. At that moment, a sword glow attacked Wang Ting from the back. He tilted his body and evaded it just in time. Then, with a step, he appeared behind the attacker and sent him into the ground. Yao Ye's subordinates weren't his match at all. They were all shoved into the ground after a few attacks. Their uncovered heads had huge bumps on them, looking like plants growing on the field. Wang Ting stopped. He patted the dust off his body and raised his head to look at Yao Yu. "What do you say now? 4-star soldier level. If that's your confidence, you can die now." Yao Yu held the long blade in his hand and walked towards Wang Ting slowly. "Be careful. Yao Yu entered the 4-star level not long ago. Although his character is lousy, he's a famous talent in Yang City," Li Rongxue shouted. "Thank you for your compliment. It looks like your impression of me is not that bad." Yao Yu smiled slightly. "Unfortunately, you used your talent in the wrong areas. You embarked on the crooked path and brought destruction on yourself," Li Rongxue said coldly. "Who cares if it's the enlightened or the crooked path? They all lead to the same end." Yao Yu couldn't care less about morality. "You're obstinate," Li Rongxue said in disdain. "Alright, stop bickering with one another. You make me look like an outsider. Let's finish this quickly. I still have to go back and sleep." Wang Ting yawned uncontrollably as he said in a helpless tone. Li Rongxue rolled her eyes and turned quiet. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yao Yu shook his head as though he was feeling pity. The next moment, he turned into lingering shadows and dashed towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting smiled slightly. The moment he took out his battle sword from his weapon carrier casket, Yao Yu had already arrived in front of him. He swept the blade at his head. Wang Ting raised his hand to block it. Clang! When the blade and the sword collided in midair, sparks flew everywhere and lit up the dark night. The collision of force caused an eruption to occur. Their hairs flew up because of the strong wind. "You have some skills." Yao Ye's gaze froze slightly. He swept with his left leg, but Wang Ting raised his leg to block it. He retrieved his battle sword and formed a flaming sword glow. Slash! Yao Yu tilted his body, dodging the sword glow as it flashed past in front of him. However, the edge of his shirt got scraped by the fire. It started giving off a burnt smell. Neither of them used their full force until now. They were just testing each other. The battle started for real now. Within a few breaths, they had exchanged many blows. Boom! A loud explosion shook the surroundings. The two of them retreated while panting slightly. Who on earth are you? Yao Yu had become more serious when he stared at Wang Ting. His mind was working furiously, but he couldn't remember where Wang Ting came from. He possessed such ability at such a young age. He was definitely not some nobody. Hence, he must be an outsider. My Yao family is quite powerful in Yang City. You still have a chance to stop now, Yao Yu said with a flickering gaze. The Yao family? Wang Ting wondered to himself. What kind of coincidence is this? He said, I'm sorry. I seem destined to clash with the Yao family. Yao Yes' expression turned gloomy. What kind of reason was this? He was just saying that there was no room for discussion. Never mind. It'll just help you on your way to Netherworld. He held the long blade in his hand and focused, releasing a sharp blade aura. Yao Yes' body was engulfed in gold force. They turned into numerous blade glows. Blade presence. Be careful. Yao Yu has already comprehended his blade presence. Li Rongxue shouted in fear. Wang Ting remained calm. Sword presence. Li Rongxue was flabbergasted. This fellow had gotten his sword presence too. Boom. The sword presence and the blade presence collided forcefully. The sword glow and the blade glow intertwined with each other. It felt like the bombardment of gold and iron. They frittered each other away, not refusing to give to the other. In the end, no one was able to come on top. Along with a loud explosion, they disappeared at the same instant. A black figure dashed out from the dust. Your force should almost be depleted. A glaring ice-blue glow erupted from Yao Yes' palm. Ice force. Yao Yu is a double-element martial warrior. Li Rongxue seemed to have discovered something incredible, and her face became a little pale. Was her hope going to be destroyed? Go and die. A killing intent flashed past Yao Yes' eyes. He pushed his palm on Wang Ting's chest. A strange smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips as a similar ice-blue glow congregated on his palm. He met his opponent's palm with his own. Bang! Yao Yu was sent flying back. He felt a powerful force enveloping his body. He was thunderstruck. How is this possible? One in Chinese, it's Fanjian, which means imbiche. Chapter 291. Purple Core Bone Revitalizing Pill. He's a double-element martial warrior too. And he has the same ice element. As Li Rongxue stared at the ice-blue glow on Wang Ting's palm, she became a little absent-minded. At the same time, her expression turned a bit strange. How frustrated would Yao Yu be when he saw this? She looked at Yao Yu and saw him getting thrown back by Wang Ting's fist. He was in a poor state. While she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, she also felt a tinge of delightfulness. Why do you have this talent? Fresh blood was seeping out from the edge of Yao Yes' lips. After getting injured by Wang Ting's punch, he stared at him in disbelief. Do you think that you're the only person in this world with a double-element talent? Wang Ting said in contempt. Damn it! Hatred flashed past Yao Yes' eyes. He knew that he wasn't the only person with a double-element talent in this world. However, he had been treated like a genius since he was young, and he came from an influential family. Everything in life had been smooth sailing for him. Yet, in the middle of nowhere, he met a young man who was many times more outstanding than him. It was natural to feel a little envious, but he wasn't stupid. After the exchange of blows just now, he knew that he wasn't Wang Ting's match. He stopped fighting with Wang Ting. Instead, he suddenly shot towards Li Rongxue, who was at the side. Since Wang Ting wanted to save her, he would be able to control him if he had Li Rongxue in his hands. Li Rongshu's expression changed instantly when she saw this scene. If you had done this earlier, it would have been a little more troublesome. Now it's too late. Wang Ting's calm voice sounded in Yao Ye's ears. Wang Ting then shook his head and his figure disappeared. He raised his speed to the maximum. Yao Yu felt a blur flashing past his eyes. After that, Wang Ting was already standing beside Li Rongshu. Your speed. Yao Yu looked at him with wide eyes as though he had seen a ghost. He couldn't understand how Wang Ting was able to move so quickly. During the battle just now, their speed was comparable with each other. Could it be that he didn't use all his strength earlier? Yao Yu was dumbstruck when he thought of this possibility. He also felt a hint of despair. However, a cornered beast would put up a frenzied struggle. As long as there was hope, he wouldn't give up. So, he turned around and bolted. Do you want this person? Wang Ting tilted his head, looked at Li Rongshu and asked. Li Rongshu had been stunned by Wang Ting's speed too. She regained her senses after hearing his question and replied almost instantly, Yes. Dead or alive? Wang Ting had already disappeared into thin air when he said this. Li Rongshu gritted her teeth and said, Alive. Yao Yu was fuming with anger when he heard their conversation. This couple was looking down on him too much. They were casually discussing his fate as though he were a beast. He had no idea that they were just giving him a taste of his own medicine. At this moment, Yao Yu felt that his dignity was being trampled on. It was turning into mush. Understandably, he was unhappy and infuriated. However, staying alive was more important. Just wait. I will take my revenge one day. If not, Yao Yu turned around and threatened them as he escaped furiously. However, before he could finish his threat, he saw Wang Ting following behind him like a ghost. He was less than a meter away. If not? Wang Ting smiled and asked. Yao Yu felt his head turning numb. He was so frightened that his soul seemed to have left his body. He couldn't care about finishing that sentence anymore. He used all his force and ran frantically. His running posture was quite seductive, though. His hips were raised, and he swayed them furiously, bang. Wang Ting kicked his swinging bottom, and Yao Yu instantly fell to the ground. Then, Wang Ting held his brick and came forward. What do you want to do? Don't come over. When Yao Yu turned around, the first thing he saw was the brick. He remembered how his subordinates had ended up, and his expression changed. He kept moving back on all fours. Don't worry. I'll be gentle, Wang Ting said softly. Why will I believe you? Don't come over. Yao Yu used all his limbs as he tried to move away from this harmless-looking yet a ruthless and vicious young man. Sigh, no one is willing to believe me. Wang Ting felt helpless and stopped chasing the pitiful guy. Instead, he threw his brick into the air and it flew towards Yao Yu. Bang! Bang! The brick smashed onto Yao Ye's head with a dull thud. Yao Yu screamed in agony. Then came the sound of him slamming onto the ground. These three different sounds appeared almost at the same instant. Why do you have to do this? If you didn't run, I wouldn't have to be so harsh. Wang Ting picked up his brick and let out a sigh. Li Rongshu felt the corners of her lips twitching. She could almost see a foxtail swaying behind this young man. Wang Ting lifted the unconscious Yao Yu and carried him over to Li Rongshu. He then threw him on the ground in front of her. This is for you. Li Rongshu felt a little awkward. She said, I have no energy and I can't move. Can you help me check if there's any antidote on him? Wang Ting nodded. He took down Yao Ye's space ring and used his spiritual power to break it forcefully. Ah! Yao Yu suddenly shouted in pain. He woke up with a start and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and there were huge beads of perspirations on his forehead. Wang Ting, what are you doing? Yao Yu was astounded. He then noticed his space ring in Wang Ting's hand. That's my space ring. Return it to me. Wang Ting ignored him. He used his spiritual power to scan the contents of the ring. Found it. After some time, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He poured a pill out and stuffed it in Li Rongshu's mouth. Cough, cough. Li Rongxue was caught off guard and choked on the pill, falling into a coughing fit. She rolled her eyes and said, "Can you be more gentle? It was a mistake." "A mistake?" Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. "You don't have a girlfriend, right?" Li Rongxue asked. "Nonsense. I'm handsome and talented. Many girls are chasing after me. How can I not have a girlfriend?" "What a joke," Wang Ting replied in a righteous tone with no chance in his expression. "Humph." Li Rongxue glanced at him from the corner of her eyes as she snorted. "Oh right, wasn't there another person just now? Where did he go?" Wang Ting felt a little awkward. He looked around and changed the topic. "He ran away when he noticed the situation going south," Li Rongxue replied. "What a pity." Wang Ting found it a little regretful. Li Rongxue glanced secretly at the martial warriors who were buried in the ground. She wanted to know what there was to regret. "What do you plan to do with this fellow?" Wang Ting asked. "I want him to pay the price." Li Rongxue shifted her gaze to Yao Yu. There was anger in her eyes. "Princess, I was blinded by lust. Please spare me once," Yao Yu immediately pleaded. His face was pale and he was shivering. Li Rongxue had regained her ability to move after consuming the antidote. She picked up a long sword and walked towards Yao Yu. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Yao Yu was startled. He said agitatedly, "You can raise any requirements as long as you spare me. My father will definitely agree. Don't you want to concoct the purple core bone revitalizing pill for Lord Yang to cure his poison? The coxcomb of the coxcomb jade scale python is just one of the main ingredient. Our Yao family has one of the remaining 2 main ingredients you are looking for." Li Rongxue stopped in her tracks, and her pupils moved quickly in her eyes. After some time, she let out a long sigh and asked, "Which one?" "Purple core herb." Yao Yu replied instantly. "Purple core herb. It's the purple core herb. Where did you get it?" Li Rongxue was elated. Chapter 292. Kill decisively. The purple core herb would only grow in special environment. Li Rongxue had searched the entire Yongye mountain ridge, but she couldn't find it. Since there was news of it now, she couldn't leave it alone. It was a coincidence. "I got it from a merchant. You might not know, but ever since the Lord Yang residents released the news that they were looking for some herbs, all the elite families in Yang City started searching for them too. No matter what intention they have, everyone wants to find it first. My family got lucky and managed to find the purple core herb before everyone," Yao Yu replied hurriedly. "Since you're looking for the herbs to curry favor with my family, why didn't you give it to us after you found it?" Li Rongxue asked. "Don't misunderstand. I wanted to give it to you right away, but my father wants to wait for a better opportunity," Yao Yu replied, his gaze flickering. "Ah, maximizing your benefits. What a good plan you have." A flash of disdain appeared in Li Rongxue's eyes. Yao Yu felt a little awkward. He kept quiet. "Where did your father hide the purple core herb?" Li Rongxue continued asking. I don't know." Yao Yu avoided her gaze. Li Rongxue immediately placed the long sword beside his throat. She cut a long and bloody wound on his neck and shouted, "Tell me!" "Princess, I know what you want to do. If I tell you, I won't be able to remain alive. If you want the purple core herb, you should release me. I promise I'll pass it to you." Yao Yu smiled to express that he wasn't stupid. "If you don't tell me, I'll kill you now," Li Rongxue said coldly. "You don't dare to kill me. Lord Yang's poison has already entered his bones, and he might not have many days left. If you kill me now, you will not get the purple core herb from my family. Where will you go and find a second purple core herb?" Yao Yu smiled. He had regained his confidence because he thought that he had a reason to live. Li Rongxue smiled at him. Her smile was extremely enchanting. Then, she swept the sword, and an arrow of blood shot out from his throat. Yao Yu widened his eyes while clutching his neck. There was disbelief written all over his face. Why? He couldn't understand. He was confused. At the moment, his entire body was encased by the fear of death. No, you don't understand me at all, Li Rongxue said with regret. When Wang Ting looked at Li Rongxue, the corners of his eyes jumped a little. Honestly, he was surprised too. If he was in Li Rongxue's situation, he might not be able to kill the man. However, Li Rongxue still did it. This lady wasn't easy to deal with. Yao Yu collapsed on the ground weakly. He was dead. At his prime, as a double-element martial warrior, as a genius, he ended up in this state because of a single wrong thought. Why? Did I scare you? Li Rongxue tilted her head and looked at Wang Ting. I was just surprised. Wang Ting shook his head calmly. If I hadn't killed him, you would have done the deed, right? Li Rongxue gave him a meaningful smile as she stared right into his eyes. Why do you think so? Wang Ting remained expressionless. I guessed it. Li Rongxue winked and replied with a smile. What a sly lady you are. Wang Ting felt speechless. Your reaction proves that I'm right. Li Rongxue smiled. Why do you want to kill him? Don't you want the purple core herb? Wang Ting turned his head and asked. The purple core herb is in the Yao residence. There will be ways to get it. Also, I don't trust Yao Yu. I'd rather do it myself than make a deal with him, Li Rongxue explained. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked at Yao Yu's corpse and the attribute bubbles that were floating around it. Metal Force *63 Ice Force *50 Spirit *25 Enlightenment *32 Intermediate Stage Ice Talent *10 Gung Gold Scripture *1 OMG, so many. Wang Ting was elated. He pulled them over instantly with his spiritual power. His enlightenment and spirit attributes increased. Enlightenment. Spiritual Realm, 59 2 out of 100 Spirit. Spiritual Realm, 92 8 out of 100. At the same time, his Metal and Ice Force rose tremendously. Metal Force, 193 out of 2000 4-star. Ice Force, 12 out of 1000 3-star. As the Ice Force attributes merged into his body, Wang Ting shuddered. His Ice Force rose from his second Force nucleus and entered his third Force nucleus. It spiraled inside his nucleus. Ice element martial warriors were rare, so there was nothing he could pick up. He had reached the peak of 2-star soldier level using his own cultivation. At this moment, Wang Ting's Ice Force broke through the peak of 2-star and reached 3-star soldier level. A sharp look appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He looked at the talent row of his attributes panel. The beginner stage Ice Talent had become an intermediate stage Ice Talent. Intermediate stage Ice Talent. 10 of 500. Wang Ting felt the change carefully. He noticed that he had gotten more sensitive towards the Ice Force around him. Hence, his speed of cultivation would only become faster in the future. Then, he looked at his scripture row. Gung Gold Scripture, Dark Level High Class 1 out of 100 Foundation. Dark Level High Class Force Skill Scripture. Wang Ting almost laughed out loud. This scripture alone was a massive gain for him. Why are you smiling? Li Rongxue's voice sounded beside him. She was puzzled to see him smile like a fool. Cough, I'm not smiling. You saw wrong. Wang Ting regained his senses and said. Li Rongxue ignored his antics and walked over to the corpses of her comrades. Sorrow appeared in her eyes as she kept the bodies into her space ring. She would bury them after going back. Unlike her grief, Wang Ting felt happy and scanned the ground. There were many attribute bubbles dropped. Although it was a little selfish, these people were already dead. It would be a waste not to pick up these attributes. He picked them up. Fire Force *10 Earth Force *15 Spirit *6 Water Force *22 Enlightenment *8 The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body one by one, and all his 5 elements increased. His enlightenment and spirit attributes grew a lot too. Huh! He suddenly saw something interesting. Intermediate stage fire talent * 15 intermediate stage fire talent? It should have been dropped by the 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting wondered to himself. As the attributes seeped into his body, his intermediate stage fire talent increased by 15 points. It enhanced his sensitivity to the fire force around him. Intermediate stage fire talent, 156 out of 500. Unfortunately, it's not an advanced stage fire talent. I wonder how it will be if I hit the advanced stage? The speed of cultivation might increase many times. Wang Ting felt a little pity. Then, he smiled and shook his head. He was too greedy. Although he was improving his ability quickly by picking up attributes, he was still uncontented. He believed that he would get an advanced stage talent one day, or maybe an even more powerful talent. At that time, his cultivation speed would shoot up, and he might be able to stand alongside the favored children of God without needing to pick up attributes. After picking up all the attributes, Wang Ting shifted his gaze and looked at the martial warriors buried in the ground. He squinted. Hefting the brick in his hand, he walked over. Bang, bang, bang! Li Rongxue was dumbfounded as she listened to the dull thuds. She took a step back unconsciously. What are you doing? I want to bury them deeper. It's easier for them to grow, Wang Ting said. Li Rongxue, Wang Ting disregarded her reaction. He happily picked up the attribute bubbles that kept dropping. Spirit * 3 Enlightenment * 6 Spirit * 2. Chapter 293. You will only drag me down. Enlightenment. Spiritual realm, 68. 6 out of 100 Spirit. Spiritual realm, 94. 2 out of 100. After glancing at the two changes in his attributes panel, Wang Ting ended his beating. At this moment, the human wood posts only had their heads revealed above the ground. At first, half of their body was exposed, but Wang Ting had pushed them down forcefully. Their heads were unbearable to look at. They were like lifelike pigs' heads. Li Rongxue felt the corners of her lips twitching as she looked at them from afar. She was rendered speechless. When Wang Ting looked at her, she took another step back unconsciously. Everything is settled. Shall we go back? Wang Ting asked calmly. He didn't care about her thoughts. The coxcomb jade scale python suffered serious injuries. This is the best time to kill it, Li Rongxue bit her lips as she said. You want me to help you? Wang Ting smiled. My father's poison can only be cured thoroughly using the purple core bone revitalizing pill. The coxcomb of that snake is one of the main ingredients, said Li Rongxue. Why should I help you? Wang Ting asked calmly. I don't think you need the poison scriptures purely for research, right? Li Rongxue said. So? Wang Ting didn't deny it. If my guess is correct, it must be your family member or your friend who has a poison physique. Hence, he or she needs the poison scripture. However, you need to know that poison physiques are extremely rare, and the cultivation is hard. I found some relevant information to help my father cure the poison in his body. They include resources for the cultivation of poison physiques, pills, and descriptions. You will find it useful, Li Rongxue said slowly. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Li Rongxue was slightly happy when she saw his reactions. She wanted to strike while the iron was hot and continued. The coxcomb jade scale python is a rare poison star beast. It has many useful materials on its body. A normal martial warrior might find them useless, but they are cultivation treasures for poison element martial warriors. Moreover, in the swamp it lives, there might even be poison element spiritual herbs. The moment she finished speaking, she heard a series of claps. Princess Li, I now see you in another light, Wang Ting said ambiguously. Li Rongxue frowned slightly. She felt that Wang Ting's impression of her had gotten worse, so she felt a little frustrated. Just when she was about to say something, he continued, I agree. However, after killing the coxcomb jade scale python, besides the coxcomb you need, the rest will be mine. Li Rongxue took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. After striking a deal, the two of them walked to the swamp. On the way, Li Rongxue said, I used my poison to lure it out before. However, it's vigilant now, so it won't fall for the same trick twice. What good ideas do you have? Just wait for me here. Wang Ting leaped down. He protected his body with force and broke the surface of the swamp. He went in. Li Rongxue stretched out her hand and wanted to stop him. However, it was too late. She stomped her feet furiously. This fellow is too reckless. She gritted her teeth and jumped into the swamp too. The water below the swamp was muddy. Also, this wasn't an ordinary swamp. It was a dangerous place where the coxcomb jade scale python and other poison star beasts lived. There were many poisonous creatures in here. A few moments after Wang Ting leaped into the swamp, he heard a splash behind him. He turned around and frowned. His voice entered Li Rongxue's ears. Why did you come down? I came to help you. Li Rongxue used the same method of voice transmission with force to reply to him. Go back. You will only drag me down, Wang Ting said. Li Rongxue wanted to help him out of kindness. However, when she got belittled by Wang Ting, she felt unhappy. She spoke to him using voice transmission. How do you know? I'm a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. Don't look down on me. Whatever. If there are dangers later, don't blame me for not helping you. Wang Ting disregarded her and pushed himself forward with his feet. He turned into a series of lingering shadows as he rushed down the swamp. Using his spiritual sight, he was able to locate the position of the ball of force glow. How dare you underestimate me? Li Rongxue scoffed. She still followed him. There were many undercurrents hidden under the swamp. Occasionally, a powerful and vicious undercurrent would surge out from somewhere. These undercurrents were extremely dangerous. If a normal 1-star or 2-star martial warrior got caught in them, they might get seriously injured. This swamp wasn't a harmless place. Fortunately, Wang Ting was agile, and his water force allowed him to sense the movement of the water currents around him. This helped him to avoid the dangers. Suddenly, a black figure pounced on Wang Ting. A sword light flashed through the air, cutting the black figure into two. Green blood seeped into the swamp around him. This was a spider the size of a human's head. The 8 spider legs were as sharp as blades, and its mouth was hideous. If it landed on someone's face, the victim would die within a few seconds. Poison Force *6 Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubble. He scanned the spider with his force and found no use of its corpse. He was too lazy to pick up the corpse, so he dashed past it and continued moving down. On the other side, Li Rongxue experienced the dangers of the swamp. She realized that with her ability, it was extremely difficult for her to move around here. However, Wang Ting seemed to be walking on even ground. He wasn't affected at all. Based on her cautious nature, she would have retreated when faced with this situation. She wouldn't take the risk and continue moving down. But, when she remembered Wang Ting's earlier comments, she couldn't swallow the insult. She subconsciously followed him. Fortunately, she wasn't stupid. She followed Wang Ting closely and evaded all the dangers easily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When they reached a certain depth, Wang Ting suddenly realized that his force outerwear was giving off a slight noise. It's corrosive. He was shocked. The deeper he went, the stronger the corrosiveness of the air became. His force was depleting quickly. The output of the force in his body was unable to catch up with the speed of corrosion. I can't continue like this. My force will be exhausted very soon. Wang Ting frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something. He spread the poison force throughout his body and formed a protective layer. The corrosion was no longer able to affect him. He let out a smile. He then increased his speed and closed in on his target. The coxcomb jade scale python was not far away. On the other hand, Li Rongxue was in a difficult position. A few seconds after she entered this corrosive area, her force had been exhausted. She had to retreat from this lair. Why isn't that fellow affected? Does he have other ways? She thought to herself in her heart. Then, she gave a bitter smile. Forget it. Looks like I will really drag him down. She had no choice but to go back. After some time, she left the swamp and landed on the ground. She sat cross-legged to recover the force she lost just now. There was a question circling in her heart. Where did this person come from? I really can't see through him. Chapter 294. Unknown Spiritual Herb? Wang Ting didn't know Li Rongxue's complicated thoughts. However, he knew that she had already retreated. There was one less trouble, meaning that there would be one less accident during the battle later. Very soon, he stopped moving down. He had already reached the bottom of the swamp. The frightening python was coiled in a corner. It seemed dispirited, and there were many injuries on its body. However, it had already noticed the invader. It raised its head and opened its mouth to hiss ferociously at Wang Ting. Piercing sound waves attacked Wang Ting. It's just putting up a bold front. It's an arrow at the end of its fight. Wang Ting's expression didn't change. This poison element star beast was hard to deal with, but it didn't have much power left in its tank. Let's settle this quickly. As this thought landed, icicles appeared around him. There were a huge number of them, and the sight was magnificent to behold. The coxcomb jade scale python felt a strong sense of danger. It hissed and turned to run away. Yes, it was running away in fear. It didn't hesitate at all and escaped right off the bat. Wang Ting shook his head. He waved his hand, and the icicles broke free from the water. They shot out and caught up with the coxcomb jade scale python in an instant, penetrating its body. Hiss! The coxcomb jade scale python gave an ear-shattering hiss of agony and twisted its huge body frantically. Large amounts of blood spurted out. A ray of light appeared suddenly and flew into the coxcomb jade scale python's mouth. The next instant its body turned rigid. It stopped moving. A 5-star star beast got killed so easily by Wang Ting. Destiny fooled, a snake. The ray of light shot out again and landed on Wang Ting's palm. It was the shooting star spiral. Done. Wang Ting kept the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python in his space ring. His gaze landed on the attribute bubbles around him. Poison force *25 poison force *30 poison force *32. He picked them up. Wang Ting was elated. He had received 85 points of poison force this time. It was a huge gain. Although poison star beasts were rare, he met a 5-star poison element star beast on his first encounter. He was lucky. Also, this was a good bargain. The star beast was already heavily injured. That was why he was able to kill it so easily. Poison force 121 for 500, 2-star. Wang Ting's poison force was at 2-star. But, after he received the poison force skill scripture, he would be able to upgrade it quickly based on the cultivation speed of his demon lotus poison body. He didn't just make the deal with Li Rongxue for Lin Chuxia. He did it for himself too. Wang Ting scanned the ground below him. Li Rongxue had told him that there might be special poison element spiritual herbs in the coxcomb jade scale python's lair. Although he didn't do any advanced research and didn't recognize any poison element spiritual herbs, it was still alright. With his spiritual sight, he was able to see everything that had force in them. There were 3 balls of obvious force glow on the ground directly below where the coxcomb jade scale python was at just now. Wang Ting dug them out. Is this ginseng? He was surprised. No, wait. He started shaking his head. The herb in front of him looked like ginseng, but it was entirely black. The roots looked like little snakes too. This wasn't normal ginseng. Never mind, I'll take it back first and do some research later. Wang Ting stopped pondering on its origins. He continued looking around to confirm that he didn't miss anything. Then, he went up. Li Rongxue was anxiously waiting on the ground. She hoped that Wang Ting would be fine, but she didn't believe that he was the coxcomb jade scale python's match. She had fought with the coxcomb jade scale python before, so she knew how powerful it was. Even though it was injured, it wasn't easy to deal with. Wang Ting was only a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. No matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to beat a 5-star star beast. Also, this was the home ground of the coxcomb jade scale python. Ordinary martial warriors would probably die if they went down. She waited for a long while but saw no movements below. She started to wonder, did that fellow get swallowed by the coxcomb jade scale python? Li Rongxue wouldn't think that there was no commotion because the coxcomb jade scale python got killed without putting up much of a resistance. Also, it was in the depth of the swamp, so no sounds could be heard. While she was feeling puzzled, she suddenly saw a figure flying up from the swamp. The person landed firmly beside her. Li Rongxue was shocked. After seeing the person carefully, she said hurriedly, "How was it?" Bang! Wang Ting glanced at her without saying anything. He raised his hand, and the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python slammed on the ground with a bang. Li Rongxue went in a daze as she looked at the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python. Despite guessing that Wang Ting had succeeded when he appeared in front of her, seeing the corpse of the star beast that gave her a headache with her own eyes, she couldn't describe her emotions. "How did you do it?" Li Rongxue asked in astonishment as she stared at Wang Ting. "You don't have to know the process. You just need to know the result," Wang Ting replied. Li Rongxue choked. This guy was too infuriating. Just when she was about to say something, she noticed that the young man was unscathed after killing the coxcomb jade scale python. The discovery left her thunderstruck. She started pondering to herself, maybe this young man isn't just a 4-star soldier level. Take the coxcomb you need. The rest is mine, Wang Ting said at this moment. Li Rongxue regained her senses. She rolled her eyes uncontrollably. "I know, stingy fellow. I'm not stingy." "This was the deal," Wang Ting replied shamelessly. "You must be single," Li Rongxue scoffed and said firmly. "Wang Ting." Li Rongxue didn't take much of the coxcomb. She only cut 1/3 of it and placed it in a jade box, which she stored in her space ring. "This is enough. If it's not, I hope that I can still get some from you," Li Rongxue said. "As long as you're willing to give money, you can take anything," Wang Ting nodded and replied as he kept the corpse of the python. "I know. I'll give you a good price." Li Rongxue was getting tired. She regretted not taking more. She complained secretly in her heart, "How much does he love money? When will you give me the poison scripture and the other relevant information?" Wang Ting asked. "When I go back, of course." Li Rongxue thought for a moment before asking, "Do you want to go with me? Or you can tell me a place, and I'll send someone to give it to you." "I'll follow you. I'm also temporarily living in Yang City," Wang Ting replied. "Oh? Where do you live?" Li Rongxue was stunned. She initially thought that Wang Ting was a talent from another big city. She didn't expect him to live in Yang City. "Rune Society," Wang Ting replied. "Rune Society? Why are you living there?" Li Rongxue was dumbfounded again. "Why do you have so many questions? Let's go." Wang Ting led the way out of the Yongye mountain ridge. "Humph, so what if you don't tell me? I can ask my men to find the answer," Li Rongxue muttered under her breath. She snorted and followed Wang Ting. Li Rongxue, you haven't told me your name yet." "Wang Ting." Chapter 295. Unexpected gain. The sky was almost entirely bright by the time he returned to the Rune Society. Besides Gorlin, no one in the entire Rune Society knew what he went to do at night. In fact, even Gorlin would never be able to imagine what Wang Ting had experienced tonight. Wang Ting went back to his room and closed the door. He rubbed his hands with an excited expression. He had decided to count his gains. First, he took out Yao Ye's space ring. The spiritual mark on it had disappeared, so he was able to push his spiritual power into the space ring easily. He scanned all the items inside. There were some clothes and daily necessities. He didn't take much notice of these items. He disregarded them and placed his attention on a small bag. He took it out to study it further. It was an entire bag of crystal-clear energy stones. These are yellow rank energy stones. Wang Ting took an energy stone and placed it on his palm, feeling the intensity of the force inside. It was definitely not a yellow rank low-class energy stone. Based on the standard of measurement he knew, he immediately determined that this was a yellow rank middle-class energy stone. From what he knew, energy stones could be segregated into 4 ranks: sky, earth, dark, yellow. Every rank would be further classified into low, middle, and high classes. The exchange rate for low-class energy stones and middle-class energy stones was 100:1. This ratio was the same for high-class energy stones and middle-class energy stones. Wang Ting roughly counted the energy stones. There were more than 200 of them. This was equal to more than 20,000 low-class energy stones. He's really wealthy. Wang Ting happily weighed the stones before keeping them. Other than this, there was Yao Ye's long blade. Before this, Wang Ting and Li Rongxue had destroyed his corpse, so this long blade naturally became Wang Ting's spoil of war. Wang Ting scrutinized it in his hand. He was elated. This is a good blade. This long blade was a 5-star soldier-level weapon. It was at least worth a few $100 million. Wang Ting was already in love with it. He lacked a high-class blade weapon, so this would help him fill the blank. Unfortunately, no blade presence attributes were dropped. It would be perfect if that happened. Wang Ting shook his head. He continued searching for treasures in the space ring. Suddenly, 2 scrolls attracted his attention. He took them out and realized that one of them was the 4-skill scripture he had received earlier, Gung Gold Scripture. Since he had already gotten the Gung Gold Scripture attribute bubble, this scroll was useless to him. He threw it back into the space ring casually. This was how stubborn a man who could pick up attributes was. If other people saw this, they would turn green with envy. Wang Ting looked at the second scroll. A few huge words entered his vision: Golden Rainbow Blade Skill. This was a dark-level high-class battle technique. Wang Ting smiled. This was an unexpected surprise. He flipped through it casually before keeping it. He decided to practice it properly when he had the time. Wang Ting continued rifling through the space ring. He found some healing and cultivation pills. They were worth some money too. As expected, a man could not be rich without a windfall. Wang Ting lamented in his heart. He kept the space ring and took out the corpse of the coxcomb jade scale python. The next moment, he was stunned. When the corpse of the giant python lay horizontally in his room, it almost filled up the entire space. Wang Ting could only stand on the ice-cold corpse and squat down. He instilled his force into the corpse and scanned it inch by inch. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A few moments later, Wang Ting took out 3 items from the corpse. They were a dark green snake's gallbladder, a pitch-black round star core, and a shining black star bone. Wang Ting wanted to laugh out loud. He was so lucky this time. 3 extremely expensive items dropped from this python. The star core and the star bone were both valuable and rare items. Also, they belonged to a rare poison element star beast. This made them even harder to come by. If he sent them for auction, they could fetch a sky-high price for sure. However, Wang Ting felt that it wasn't a good idea to auction it off. One had to rely on luck to get this treasure, so selling it would be a waste. The best option was to use it himself. He could forge weapons with the star bone and use the star core for cultivation. They were good items for poison element martial warriors. As for the snake's gallbladder, it was a treasure for an alchemist. This was a hard-to-find ingredient for alchemists who wanted to make special Dan medicine. Wang Ting took out a jade bottle to store the gallbladder. He carved some runes on the bottle to seal the force inside properly and ensure the medicinal effects wouldn't disappear. He didn't forget the coxcomb. Li Rongxue had taken so much effort to find it, so it must have its uses. Although it looked a little unorthodox, it might be useful one day. He used a jade bottle to keep it. The scales and the meat of the coxcomb jade scale python were good stuff too. But, compared to the other treasures, they were lower in value. Wang Ting didn't dissect them individually. He kept the entire corpse back in the space ring. He heaved a huge sigh before falling asleep happily. He slept for around 10 hours until Su Lingxian called him for lunch. "Senior brother, you are so lazy. Why are you sleeping during the day? Master is so biased. He stopped me from waking you up." Su Lingxian pouted on the dining table. She was a little jealous. "Well, you are not as talented as me," Wang Ting replied casually while eating his food. Gorlin knew what Wang Ting went out to do yesterday night, so he allowed him to sleep until now. But he didn't explain much. Instead, he laughed and said, "Lingxian, Wang Ting has been learning faster than you recently. You need to buck up." "Humph, that's because I wasn't serious. I want be slower than him if I'm serious." Su Lingxian snorted. However, deep down inside, she wasn't confident in her statement. Who wants to be compared to this monster? She complained silently. After lunch, Wang Ting and Su Lingxian finished the lessons they were supposed to take in the morning. Gorlin then released them so that they could do whatever they wanted. Wang Ting planned to go out. At that moment, one of the staff in the Rune Society told him that someone was looking for him. "Looking for me?" He came to the lobby of the Rune Society and saw an unfamiliar pretty young lady. The pretty young lady sized up Wang Ting and asked, "Are you Wang Ting?" "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. "I'm the prince's servant. She asked me to send this to you." The pretty young lady passed a space ring to Wang Ting after she finished speaking. Indeed. Wang Ting had expected this. He nodded and took the ring. "Our princess says that you're extremely stingy, and that makes her unhappy. Hence, she wants me to bring back the space ring after you take the things inside." The pretty young lady seemed to be trying her best to hold back her laughter as she maintained her serious tone. Wang Ting was speechless. He took the item inside and passed the space ring back to the young lady. "Then," he said sternly, "tell your princess that I'll teach her what stingy really means when I see her again." Pfft! The pretty young lady wasn't afraid. Instead, she burst out laughing. She didn't reply to Wang Ting. She turned around and left with a mesmerizing back view. Chapter 296. Li Rongxu's request. In the room, Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the bed. There was a pile of scrolls beside him, as well as a rune legacy stone. "It looks like Li Rongxue put in a lot of effort to help her father find an antidote," Wang Ting exclaimed when he looked at the information contained inside. "Honestly, what poison does Lord Yang have? Why is it so difficult to cure?" Although Wang Ting didn't see it personally, from the information he had on his hands, it wasn't hard to tell that the poison was extraordinary. He looked through all the information. Soon, a yellowish beast-skin scroll caught his attention. "Lunar Eclipse Poison Scripture. This is it." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He looked at the words on the scroll. He was confused and frustrated until he wanted to vomit blood. The title was written in universal character, but the content was written in ancient writing that he couldn't understand. Wang Ting felt his head hurt. Li Rongxu's face appeared in his mind. She must be laughing at home now. What a narrow-minded lady. Li Rongxue must have guessed this ending. However, she still passed it to him. She must be taking revenge for earlier. Wang Ting flipped through the materials and realized that he couldn't understand most of the content. He picked out the words and did a rough gauge. There were at least 4 types of ancient languages, but he didn't know a single one. After thinking about it, his only choice was to go back and look for Li Rongxue. She must have the translated version with her. That lady is really calculative. She gave me the original version and hid the translated version. Even if I question her, she can deny it outright. Wang Ting thought for a moment and understood what happened. He was furious, but he sighed dejectedly. He had to give in. Translating so many materials wasn't an easy job. Starting from zero would cost him too much time. It wasn't worth it. Getting the translated version from Li Rongxue was the best choice. Wang Ting went out. He asked around and headed to the Lord Yang residence. The Lord Yang residence was the most influential place in Yang City. It was situated in the middle of the city and was massive in size, with pavilions and towers dotting the landscape. It was built beside a mountain and a river, providing picturesque scenery. This was the mansion among the mansions. He wondered how many people and resources were used to construct this place. Wang Ting got stopped by the guards at the entrance. "I know your princess. Please inform her," Wang Ting said. The guard sized up Wang Ting curiously. In the end, he nodded and said, "Wait here. I will inform the princess of your arrival." One of them entered the huge mansion from the side door. After some time, he came out with another person. It was the pretty young lady who had brought the materials to Wang Ting. "Follow me." The young lady seemed to know that he would come. She covered her mouth and smiled. Then, she led the way and entered the residence. Wang Ting followed behind her and walked into the Lord Yang residence. The architecture inside had an ancient feel, and the style was special. They walked for some time and took many turns. They went through corridors, passed through small gardens, and finally arrived at an individual courtyard. Wang Ting saw Li Rongxue again. "We meet again. I thought that you would not want to see me again, you know. Yet, it hasn't been half a day, yet you came to find me." Li Rongxue smiled brightly like a fox. "Humph, you should know why I came to find you." Wang Ting smiled coldly. He sat down on a stone chair in the courtyard without any pretense. There were pastries and tea on the stone table. He poured a cup of tea for himself before picking up a piece of pastry and eating it. Li Rongxue didn't care. She looked at him innocently and said, "What did you say? I don't understand anything." Continue acting." Wang Ting's face was filled with disdain. When the pretty young lady saw the two of them speaking in riddles, she smiled and retreated to the side. For a moment, none of them spoke. They were both waiting for the other party to speak first. The person who opened the mouth first would be at a disadvantage. Wang Ting remained calm as he ate the pastries and drank the tea. He appeared relaxed as he admired the scenery in the courtyard. Li Rongxue felt the edge of her mouth twitching. This fellow was extremely thick-skinned. "Never mind, I don't think he will open his mouth if I don't. He can afford to wait, but I can't." Li Rongxue sighed in her heart. Then, she opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Why don't we strike another deal?" No comments, Wang Ting pouted and replied, "Don't be angry. Listen to what I have to say. I did this because I had no other choice. There are not many people I can trust," Li Rongxue explained with a bitter smile. "What you said is quite funny. You don't trust many people. Are you saying that you trust me?" Wang Ting scoffed. "I do trust you," Li Rongxue replied resolutely. Wang Ting was stunned. He raised his head and looked at her in disbelief. "You love money and are a little stingy, but once you make a deal, you will carry it out properly. We cooperated before, so I trust you," Li Rongxue said. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He didn't agree or deny her assessment of him. He just said, "You think too highly of me. This is the translated version." With a wave of her hand, a few scrolls appeared on the table. She continued, "I schemed against you, and I apologize for that. Whether you help me or not, you can take these translated versions. Of course, if you're willing to help me, you will gain the friendship of my Lord Yang residence." Wang Ting flipped through the translated scrolls before keeping them in his space ring. He said, "Tell me what you need." A tinge of happiness flashed past Li Rongshu's eyes. She said hurriedly, "I want you to help me steal the purple core herb from the Yao family." Steal the purple core herb? Wang Ting was astounded. He looked at her and asked, "Didn't you say that you have a way?" "I wanted to pressure the Yao family to make them hand over the purple core herb, but the Yao family head has been a little moody recently because of the death of his youngest son. He didn't listen to anything I said and kept beating around the bush. He denied that he had the purple core herb, so I can't do anything to him," Li Rongshu said helplessly. "Since I've already alerted him, I can't force him to give me the purple core herb using other methods." "The family head's youngest son is dead?" Wang Ting asked calmly. Li Rongshu found it strange that Wang Ting took notice of this part out of the whole explanation. However, she nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard that he was killed by martial warriors from Earth when he went out one day. The family head is frantically seeking revenge." "Ha ha!" Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. That sounded like him. Not only did he kill the man's youngest son, but he also killed his oldest son. This was a huge grudge. "With your ability, you will have a high chance of stealing the purple core herb from the Yao family. I can cooperate with you. If you meet any dangers, you can release a signal, and I'll send people in to save you. I'll not let any accidents happen to you," Li Rongshu said. "Your thoughts are good." Wang Ting got up and waved his hands. "Thank you for the pastries. I'll leave now." Li Rongshu's gaze dimmed when she saw him leaving without any hesitation. "Princess," the pretty servant frowned as she walked forward. "Forget it. We can't force him." "Well, send other people if there's no other choice," Li Rongshu said helplessly. Chapter 297. A Sorrowful Past. After walking out of the Lord Yang residence, Wang Ting turned around and shook his head. Li Rongshu acted too smart this time. If she had made the deal with him straightforwardly, Wang Ting might have agreed if the rewards were suitable. He had grudges against the Yao family. He was in the dark now, so he didn't mind letting them suffer a little more. But Li Rongshu thought that she was able to control people with her methods, and made a fool of herself in the end. If Wang Ting was an ordinary youngster, he might be grateful towards her and chose to help her this time. Unfortunately, he wasn't so naive. He wouldn't let anyone control him either. Speaking about it, the Yao family was like a rock weighing on his heart. Although it was small, it made him uncomfortable. Even though Yao Yu was killed by Li Rongshu, he was still the accomplice. Despite destroying all evidence, the Yao family would notice something as time went by. Should he annihilate the Yao family or not? Wang Ting touched his chin as he went back to the back garden of the Rune Society. He locked himself in his room and took out the translated version of the lunar eclipse poison scripture. He wasn't afraid that Li Rongshu would trick him. If she really did that, they would become arch-enemies. Based on her style, she wouldn't do this. At the same time, he wouldn't be naive and believe that this lunar eclipse poison scripture was entirely safe. However, he knew that once he cultivated the lunar eclipse poison scripture once, it would appear on his attributes panel. At that time, he would know if there was any problem with it. This was the reason why he was so confident. Half an hour later, Wang Ting closed the lunar eclipse poison scripture. His eyes shimmered slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips uncontrollably. It's an Earth-rank low-class force skill scripture. What a gain! Earth-rank skill scripture. This was his first time seeing an Earth-rank skill scripture. Despite going through it only once, he understood the cultivation method. This was the benefit of having high enlightenment and talent, merging the strength of the moon with the poison force for cultivation. The force cultivated is extremely poisonous and icy. Its attacking power is strong too. This is quite unique, Wang Ting thought to himself. However, he wasn't in a rush to cultivate. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other information. Before this, he didn't have much understanding about poison. Since he wanted to become a qualified poison element martial warrior, he should do it properly. The information was quite thorough. Wang Ting had gotten lucky this time. Li Rongxue had collected all kinds of knowledge to save her father. He was just enjoying the fruits of her labor. This was a rare chance. As he was looking at the materials, he suddenly stopped flipping the book. A glint flashed past his eyes. He immediately took out the spiritual herb he had found below the swamp, the one that looked like ginseng. He compared it with the description and picture in the book. That's right. This is the black snake poisonous ginseng. Wang Ting nodded to himself. The black snake poisonous ginseng had many benefits for snake-type poison star beasts. It could help them with their cultivation and strengthen their bloodline. Of course, it was beneficial to a normal poison element martial warrior too. They could either use it directly or make Dan pills to support their cultivation. It was an amazing spiritual item. Wang Ting kept the ginseng and continued browsing the book. He read it from afternoon until evening the next day. He never left his room other than the times Su Lingxian came to ask him to eat. Fortunately, his enlightenment was high, and his comprehension ability wasn't weak. If not, he wouldn't be able to memorize this enormous amount of knowledge. Even so, after reading all the materials, he still felt his head hurt. I shouldn't work so hard next time. My head is about to explode. Wang Ting shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, he looked at his attributes panel. When he scanned the board, an exclamation escaped his mouth. His gaze landed on the secondary job row. Poison Master? This is a job? Wang Ting was startled. This change was unexpected. Poison Master. Beginner stage, 12 out of 100. Wang Ting looked at the poor stats. He gritted his teeth and spent 600 blank attributes to raise it to the advanced stage. Poison Master. Advanced stage, 12/1000. The poison knowledge flowed into his mind as though he had been reading them for many years. He instantly became a poison expert. This feeling is good. If Poison Master wasn't so rare, I wouldn't have needed to waste my blank attributes to raise it. Wang Ting shook his head. He still felt a little heartache. After all, it wasn't easy to accumulate blank attribute. Since I've already mastered it, it's time to start practicing the poison scripture. It was late at night, but Wang Ting still went out secretly. The poison force would only exist in special areas, and Wang Ting only knew of one such place. It was the lair of the coxcomb jade scale python. Wang Ting executed his fastest speed and landed from the air half an hour later. There was a swamp in front of him. Before he reached this place, he had already checked the environment using the spirit flame ghost crow's vision. He didn't notice any signs of other human beings. Yao Yu and his subordinates had died here. It was better to be careful. When Wang Ting came to the swamp, he jumped in without any hesitation, going right to the deepest portion. After the king of this place was killed, many poisonous creatures had started to get restless. They killed each other to fight for the empty throne. Unfortunately, they weren't as lucky as the coxcomb jade scale python. After losing the black snake poisonous ginseng, it was extremely hard for them to become advanced rank star beasts. Thus, this swamp might be without a leader for a long time. These poisonous creatures slaughtered one another, so the poison in this swamp got stronger. The poison force in this area got thicker too. Wang Ting sat down at the bottom of the swamp and started using the cultivation method on the lunar eclipse poison scripture to suck the poison force around him. One could see a small whirlpool forming with Wang Ting in the center. The water spiraled, and wisps of poison force started congregating around him. At the same time, the moonlight shining on the swamp got pulled inside. On the surface, the swamp was calm. Nothing amiss could be seen. For the next few days, Wang Ting would cultivate in the swamp every night. His poison force rose furiously. One night, he finished his cultivation and looked at the attributes panel in satisfaction. Poison Force, 151 out of 1000, 3-star. He had successfully reached 3-star soldier level for his Poison Force. If he executed his Poison Force now, the effects would be much stronger. Before he climbed out from the swamp, he used his Spirit Flame Ghost Crow's vision to observe the situation outside. He had been prudent these past few days. He would observe his surroundings before leaving to prevent an ambush. He hadn't seen anyone coming here recently, so he was just observing out of habit. But, unexpectedly, he saw someone lurking suspiciously nearby. It's him. That fellow is called Yu Jingfu. Wang Ting's eyes lit up and he smiled. This was the man beside Yao Yu at that time. He noticed that things weren't right, so he ran away quickly. Hence, Wang Ting and Li Rongxue didn't have the time to stop him. However, he stepped willingly into the trap today. Why did this fellow come here at this time? Wang Ting thought to himself curiously. No one knew that Yu Jingfu was actually a poison element martial warrior. Oh, not yet. Now, he was just a person with poison talent. Undoubtedly, this was a sad story. He had Poison Force, but he couldn't find a Poison Force skill scripture. He didn't have any elders wanting him to be their disciples, so he idled away half his life and still didn't become a poison element martial warrior. However, it was a total waste of time. He struggled and gradually started learning about poison. He became a poison master. Some time ago, he got to know Yao Yu through some methods and helped him scheme against Li Rongxue. He wanted to get the Poison Force skill scriptures Li Rongxue had collected. But, in the end, Wang Ting destroyed his plan. He wouldn't be able to get the poison scriptures anymore. He even hid for many days because he didn't dare to let Li Rongxue and the Yao family find him. He knew that both of them wouldn't let him go. But, if he were to leave Yang City like this, he felt unwilling. He hid for many days before finally choosing to come to this swamp today. He knew that the coxcomb jade scale python was killed, so this place wasn't dangerous anymore. He guessed that there must be spiritual herbs in the lair of the coxcomb jade scale python. It might be the item he was looking for. I hope that Li Rongxue and the young man haven't found it. Yu Jingfu hoped for the best and came to the edge of the swamp. He swallowed a pill and applied some dark green ointment to his body. Then, he took out a translucent airbag and wrapped it around his head. It looked like an airtight helmet. Ancestors, please bless me. After doing all the preparations, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and jumped into the swamp. Yu Jingfu was a poison master and was able to enter the depth of the swamp, but the difficulties inside caused him many sufferings. He took much effort to reach the bottom of the swamp. The image below was a little blurry. He only saw everything clearly when he was close by. He saw a human figure in front of him. Yu Jingfu shuddered immediately. His face turned pale in fright, and his soul almost left his body. Yu. He didn't expect someone to be in this swamp. Even more, it was the devilish young man who had spoiled his plan. However, Yu Jingfu was incredibly sly. As soon as he noticed something amiss, he turned around and wanted to escape. But, with his speed, he wasn't able to run away from Wang Ting. Why are you running? Wang Ting moved his body and appeared not far in front of Yu Jingfu. He blocked his path. Are you a human or a ghost? Yu Jingfu asked in fear. Although he didn't have Poison Force, he still had the translucent helmet on his head. He was able to breathe and make sounds. Of course, I'm a human. Wang Ting sized up his appearance with interest. He smiled, revealing his frightening, white teeth. What are you doing here? When Yu Jingfu looked at his harmless expression, his heart trembled. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he smiled in embarrassment and replied honestly, Nothing. I just wanted to see if I could get lucky. You must be looking for this, right? Wang Ting took out the poison ginseng and said with a smile. Yu Jingfu felt bitter in his heart. Fine, He had no chance now. Chapter 298. Yang City Academy. Yu Jingfu looked at the black snake poisonous ginseng in Wang Ting's hand and knew that he had no chance of getting it anymore. Also, he didn't know what his ending would be now that he had landed in the hands of this devilish young man. He suddenly recalled the martial warriors that were smashed into the ground. He saw them when he was running away. He couldn't help but shiver. Yu Jingfu had a painful expression on his face. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you need to let me go? I'm curious. What abilities do you have?" Wang Ting asked with interest. "My only ability is poison," Yu Jingfu replied honestly. "So you are a poison master. No wonder." Wang Ting was enlightened. He continued asking, "What level are you at?" "I have been traveling the land and learned many things. I was fortunate enough to become an advanced stage poison master." Yu Jingfu was a little arrogant when he talked about his specialty. He claimed that he was fortunate, but in reality, he felt that he had gained all his achievements today because of his talent. Wang Ting thought that his methods were a little unorthodox, but he still maintained his indifferent expression and said calmly, "Although you're a little old, it's indeed an achievement for you to become an advanced stage poison master." Yu Jingfu wanted to scold this little guy for being ignorant. However, he was asking a favor from Wang Ting, so he had to bow down to him. He said awkwardly, "It's not worth mentioning. How about this? You will teach me everything you've learned in 3 days. After that, I'll let you go," Wang Ting said. "You must be kidding. Even though poison isn't as extensive and profound as rune or alchemy, it's still not an easy field. It's impossible to learn everything in 3 days. You might not be able to do it in 3 years, much less 3 days." Yu Jingfu rolled his eyes secretly in his heart. He felt that this young man was really ignorant to say such a thing. "You don't have to care about that. Teach me everything you know in 3 days. Whether I learn it or not is my business." "It has nothing to do with you," Wang Ting said. "Really?" Yu Jingfu's eyes lit up. If that was the case, he had nothing to worry about. Even if he recited everything he had learned in 3 days, the young man might not be able to understand a single thing. "You are already in my hands. Why do I have to lie to you?" The smile at the edge of Wang Ting's lips got bigger. "In that case, I can give it a try." Yu Jingfu sighed in his heart as he nodded. "Good. A wise man submits to fate," Wang Ting said. They left the swamp together. Along the way, Yu Jingfu felt more and more bewildered. He was an advanced stage poison master, but he had to use all kinds of methods to travel in this swamp. Yet, it was still inconvenient for him. On the other hand, Wang Ting seemed to be walking on the ground. He wasn't the least bit affected. He couldn't help but think that this young man must have saved Li Rongxue for her poison scripture. A thought flashed past his mind. He was enlightened. This young man must be a poison element martial warrior. Yu Jingfu was flabbergasted. At the same time, he was envious. He had searched half his life for a poison scripture. However, this young brat had already gotten his hands on one. Comparisons indeed made people angry. Also, he knew that this young man didn't just possess poison force. He was a talented martial warrior with ice and fire element. God is unfair. This young man is a triple element talent. His gift is extraordinary. What about him? He had wasted half his life and barely managed to become an advanced stage poison master. In front of a real martial warrior, he was a nobody that could be killed easily. He needed to be extremely careful to survive until today. Just when he was engrossed in his thoughts, the young man in front of him opened his mouth and said, "You must have poison element talent, right?" It was a question, but his tone was resolute. Yu Jingfu felt that there was already nothing to hide. He nodded and said, "Yes. It must have been not easy for you. You only managed to find a poison element scripture at this age. However, I disrupted your plan and snatched it from you. You must hate me. Hearing the young man's soft laughter, Yu Jingfu felt a chill down his spine. He replied hurriedly, I don't have any martial arts cultivation, so I can only get it using tricks. I can't get the poison scripture because I'm not strong enough. I don't hate anyone. You are the clouds in the sky, while I'm the mud on the ground. I don't dare to have this thought. Oh, you don't dare to, but you have this emotion. Wang Ting teased. Yu Jingfu. All right, look at how frightened you are. Wang Ting waved his hand and said, The scripture I got from Li Rongxue is called Lunar Eclipse Poison Scripture. It is an Earth-rank low-class scripture. Earth-rank. Yu Jingfu's breathing got heavier when he heard this, and his eyes turned red. He felt that he had missed a few 100 million. I can give you this poison scripture. Wang Ting turned to look at him. He didn't laugh at him for losing his cool. It was an understandable reaction. What do I need to do in exchange? Yu Jingfu suppressed the astonishment in his heart as he asked. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That'll depend on you. If I'm satisfied with the price you pay, I'll naturally give you the scripture, Wang Ting said. Yu Jingfu's gaze flickered furiously. After some time, he took a deep breath and said, I need to think. Wang Ting nodded. You can tell me your address. I'll look for you when I'm free. Don't run around. Oh right, my name is Wang Ting. All right. Yu Jingfu turned and left. Academy. When Wang Ting went back to the Rune Society, he saw Su Lingxian heading out. He asked her and got to know that she needed to go back to school to study. He was surprised. What's there to be surprised about? Don't you have something similar on Earth? What is it called? Su Lingxian frowned and scratched her head. She suddenly couldn't remember the name. She knew that Wang Ting came from Earth. School. Wang Ting was speechless. He couldn't help but remind her. Oh right, school. Don't you have schools too? Su Lingxian asked. I'm just curious why you need to go to an academy to study, Wang Ting said. I can only learn about runes from Master. I have to learn other things in the academy, Su Lingxian replied. Let me go with you to take a look, Wang Ting said. He suddenly had an idea. What do you want to do? Su Lingxian looked at him with vigilance. What's with your gaze? I just want to follow you and take a look. Wang Ting didn't know what to reply. I won't believe you. Su Lingxian rolled her eyes and left. Wang Ting followed her hurriedly. Yang City Academy. The name of this academy was straightforward. Since it was located in Yang City, it was called the Yang City Academy. Once a child reached a suitable age, whether they came from an average or elite family, they could enter the Yang City Academy to study. The academy taught all kinds of knowledge, including arts, literature, music, rune, smithery, alchemy, martial arts, and many others. There were many students in the academy with no lack of talent. All the academies had top-tier talents who were famous outside. Along the way, Su Lingxian introduced the history and current state of Yang City Academy to Wang Ting. Chapter 299. Come together, the Yang City Academy. Wang Ting followed Su Lingxian to the academy. There were many magnificent buildings on the campus. Directly in front of them was a green stone tablet with the words Yang City Academy carved on it. It looked ancient and weather-beaten, clearly having a long history. The gates of the academy were wide open, and anyone could enter. In fact, many people would come to admire the atmosphere in the school every day. The Yang City Academy was also known as the crib for breeding talent. Over time, many gifted students had walked out of its gates. All the descendants of the elite families were sent here to study. One could imagine how powerful the institute was. No one dared to create trouble in the school, so they didn't have to keep a special lookout. Wang Ting looked at the students walking in and out around him. The youngest was 12 years old, while the oldest was 25. It was a youthful and vibrant place. How many years has the academy been around? Wang Ting asked curiously as he walked through the gates with Su Lingxian. He sized up the ancient-looking buildings around him. More than 3,000 years, Su Lingxian replied proudly. 3,000 years. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. This place had a long history. Since it was able to last until today, it must have weathered many storms throughout the years. It's hard to imagine, right? This academy has existed ever since Yang City was built. The other cities have their academies too, Su Lingxian said. I can see that your empire places high importance in talents. No wonder it's able to stay erect for more than 1,000 years, Wang Ting said. That's right. Our empire thinks highly of talents. They even established multiple important rankings for the talent. The youth have a gifted ranking, those that are 30 years old and below have a talent ranking, and there is a general ranking where only generals can enter. Everything is based on one's ability. They are all mighty warriors. There are also similar rankings for runemasters, blacksmiths, and alchemists too. For instance, runemasters like us have a runemaster ranking. Entering the rank means glory for runemasters like us. The top 10 runemasters are all legendary figures. Besides, the first in ranking is the only Grandmaster stage runemaster in the Empire. Su Lingxian gave a longing look when she said this. Wang Ting smiled and asked, Did anyone in Yang City Academy enter the gifted ranking? Of course. The Yang City Academy is one of the top schools in the Empire. We have more than 10 people in the gifted ranking. Su Lingxian raised her long neck like a proud white swan. What's the highest rank? Wang Ting asked again. Senior sister Dongfang Yu is number 10 on the gifted ranking. Admiration appeared on Su Lingxian's face when she talked about her. Only number 10? Wang Ting thought that their ranking would be higher, but they barely managed to enter the top 10. Only. Su Lingxian looked at him in shock as though she had heard something ridiculous. What an arrogant comment! At this moment, an unhappy sound interrupted their conversation. Wang Ting turned and saw a few figures standing not far away on his left. They might have heard what he said when they walked past him and stopped in their tracks. The person who spoke was the leader of the group. He was a young man around 20 years old. The young man walked over with his friends and asked Su Lingxian, Junior Su, is this your friend? Senior Xiaoshan, yes, he's my friend. He's a little straightforward, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Don't mind what he said, Su Lingxian replied hurriedly. Humph. He speaks badly of senior sister Dongfang. Your friend is extremely ignorant, Xiaoshan mocked. Was I speaking to you just now? Wang Ting suddenly smiled and asked. So what if you weren't? Xiaoshan frowned. Why are you interrupting me then? Wang Ting looked at him with disdain. He turned and asked Su Lingxian, Are all the students of Yang City Academy as disrespectful as him? Su Lingxian had a bad premonition in her heart. She felt her head spinning. As expected, troubles would happen every time she brought this fellow out. Her instinct was right. Glib tongue. Xiaoshan's expression turned serious. He was furious. You're not allowed to create trouble in Yang City Academy. This sentence is enough for me to look for the teachers and principal of the school for an explanation, Wang Ting said with a cold smile. You mock the most outstanding student of our school. As a member of this school, I won't allow an ignorant person like you to talk bullshit. Xiaoshan's expression changed as he spoke. When did I ever humiliate her? Wang Ting felt speechless. Was this the legendary bootlicker? How did his mind work? Don't try to make excuses. We heard what you said just now. You know whether you are mocking our senior in your heart, Xiaoshan said. That's right, we all heard it. Your tone was filled with disdain. I don't know what right you have to look down on our senior Dongfang. You must be a country bumpkin, right? You are ignorant, so all you can say is nonsense. The world is big and filled with all kinds of people. What a joke. The students behind Xiaoshan agreed with him after hearing his word. They started condemning him as though he had done something evil. Let's leave quickly. Su Lingxian pulled Wang Ting and wanted to leave. She felt that Wang Ting was a little straightforward, but it was an unintentional mistake. He wasn't looking down on their senior. However, these people didn't want to let him go. They must be Senior Dongfang's admirers, and couldn't hear any bad words about her. The best way to tackle their pestering was to run as far as possible. There's no hurry. Wang Ting broke free from Su Lingxuan's grasp gently. He remained indifferent as he said, I don't care what your intention is for the wild talk in front of me. You better get out of my sight now. He wants us to get out? This fellow is so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might think too highly of himself. Everyone's face turned black, and they started shouting. I don't care who you are. You must give us an explanation today, Xia Shan said with a stern face. Sigh, why do you have to find trouble for yourself? Wang Ting sighed. He tilted his head and asked Su Lingxian, Can you hit people in Yang City Academy? You can. As long as both parties are willing, it won't be a problem. Su Lingxian lowered her voice and continued, Forget it. Xia Shan is at the 3-star soldier level. He's quite strong. There's no need to fight over some words. You might get hurt. Wang Ting didn't reply to her. 3-star soldier level? Was that very strong? You want to hit me? Xia Shan smiled. Everyone, he wants to hit me. Do you think I should hit him? I don't want to hit you, Wang Ting said. Are you regretting what you've just said? Xia Shan mocked. Why are you so impatient? I haven't finished my sentence. I don't want to hit you alone. I want to hit every one of you. You can come together. Don't tell me you're scared to fight with me. Wang Ting looked at him and said calmly. How dare you? Agree to him. I'll hit him until his parents can't recognize him. Wang Ting's words ignited everyone's anger. They were all furious and wanted to teach Wang Ting a lesson. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish, Xia Shan said indignantly. He seemed exceptionally calm though. He didn't think Wang Ting was a threat as he was highly confident in his strength. He had just reached 20 yet was already a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was one of the more outstanding students in the Yang City Academy. Are you ready? Wang Ting asked. Go. Hit him. The moment Xia Shan finished speaking, Wang Ting took a step forward. Once things got unbearable, there was no need to bear with it anymore. He wouldn't spoil these conceited students. The fire force in his body was activated. It congregated on his fist as he charged towards the crowd in a blink of an eye. This fellow. Astonishment flashed past Su Lingxuan's beautiful eyes. This was the first time she saw Wang Ting in action. Although he hadn't started fighting with the other students, he already gave off a powerful aura. Xia Shan and the others could also feel the powerful aura on Wang Ting's body. Their expressions changed, and they didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. 3 people stepped forward, and their force surged out of their bodies as they welcomed Wang Ting's attack. Move! Wang Ting punched his fist out, and a violent airwave slammed into the 3 of them. They were thrown off their feet. Bang, bang, bang! The 3 figures landed in different directions and smashed on the ground. Wang Ting didn't even glance at them. Instead, he continued charging towards Xia Shan. Xia Shan turned serious. Earth force spurted out of his body, causing his figure to become taller and bigger. When he stepped forward, the power was frightening. The ground seemed to be shaking under his might. He slammed his huge arms at Wang Ting. Die! Bang! A dull sound spooked the spectators. A figure flew out and vomited blood in midair, his face pale. It was Xia Shan. Chapter 300. Her besties could finally be put to use. Xia Shan flew backward in midair with a look of disbelief on his face. He was so proud and confident earlier. Yet, in the end, he couldn't even last one move in front of Wang Ting. How was this possible? But that was the truth. The group of arrogant students only had a few people left. When they saw Xia Shan getting defeated, they stopped in their tracks and started retreating unconsciously. However, Wang Ting didn't plan to let them off. Since he had said that he wanted to fight all of them, he must keep his promise. None of them was going to escape. Bang bang bang! Dull and heavy collisions rang out in the area, along with screams of agony. With Wang Ting in the center, the students flew out in all directions. Their faces were severely bruised, and they kept crying in pain. Silence. The crowd was dead silent. Wang Ting and Xia Shan's fight had lasted for only a few seconds. Xia Shan and his friends were all defeated. It felt a little unreal. And he was so violent. Wang Ting looked harmless on the surface, but he was ruthless and violent in his actions. It formed a huge contrast. Su Lingxian opened her little mouth and stared at him with wide eyes. She saw Wang Ting in a whole new light. Are you sure you're a rune master? A rune master possessing such powerful martial arts ability. Brother, your path is a little crooked. Wang Ting ignored everyone's gaze. He turned around abruptly and strode towards Xia Shan. A few students were helping him up, but they automatically moved away. There was fear on their faces. This fellow wasn't easy to deal with. What do you want? Xia Shan's expression changed. As Wang Ting walked towards him, his anxiousness grew. He wanted to escape. At this moment, he sorely regretted his actions. If he knew that this fellow was so strong, he wouldn't have opened his mouth. Wang Ting didn't reply to him. He moved his body, appeared beside Xia Shan, and grabbed his leg. Let me go. Xia Shan saw something in Wang Ting's eyes. He was so frightened that he started kicking his legs. His voice had suddenly turned shrill. However, Wang Ting's grip was like a metal chain. He grasped his ankle tightly and swung his arms. Xia Shan was slammed onto the ground like a sandbag. Boom! The people around them were flabbergasted, and their eyelids kept jumping. They had never seen such a malicious person in their lives before. They were too scared to stop him in any way. I have nothing against you if you want to be a bootlicker, but don't provoke me, Wang Ting said coldly. He lifted his arm again and threw Xia Shan on the ground a couple more times. Then, he flung him aside casually. Bang! Xia Shan's body fell on the ground like a dead object. It gave a dull thud and rolled a few times before stopping. The bystanders felt their hearts shudder. Xia Shan struggled a few times and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. There was fear in his gaze. He didn't even look Wang Ting in the eye, running off in a bedraggled state. The other students who had shouted at Wang Ting earlier had already disappeared. They didn't dare to make any sound when Xia Shan was especially taken care of, much less speak up for him. Wang Ting scanned the ground. Earth Force *25 Fire Force *10 Spirit *3 Water Force *12. He picked them up. They were all normal attribute bubbles. Wang Ting didn't take much notice of them. Let's go. He walked to Su Lingxian, feeling refreshed after venting his frustration. His expression was calm too. It was as if he had done something small and insignificant. However, when Su Lingxian heard this voice, she jumped in shock. But thinking about it, although she was cheeky and bold, she was also his junior sister. She didn't offend him either, so there was no need to be afraid. She patted her chest and said, "Next time, remind me before you speak. You almost scared me to death." Wang Ting was speechless. Remind her before he spoke? How was he supposed to do that? This demand was a little outrageous. Haha, I didn't know that you were so powerful. Please take care of me in the future, senior brother. Su Lingxian sniggered. She used her elbow to nudge Wang Ting. You said that you will introduce beauties to me if I treat you to meals. You haven't fulfilled your promise yet and still want me to take care of you? You must be dreaming. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Look at what you're saying. I brought you here today to introduce beauties to you. I have many buddies in school, and all of them are pretty. You can choose any one of them. Su Lingxian betrayed her besties without blinking. If I didn't want to come and take a look, you wouldn't have brought me here, Wang Ting said with a cold smile. Sigh, the details are not important. What's important is the result, right? Since you're here, I'll introduce some beauties to you. Isn't that the best result? Come, don't speak anymore. I'll introduce them to you. Su Lingxian's pupils twirled around her eyes. She had witnessed Wang Ting's ability, so she wanted to hug him as tightly as possible. Her besties could finally be put to use. The female students in Yang City Academy are high in quality, Wang Ting exclaimed as he glanced around him. Of course. Most of the students here come from elite families. Their bloodlines are outstanding, so their appearances are amazing too. Su Lingxian suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, Xia Shan is not important, but senior sister Dongfang has many fans, especially male fans. They won't let anyone speak badly of her. You need to be careful." Why are they doing such useless things when they could be cultivating? Wang Ting scoffed. Does Dongfang know about this? Senior Dongfang knows and has talked about it many times, but her fans continue to do it. She didn't know what to do either. She couldn't beat them up, right? Su Lingxian frowned. She also felt that these people went a little overboard. The Yang City Academy was huge. After going deep into the academy, Wang Ting noticed that all the buildings were unique in their own ways. They had different uses. Wang Ting followed Su Lingxian for a long time before arriving at a courtyard. This is the dormitory. I come here to stay occasionally. First, it's convenient for me to go to class, and second, I can make more friends. It's normal for elite families to interact with one another, Su Lingxian explained. Wang Ting nodded. This situation happened on Earth too. The descendants of the elite families were mostly the second or third generations. They participated in all kinds of social events from a young age so that they could expand their network. He had followed the same practice in the past. However, after he was reborn, he let go of many things and stopped asking for too much. There were not many people worth being intimate with. Also, because of the path he chose, he would be able to get anything he wanted if he was strong enough. Whether it was pretentious or sincere, he could ignore everything once he was powerful. Where are the guys? I only see young ladies, Wang Ting asked. He had suddenly realized this. Oh, that's because this is the ladies' dormitory, Su Lingxian said indifferently. This isn't right. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, but he remained righteous. It's all right. You can wait outside. I'll call them out. They should all be here at this time. We can have a meal together later, Su Lingxian said. Wang Ting, F***K, this is different from what I thought. Chapter 301. The talents on the gifted ranking. At this moment, Wang Ting was standing in the courtyard outside the female dormitory with a frustrated expression. He wanted to go in to take a look, but he couldn't lose his dignity as a man. Peeping was unscrupulous. Su Lingxian didn't leave for long. She came out after some time with two beautiful young ladies beside her. They were chatting happily. Let me introduce you. This is my master's new disciple. His name is Wang Ting. These are my best friends. The taller one is Xu Hongye, the daughter of the city lord. The shorter one is Tan Shasha, and she's the granddaughter of the vice principal of the academy. Su Lingxian came closer and introduced both parties. The two ladies were a little reserved. Although they were amazed that Wang Ting was President Gorlin's second disciple, they didn't need to flatter him because of their own status. Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at Su Lingxian. Birds of a feather really flocked together. Su Lingxian was gifted and her family was powerful. Thus, her friends wouldn't have a low status. Their background even exceeded Wang Ting's expectations. One was the daughter of the lord of the city, while the other was the granddaughter of the academy's vice principal. They must be among the top-tier figures of Yang City. The meeting of both parties seemed a little peaceful. With Su Lingxian as the bridge, the three of them got familiar with each other quickly and started conversing happily. The atmosphere was harmonious. Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha had a good impression of Wang Ting. He was handsome, his aura was exceptional, and he spoke naturally. He was outstanding compared to his peers. When they chatted, he could carry on their conversation, so there weren't any awkward moments. Just as they were having fun, they saw a bunch of people walking towards them fiercely. Xia Shan and his friends, who got beaten by Wang Ting just now, were among the group. They looked at Wang Ting with hatred. This fellow was extremely bold, daring to stay in the academy even after he beat them up. He didn't seem to be afraid of their revenge. Actually, it seemed as if he didn't care about them at all. Wan Feiping Chu Bian, why are they here? Asked Xu Hongye. They seem furious. Tan Shasha smiled. She glanced at Su Lingxian and Wang Ting. She could tell that it had something to do with them. Su Lingxian gave a bitter smile. She quickly explained what happened in a low voice. These people are outrageous. Xu Hongye frowned and continued, Do you need us to mediate the situation? After all, Wan Feiping and Chu Bian are hard to deal with. Thanks for your kind intentions. However, I don't want to trouble you. I'll solve this myself. After scanning the group of people with his spiritual sight, Wang Ting smiled and shook his head. Are you confident? Wan Feiping and Chu Bian are not Xia Shan. They are both 4-star soldier-level martial warriors, and their names are in the gifted ranking. Wan Feiping is Wan Feiyu's brother. Su Lingxian couldn't help but remind Wang Ting. Enemies are destined to meet. Wang Ting smiled and continued, I want to see how powerful the talents on the gifted ranking are. What's their rank? Wan Feiping is 132nd rank, while Chu Bian is 126th, Su Lingxian said sternly. They are not in the 100? Wang Ting's expression was strange when he looked at Su Lingxian's serious face. Hey, don't underestimate them. The gifted ranking includes all the youths in the empire. Anyone who can make it to the ranking is strong. Su Lingxian stomped her feet and said, Don't worry. As they spoke, the group of people had already gathered around them. Wan Feiping and Chu Bian ignored Wang Ting and looked at Su Lingxian and her friends. Junior sisters, long time no see. Seniors, why are there so many of you? Xu Hongye asked. We can sit down and have a chat, Tan Shasha smiled and said. I heard that someone hurt our students in our school, so I came to take a look. Wan Feiping looked at Wang Ting. I heard that you came with junior sister Su. You must be the one who beat my young brother. Wang Ting glanced around him and didn't reply to him. Instead, he smiled gently and said, I saw many heroes of the Yang City Academy today. Wan Feiping frowned. Just as Xia Shan said, you are arrogant and impudent. People like you need to be taught a lesson. Chu Bian smiled as he knocked his fan. He was fair and handsome. Sigh, someone like you needs to be beaten up badly, Wang Ting replied calmly. The exchange of insults, tit for tat. In that case, why don't we fight and see who will be the one who's given a lesson? You look confident, so I don't think you will reject us, right? Chu Bian said. You don't have to coerce me. Wang Ting smiled. I'll give you a chance. You can attack me together. I'll challenge all of you together just like before. Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha were dumbstruck. One person against all of them? They exchanged glances with each other. They suspected if they heard wrong. Imbecile, Wan Feiping's face turned black as he glared at Wang Ting. However, before he could finish speaking, Chu Bian stopped him. He said, Sigh, Brother Wan, since he has this request, let's satisfy him. Humph, Wang Ting sneered and hooked his fingers. Come. Wan Feiping and Chu Bian felt that they had suffered a massive humiliation because of this contemptuous action. Even Chu Bian, who had managed to maintain his composure all this while, got infuriated. Wan Feiping attacked Wang Ting immediately. He took a big step forward and slashed his battle blade horizontally at Wang Ting. Bright red blade glows shot out in an instant. The people around them didn't expect them to start fighting so suddenly. They quickly retreated. As the crimson blade glow flew towards him, Wang Ting held his battle sword with one and threw out a wave of fiery red sword glow. Boom! Along with a huge explosion, a violent airwave spread out. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the airwave. The folded fan opened with a loud sound. He twirled it skillfully, and rays of green wind blade shot towards Wang Ting. The person who attacked was Chu Bian. Wang Ting's expression didn't change when facing this sudden attack. He tilted his body slightly and evaded the wind blades. He didn't move his feet at all. He does have some skill. Chu Bian's gaze turned serious. Wan Feiping struck again, throwing a flaming blade glow out. The glow was powerful, sharp, and scorching, and its might was formidable. Blade presence! Ha ha ha, Brother Wan's ability rose again. I can't lag behind. Chu Bian laughed out loud. The green glow on his fan became thicker and congregated into green light blades shaped like a crescent. There seemed to be violent energy hidden in them. He flung them out. This is wind presence. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. He was honestly surprised. Both of them had comprehended their presence. No wonder they were on the gifted ranking. Two powerful attacks charged towards Wang Ting, one after the other. He was in a precarious situation. Be careful. Su Lingxian couldn't help but remind him. Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha were worried for Wang Ting too. The next moment, a stronger aura exploded in Wang Ting's body. Cremation, the earth rank battle technique, and the flaming sword presence erupted at the same time. It roared up the sky like a fire dragon. Boom! Wan Feiping and Chu Bian's attacks turned into ashes, and the violent flames engulfed the two of them. They suffered severe injuries as they vomited blood. Chapter 302. Mood damage compensation is a few thousand energy stones. Flames swept through the area, and the resulting airwaves were extremely violent. The onlookers' expressions changed as they retreated continuously. Powerful. So powerful. Wang Ting's aura swept towards Wan Feiping and Chu Bian and injured them heavily. This ability was astonishing. Everyone's gaze changed when they looked at Wang Ting again. This fellow wasn't a simple person. Xia Shan's face turned pale, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Everything had happened because of him, so Wan Feiping and Chu Bian wouldn't let him off. He sneaked out from the crowd when no one was looking. He should hide for half a month, if he could hide from them. Once again, Su Lingxian had a new understanding of Wang Ting. He had defeated two talents from the gifted ranking just like that. Her senior brother was a little too powerful. She must hug this Buddha's leg tightly. Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha couldn't help but exchange glances. They could see the astonishment in the depth of each other's eyes. Wang Ting was President Gorlin's disciple, so his rune talent couldn't be weak. Yet, he displayed such powerful martial arts prowess. He was many times stronger than the talents like Wan Feiping and Chu Bian. At the start, they thought that there was no harm in making friends with Wang Ting because he was introduced by Su Lingxian and was President Gorlin's disciple. Now, they felt that he was a friend worth making. Everyone's expressions and thoughts were different, but Wang Ting didn't care. His gaze landed on the attribute bubbles on the ground. Fire Force *55 Flaming Blade Presence *10 Wind Force *62 Wind Presence *12 A satisfied look appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. Blade Presence and Wind Presence were dropped. Wan Feiping and Chu Bian had given him a huge gift. They were good people. They themselves came for a beating, and even gave him this huge gift on a silver platter. Good people. Yes, they are good people. Wang Ting felt that he should repay them properly. After he picked up the attribute bubbles, his fire force increased by 55 points. Including the fire force he accumulated in the past, He had 1,257 points of fire force in total. Fire force, 1257/2004 star. He was getting closer to hitting 5-star. His wind force increased by 62 points too. He had 263 points of wind force now. Wind force, 263/1003 star. Also, he gained 2 new attacking method. Flaming Blade Presence, 10 out of 100 first level. Wind Presence, 12 out of 100 first level. Everyone knew that it was difficult to comprehend one's presence. It required extremely high enlightenment and many years of hard work. Wan Feipeng and Chu Bian were gifted youths. Hence, their enlightenment wasn't low. It was understandable that they were able to enlighten their presence. If not, they wouldn't be able to enter the gifted ranking. It might seem long, but only a few seconds had passed. Wang Ting turned to look at Chu Bian and Wan Feipeng, then walked towards them directly. You came to take revenge for another person while clamoring about this and that. Have you ever thought of this ending? Wang Ting asked calmly. Wan Feipeng's face turned ugly. 2 4-star talents attacked one person together but lost. This was a huge humiliation. Why was this person so powerful? He wanted to take revenge for his younger brother, but he got beaten too. They were fellow sufferers. Chu Bian's expression was no better. He knew that Wang Ting wasn't easy to deal with, so he brought Wan Feipeng along to fight him together. Yet, they still lost. As a talent in the gifted ranking, this result was a little hard to accept. That bastard Xia Shan provoked this guy without understanding his ability first. Was he blind? Chu Bian had forgotten that he also came to find Wang Ting without ascertaining his ability. The arrogance of a gifted youth caused him to disregard this point. He thought that it wouldn't be a problem, but he offended the wrong person. This time, he had hit a steel plate. He only regretted it after everything happened. Is this all of your power? If you're not convinced, we can go for one more round. Wang Ting suddenly smiled, an excited glint shimmering in his eyes. These 2 people were worth beating. Wan Feipeng and Chu Bian felt a chill down their spines when they saw his gaze. That gaze was a little eerie. Wan Feipeng was furious. Chu Bian stopped him hurriedly. Before they got injured, they weren't his match. Now that they were seriously injured, that was even more out of the picture. Wang Ting looked as though he hadn't given his best. If they continued fighting, they would be asking for torture. He had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill of humiliation. He asked, "What do you want? You're not fighting anymore? What a pity." Wang Ting shook his head, finding it regretful. The muscles on Chu Bian's face started twitching. He felt that this young man in front of him was a little cunning. Wan Feipeng decided to keep quiet too. It looked like the other party wanted to hit them again. If he acted, he would suffer more embarrassment. Hence, he should just bear with it. Your actions just now caused me great unhappiness. You need to compensate for the damage to my mood, Wang Ting said. Mood damage compensation? Wan Feipeng and Chu Bian were dumbfounded. What on earth was mood damage compensation? Just tell us if you want to threaten us. How much do you want? Wan Feipeng asked directly. Problems that could be solved with money were no problems at all. 50,000 yellow-rank low-class energy stones, Wang Ting replied. Wan Feipeng's face turned black. He shouted angrily, "Why don't you just rob us? Are you sure you want me to do that?" Wang Ting sniggered. "Don't. We will give you 50,000 energy stones," Chu Bian replied hurriedly. 50,000 each, Wang Ting added. Now Chu Bian's expression turned ugly too. While cursing in his heart, he laughed awkwardly and said, "Isn't 50,000 a little too much? Is it? Why don't you let me beat you then? One punch is 10,000. You won't owe me anything after I hit you 5 times. Isn't it worthwhile?" Wang Ting touched his chin and said, "Worthwhile your head." Wan Feipeng and Chu Bian cursed simultaneously in their hearts. This fellow was shameless to the extreme. He wasn't a human at all. Alright, 50,000 it is. However, we don't have so many energy stones on us. Chu Bian gritted his teeth as he nodded his head. You can collect it on the spot. You brought so many people along, so you must be able to gather 50,000. Wang Ting turned to look at Wan Feiping before continuing. You're Wan Feiping, right? This was what your younger brother did. He's smarter than you. Humph. Wan Feiping's expression became even worse. He snorted and turned his head. He couldn't look at Wang Ting's face anymore. He was afraid that he might die from anger if he continued looking at him. Hence, the two of them had no choice but to gather energy stones from everyone at the scene. They took a long time and emptied everyone's pockets before they finally managed to collate 100,000 energy stones. Take it. Chu Bian didn't have many emotions just now, but when he looked at the pile of energy stones, he felt his heart ache. Sigh, as expected of the children of elite families. You have a wealthy background. You are able to gather 100,000 energy stones so easily. Wang Ting smiled and took the stones. He weighed them like a money slave. Wan Feiping remained indignant and quiet all this while. He couldn't take it anymore, so he turned around and walked away. Chu Bian was frustrated too. He didn't want to stay here a second longer. Take care. You're welcome to find me for trouble in the future. Wang Ting waved his hands behind them. Both of them stumbled. Chapter 303. A huge leap in ability. This was the first time Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha saw Wang Ting in action. They found it interesting and funny. This fellow was a little evil. Su Lingxian knew how shameless Wang Ting could be, so she wasn't surprised. Instead, her eyes shone brightly when she stared at the pile of energy stones. The energy stones were the size of fingernails. Since most of them were middle class, there weren't many of them. One bag was enough to fit the stones. In Su Lingxian's eyes, this bag was like a mountain of treasures. Wang Ting took the bag and walked around her. Then, he kept it in his space ring. Su Lingxian cried loudly when she saw the energy stones disappearing in front of her eyes. Everyone here has a share in this bag. Besides, you only managed to earn this fortune because you came to the academy with me. I should get some of it. Go away. You must be dreaming. Wang Ting was rendered speechless. This young lady was full of evil thoughts. She was indeed a money lover. Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha shook their heads and laughed out loud. You must treat us. I want to eat the force dishes cooked by the force chef masters of the academy. Su Lingxian knew that Wang Ting wouldn't share the stones with her, so she changed her tactics. What a good plan you have up your sleeve. Wang Ting rolled his eyes at her. He continued, however, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll indulge you. Let's go. Xu Lingxian sniggered. She pulled Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha and headed to the school cafeteria. Slow down, slow down. Xu Hongye shook her head and exclaimed. Wang Ting followed behind them slowly. Su Lingxian started urging him when she saw his zombie-like walk. Hurry up. Why are you so impatient? The food is there. It won't fly away. Wang Ting couldn't understand her haste. When Su Lingxian thought of the force dishes, saliva started dripping down the edge of her mouth. She secretly sucked it back and gulped. She said agitatedly, I'm not going to care about you anymore. I'll order the dishes first. Go ahead. Wang Ting waved his hands. Su Lingxian left immediately, leaving the three people strolling behind. Lingxian has always been like this. She's cheeky, naive, and innocent. Tan Shasha smiled and said. She's a sincere person, Wang Ting said. You are very strong. You didn't use all your strength just now, right? Xu Hongye probed. They aren't worth my full strength, Wang Ting replied calmly. A startled look appeared on the ladies' faces. They nodded and dropped the topic. They chatted about all kinds of things as they walked to the cafeteria. Wang Ting spent 1,000 energy stones on this meal. Su Lingxian took advantage of him the best she could. In the afternoon, the ladies had to attend lessons, so Wang Ting casually wandered around the academy on his own. While strolling, he heard some shouts. That attracted Wang Ting's attention. He followed the noise and walked through a small path. A spacious plaza appeared in front of him. There was a stone tablet erected in the middle of the plaza. It was exceptionally conspicuous. Wang Ting looked at it from afar, and the words Cultivation Plaza appeared in his vision. At the moment, many young people were practicing in the Cultivation Plaza. The shouts came from them. Some of them were using swords, while were using blades, rods, and whatnot. All kinds of weapons could be seen swinging through the air. The glow from the different forces shone in every corner of the plaza. It was dazzling. Earth Force *25 Fire Force *18 Spirit *2 Enlightenment *8 Water Force *30 Wood Force *24 Spirit *1 Attribute bubbles were floating all over the plaza. There were so many of them that Wang Ting didn't know where to look. He was delighted. He came to the right place. He was just walking around casually and never expected that he would come to the place where the students practiced martial arts. There were so many attribute bubbles around him. He was going to be rich. Wang Ting became excited. He swept the attribute bubbles towards him using his spiritual power and picked them up. He spent more than 10 minutes picking up all the attribute bubbles. In the end, he got 361 points of Metal Force, 411 points of Wood Force, 358 points of Water Force, 502 points of Fire Force, 435 points of Earth Force, 121 points of Wind Force, 36 points of Spirit, and 250 points of Enlightenment. Enlightenment, Spiritual Realm, 93, 6 out of 100 Spirit, Spiritual Realm, 97, 8 out of 100 Metal Force, 1130/2004 star Wood Force, 1016/2004 star Water Force, 1210/2004 star Fire Force, 1759/2004 star Earth Force, 1322/2004 star Wind Force, 384/1000 3-star. Wang Ting felt satisfied when he saw the changes on his attributes panel. His 5 elements were inching closer to the 5-star soldier level, especially his Fire Force. It was very close. His enlightenment and spirit had almost reached the peak of the spiritual realm. What would be next? What changes would it bring? Even though he hadn't broken through the barrier, Wang Ting felt that he had gotten smarter as his enlightenment rose. He should practice his blade presence and sword presence when he had the time. Who knew? He might be able to level up quickly. Wang Ting turned around and left. A person could only drop a limited number of attribute bubbles a day. He had already collected all the attributes from these people. He wouldn't be able to squeeze anything else from them. Wang Ting left the Yang City Academy and went to look for Yu Jingfu at his lodging. He asked him to teach him poison knowledge. Besides visiting the 3 societies, Wang Ting only went to 2 other places for the next few days. They were the Yang City Academy and Yu Jingfu's house. There were many cultivators in Yang City Academy, so numerous attribute bubbles were dropped every day. Wang Ting's force increased exponentially when he picked up the attributes daily. He reached the 5-star soldier level easily in almost all his forces. His wind force also reached 4-star soldier level. At night, he continued to go to the Yongye mountain ridge for his divine spirit master and poison force practice. The poison force in the swamp was all sucked clean by Wang Ting in these few days. His poison force had advanced to 4-star too. Yu Jingfu's poison knowledge was all picked up by Wang Ting. Besides being flabbergasted, Yu Jingfu could only be more flabbergasted. He thought that Wang Ting was joking at the start, but he really managed to learn all his knowledge in a few days. Yu Jingfu could remember the answers and insights Wang Ting gave when they were discussing a problem. His understanding was no weaker or even more in-depth than him, an advanced stage poison master. Such a young advanced stage poison master. Unbelievable! Yu Jingfu was convinced. This guy wasn't human. He didn't have any thoughts of comparing himself with Wang Ting anymore. It was worth mentioning that Wang Ting's enlightenment and spirit had advanced to an entirely new stage, Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm came after the spiritual realm. How powerful was the Emperor Realm? Wang Ting didn't know at this moment, but he felt that he might be able to fight with anyone below the general stage. What was the benefit of having the Emperor Realm enlightenment? Flaming Sword Presence, 986/1009th level, Flaming Blade Presence, 920/1009th level, Wind Presence, 953/1009th level. He had reached 9th level for all three presences. You could imagine how powerful Wang Ting's enlightenment was. As days changed to nights, winter dawned on the Xingwu continent. Wang Ting's days in Yang City also came to an end. He had to leave and return to Earth. However, on this day, he received a letter from the Lord Yang residence. Chapter 304. Lord Yang Residence Banquet. Wang Ting was stunned when the prince's servant sent him an invitation. Ever since he rejected Li Rongshu's request, the young lady had never looked for him again. He thought that they wouldn't have any interactions again, so this invitation was a little unexpected. What does she want? Wang Ting couldn't help but wonder to himself. Humph! The servant was still angry at what had happened in the past, so she wasn't polite to Wang Ting. She snorted when she saw him hesitate. I wonder why the princess must invite you. She flicked her sleeve and left after dropping that sentence. Haha, this little girl has a huge temper. Wang Ting shook his head, but he didn't take it to heart. He glanced at the invitation in his hand before throwing it aside nonchalantly. No matter what plans Li Rongshu had, it would be in vain if he didn't turn up. Wang Ting went back to his room to continue his cultivation. His ability had increased tremendously, but he still needed to work hard. There was still a long path ahead of him. In the afternoon, Wang Ting sat down with Gorlin to have lunch. Su Lingxian was staying in the Yang City Academy recently. Her visits back weren't that frequent, so there were only the two of them now. Without Su Lingxian chattering beside them, the table seemed a little quiet. Lord Yang is having a banquet tonight and has invited me. The other outstanding descendants of the elite families will be following their elders to the banquet too. Wang Ting, you will follow me later, Gorlin suddenly said. Wang Ting was startled. But, almost immediately, he regained his composure and asked, Master, I heard that Lord Yang was poisoned and was confined to bed by sickness. Why is he holding a banquet now? It's said that his poison is cured. I think that Lord Yang is holding this banquet to tell those people with ulterior motives that he has recovered, Gorlin said in a meaningful tone. Recovered? Wang Ting was confused. The purple core herb was with the Yao family. How did Li Rongshu make the purple core bone revitalizing pill? Did she manage to get the purple core herb from the Yao family? Or did she find another purple core herb from elsewhere? Many thoughts flashed past Wang Ting's mind, and a smile suddenly rose at the corner of his lips. He felt that this matter had taken an interesting turn. Why do you seem a little shocked? Gorlin looked at Wang Ting and asked. Of course I am. I heard that Lord Yang's poison is very rare. The Lord Yang residence went through thick and thin to find an antidote, but to no avail. How did his poison get cured all of a sudden? Wang Ting smiled as he replied in an ambiguous tone. Heavens probably took a pity on him. Princess Li traveled all around the empire to find a cure for Lord Yang. She was even willing to pay a high price for the spiritual herbs. That's rare, Gorlin smiled and said. Wang Ting just let out a smile, not expressing his opinion. Li Rongshu might be filial, but he didn't have a good impression of her because she had tried to manipulate him. But Wang Ting didn't reject his master. It shouldn't be a problem if he was going with Gorlin. Also, he wanted to take a look at the talents of Yang City. He had been staying in Yang City for 2 months, but he hadn't met all the descendants of the elite families yet. There might even be unexpected gains from this trip. At night, the sky had turned entirely black. However, the Lord Yang residence was shrouded in lights. It was as bright as day. Many people walked in and out of the Lord Yang residence, and the place was bustling. When important figures arrived, the servant at the door would announce their arrivals loudly to show respect. Wang Ting and Gorlin sat in a single-horn horse carriage and came to the Lord Yang residence together. The single-horn horse was a star beast. It had a gentle demeanor with a fast speed, so it got domesticated and became a mode of travel. However, not many people could use the single-horn horse. No matter how gentle it was still a star beast, so it wasn't easy to tame it. It required a considerable amount of manpower and resources, thus it was expensive. The single-horn horses Gorlin possessed were gifts from other people. They were usually left in the stable, and would only be used occasionally when there were important events. Someone immediately came out to welcome them when the horse carriage stopped at the entrance. Wang Ting jumped down the carriage before helping Gorlin down. At first, he felt that there was no need to hold Gorlin based on his ability. But Gorlin explained that they needed to take care of their image at important events. They needed to appear noble and respectful. Su Lingxian was the one who helped him in the past. However, she was following her father today, so Wang Ting had to take her place. The servant's heart skipped a beat when he saw Gorlin. He quickly announced loudly, "President Gorlin from the Rune Society is here." "President Gorlin, this way, please." A pretty servant came forward and guided them deep into the Lord Yang residence. Wang Ting turned around. Most of the people had to show their invitation before they could enter the residence, yet they were allowed directly. It was his face. It was definitely his face. Master Gorlin's face was so useful. Wang Ting glanced at Gorlin's face with a strange gaze. He knew that he wasn't important enough yet. None of the servants even glanced at him, treating him as though he was invisible. The entire Lord Yang residence was filled with gaiety. It was buzzing with noise and excitement. Many people were scurrying around the residence, preparing for the banquet. Guests kept coming, and they greeted the people they knew. However, they took a different path than them. Wang Ting and his master were walking in a quiet and peaceful corridor. "Oh my God, this is the VIP passage." The VIP passage was a quiet shortcut. Wang Ting and his master arrived at the banquet venue quickly. Numerous lanterns were hung high around the building, showering light on the flowers and plants around them. The image was gorgeous, just like a dream. The moon was bright and the stars were few. It was a beautiful night. The banquet was magnificent. The host's seat was directly in front, and a tall, mighty middle-aged man was sitting there. There were 2 rows of guest seats beside him. The chairs went for a distance. Many guests were already sitting there, chatting happily. There were many low platforms in the area. Musicians played their instruments on the platforms, while ladies wearing shawl dresses danced below. The pleasant music floated through the entire venue. "President of the Rune Society has arrived." After the servant in charge of announcing the arrival of the guests suddenly shouted, an elder and a young man walked in. The eyes of the middle-aged man sitting at the top lit up. He got up and walked down his seat to welcome Gorlin. The guests that had arrived turned their heads to take a look. "Ha ha ha, President Gorlin, long time no see." Lord Yang's laughter was bright and clear. "Congratulations on regaining your health. It has been a while, but you're still as handsome and energetic as ever." Gorlin smiled and cupped his fist. "Ha ha ha, come, take your seat." Lord Yang seemed to be in a good mood. He pulled Gorlin and walked forward, giving him the first seat to his left. It went without thinking that the seats closer to Lord Yang would be given to people with the highest position. Gorlin didn't reject him either. He smiled and sat down. The other people took it as a matter of course too. Chapter 305. Lord Yang's intention. Wang Ting had already taken his seat. There were many small tables located behind the 2 rows of guest seats. These were prepared for the younger generations. Wang Ting sat down beside the table behind Gorlin. He glanced at Lord Yang secretly. The man was handsome and stern, and he naturally gave off a domineering aura. He could also see similarities in his and Li Rongshu's appearances. At this moment, a few guests cupped their fists and greeted Gorlin from afar. The young people behind these guests couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. They were extremely curious about the identity of this young man who came with Gorlin. President Gorlin, who is the young man behind you? Lord Yang asked. I just took him in as a disciple recently. His name is Wang Ting, Gorlin said. Lord Yang was an easygoing person, not at all imposing like his image suggested. He smiled and said, This young man must have a great gift in order for you to take him in as your disciple. You're too polite. He only has some small capability. It's not worth mentioning, Gorlin replied humbly. As they spoke, more guests started arriving. The president of the Alchemist Society has arrived. The Su family has arrived. The lord of the city has arrived. The Wan family has arrived. These were all boss-level figures in Yang City. After they came in, they congratulated Lord Yang. Lord Yang, congratulations. You have successfully cured your poison. The family head of the Su family bowed and said, You're too polite. Please take a seat, Lord Yang smiled and replied. Su Lingyun greets Lord Yang. Su Lingxian greets Lord Yang. The 2 beautiful ladies behind the family head greeted Lord Yang simultaneously. Your daughters are becoming more and more impressive, Lord Yang praised their manners. Congratulations on your recovery. The family head of the Wan family hurriedly cupped his fists and walked forward. He didn't want to lose out. Mr. Wan, please take a seat, Lord Yang smiled and replied. Wan Feifeng greets Lord Yang. A young lady around 20 years old saluted Lord Yang. Miss Wan is here too. You have gotten more beautiful over the years. I wonder which guy will have the good fortune of marrying you in the future. Lord Yang laughed out loud. Then, he asked curiously, Oh right, where are your sons? Those 2 brats kept creating trouble outside. They got injured by someone a few days ago and are still recuperating, Mr. Wan replied. The guests and the host exchanged conventional greetings before taking their seat. Su Lingxian saw Gorlin and Wang Ting at one glance. She informed Mr. Su and ran towards them. Master! Senior brother! Have a seat, Gorlin said with a smile. Su Lingxian winked at Wang Ting before sitting down beside him. Su Lingyun frowned uncontrollably when she saw this scene. A trace of envy appeared on her beautiful face. Wan Feifeng glanced at Wang Ting secretly too. She knew that he was the one who had injured Wan Feiyu and Wan Feipeng. A cold glint flashed past her eyes. As time passed, more people arrived. Wang Ting saw Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha. The 2 ladies nodded at Su Lingxian and Wang Ting before heading to their seat. President of the Yang City Academy has arrived. Along with the announcement, a muscular elder walked in. He had a white beard and white hair, and he was accompanied by a young man and a young lady. Principal Yang is here. Lord Yang stood up to welcome him. The principal of Yang City Academy enjoyed the same treatment as Gorlin. There were the only 2 guests whom Lord Yang got up to welcome personally. Wang Ting was astounded. From his point of view, the principal of the Yang City Academy must have a high status, maybe even higher than Gorlin. Yet, Lord Yang treated them equally. Congratulations on your recovery, Principal Yang said. You're too polite. Lord Yang held his right hand and guided him to the first seat on his right. It was directly opposite Gorlin. Dongfang Yu greets Lord Yang. Yi Kaiqing greets Lord Yang. The 2 youths behind Principal Yang greeted Lord Yang. You are both young talents who have gained glory for our city. Lord Yang patted their shoulders and said with relief. You're flattering us. This is what we should do, the two young people replied. Everyone looked at the two youngsters with admiration in their eyes. It was rare to see talents as outstanding as them. So they are the favorite disciples of Principal Yang. As expected, their aura is exceptional. Dongfang Yu is number 10 on the gifted ranking. I heard that her ability has improved again. She might be able to move up a rank or two. Yi Kaiqing is not bad either. He's ranked number 21. Principal Yang is indeed Principal Yang. How is he able to groom these two talented students? The guests around them complimented Principal Yang for his keen eyesight and his teaching skills. They were a little envious as they looked at Dongfang Yu and Yi Kaiqing, who were exuding the aura of a mighty martial warrior. If their disciples had this achievement, it would be a blessing to their families. Unfortunately, still, these two young talents came from ordinary backgrounds. Making connections through marriage was a good way to draw them to their side. The eyes of the family heads started glistening at the thought. Although everyone had this intention, on the surface, they maintained an indifferent smile. All the guests finally arrived. Lord Yang stood up and raised his wine glass. I invited everyone today to thank you for taking care of Yang City when I was injured. Let me offer this toast to all of you. He finished the wine in one gulp. You're too polite. Everyone stood up and raised their cup. They finished the wine in their glasses. Sit, please sit. Lord Yang pressed his hand down. He continued, I have another matter to discuss. Everyone knows that I accidentally got poisoned when I killed a poison element star beast a few months ago. Fortunately, my daughter ran all over the empire and finally managed to help me find the antidote. Without her, I might have died. Hence, I must thank my daughter. After he finished speaking, an elegant figure slowly walked in under the guidance of a servant. Rongxue, you have helped me greatly. I must reward you, Lord Yang said. Li Rongxue bowed to Lord Yang and said gently, the best reward is your health. Ha ha ha, as expected of my good daughter. Lord Yang laughed and continued, however, I still have to reward you. I'll definitely find a good husband for you in the future. If you lay your eyes on any young talents here, I will kidnap them if I have to. The guests were all speechless. Li Rongxue blushed in embarrassment. She didn't expect her father to say this at this moment. On the other hand, the young men at the scene were all invigorated. Their eyes lit up and they straightened their postures. They raised their chins and puffed up their chests, wishing to show Li Rongxue their best sides. If Li Rongxue liked them, they would become Lord Yang's son-in-law. One word from Lord Yang, and their future would be prosperous. Mind you, Lord Yang was the power wielder in Yang City, and he had imperial blood in him. Marrying Li Rongxue would allow them to climb the highest ladder in one step. This was why Yao Yu had taken that risk in the forest. Many people had the same thought. At this moment, a sly look appeared in Yi Kaiqing's eyes. No one knew what he was thinking as he sat behind Principal Yang. Chapter 306. Something is wrong. The banquet started. As people offered a toast to one another, laughter and conversations lit up the atmosphere. It was extremely lively. Wang Ting didn't know most of the guests here, so he sat on his seat and savored the delicious food. Occasionally, he would take a sip of his wine. It was carefree and peaceful. Beautiful music sounded beside his ear, making the current scene all the more joyous. While the musicians played their instruments, attribute bubbles popped out of their fingertip. Music skill *10 Music skill *8 There are attributes for music skills. Wang Ting picked them up with interest. Musician. 36 out of 100 beginner stage. A new secondary job was added to the row. Why did I pick them up? I want play music. Wang Ting was speechless. He only picked it up out of curiosity. He didn't expect a new secondary job to appear. Never mind, I have already picked it. Many musicians were playing at the banquet. Since they could be invited by the Lord Yang residents, they must be highly skilled in their field. Many attribute bubbles floated around them. Wang Ting decided to pick the other bubbles since the secondary job had already appeared. Musician, 535/1000 advanced stage. As compared to rune and the other skills, music was very easy to upgrade. Within a few moments, he had become an advanced stage musician. Su Lingxian was eating happily at the side. She was the epitome of a foodie. She remained oblivious of the outside world. All she did was eat. When she saw Wang Ting drinking wine, she got a little tempted. She wanted to pour a cup for herself. The instant she stretched her hand towards the wine bottle, it was slapped away. Slap! Along with a crisp sound, Su Lingxian retracted her hand quickly. The back of her hand had turned red. She gasped in pain. "Why did you hit me?" Su Lingxian asked angrily. "You're just a child. Why are you drinking wine?" Wang Ting replied. "Why can't I drink? You're only a few years older than me, but you can drink it." Su Lingxian felt a little guilty for some reason. However, she was unwilling to back down. "First, I'm your senior brother. As the saying goes, the elder brother is like a father. A senior brother is a brother too. That means that I can be considered your father. Thus, I have to educate you. A few years older is still older. If you're unconvinced, you can ask your father why he didn't give birth to you a few years earlier," Wang Ting said in a composed manner. Su Lingxian was confused by his elder brother is like a father argument. Her gaze turned blurry, and she took a long time to regain her senses. The next moment she became furious. "Pfft, what evil intentions do you have? You want to be my father? Oh, this idiot. Cough, I'm just explaining the cause and effect. I don't want to be your father," Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and replied. Su Lingxian still wanted to rebuke him. "Stop!" Wang Ting interrupted her quickly. He said, "Eat your food. If you don't finish it soon, other people will eat it." Su Lingxian shuddered. She stopped arguing with Wang Ting and started stuffing her mouth with the various dishes. As she ate, she complained, "It's your fault. Why do you want to be my father? You are a bad person. Can you stop bringing this up?" Wang Ting felt helpless. He had only said it once, but Su Lingxian mentioned it again and again. It was as if she was afraid other people wouldn't know it. Couldn't she see how many people were looking in their direction? Their gazes went back and forth between him and Su Lingxian, their expressions strange. Many guests present were boss-level characters with high cultivations. Their hearing was exceptional, so the conversation between them had landed in their ears even though they weren't speaking loudly. Principal Yang, who was opposite them, laughed and said, "Gorlin, your two disciples are very interesting." Although Gorlin felt frustrated, he still said, "My disciples are naive and pure." Humph. Principal Yang scoffed. Wang Ting noticed that they didn't seem to have a good relationship. He wondered if his master had some grudges against Principal Yang. Li Rongxue was sitting beside Lord Yang. A gloomy expression flashed across her face. "Do you know the new disciple of President Gorlin?" The changes on Li Rongxue's face couldn't escape Lord Yang's eyes. He noticed it immediately and asked her in a soft voice. "Yes." Li Rongxue nodded, not hiding the facts from her father. Using voice transmission, she told him everything that had happened when she was killing the coxcomb jade scale python. Lord Yang frowned when he heard this. The Yao family is getting more and more out of hand. His gaze landed on a certain seat. The Yao family had a high status in Yang City, so they were naturally invited. He used voice transmission when he said the last sentence. "I think that the Yao family is disloyal to us. If not, they wouldn't have done this," Li Rongxue replied using voice transmission. "I don't care if they are disloyal. Since they dared to stoop so low, I'll not let go of them easily. I'll send someone to investigate the incident. If they're really planning a revolt, It's better to have evidence on our hands, Lord Yang said. Li Rongxue nodded. She hesitated for a moment before telling her father how she schemed Wang Ting to let him help her. Sigh. Li Rongxue shook his head and tapped Li Rongxue's forehead with his finger. Then, he looked at Wang Ting and called him out, Junior Wang Ting. Lord Yang. Wang Ting stopped in his motions. Why did Lord Yang call him? He looked up in surprise. I've heard of what happened between you two. Rongxue told me just now. She was in the wrong this time. Let me apologize in her place. This toast is for you. Lord Yang finished the wine in his glass. He was very straightforward. Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard this. Lord Yang was apologizing to Wang Ting. They didn't know what happened, so they were puzzled. But, as a lord, Lord Yang actually apologized to Wang Ting personally? Also, based on what he said, he was apologizing on behalf of the princess. Something had happened between Wang Ting and Princess Li. They seemed to know each other. You're too polite. It's just a little misunderstanding. Wang Ting got up and bowed back. Sit down, sit down. Everything will be fine once the misunderstanding is cleared. Lord Yang laughed. He raised his cup again and said, however, I still have to have a toast with you. You should know the reason. There's no need to say it out loud. He downed another glass of wine. His magnanimity was admirable. The guests felt extremely uncomfortable when they heard Wang Ting and Lord Yang speaking in riddles. However, since Lord Yang didn't say it, they couldn't ask. Brother Wang, I was at fault. I hope that you won't take it to heart and we will still be friends, Li Rongxue said as she got up and raised her cup. Don't mind it, Wang Ting said with a bitter smile. Lord Yang and the princess were willing to put down their status and had apologized to him in front of so many people. This was a display of their sincerity. If he hoarded onto it, he would seem narrow-minded. At this moment, the other young men were looking at Wang Ting with hostility. Something was wrong. Something was going on between Wang Ting and the princess. From their expressions, they didn't look like enemies. Instead, many things seemed to have happened between them. They looked like frenemies. Everyone felt jealous. Su Lingxian nudged Wang Ting. Hey, how do you know her? You want to know? Wang Ting glanced at her sideways. Yes. Su Lingxian nodded her head violently. She was extremely curious. I won't tell you. Wang Ting sniggered. Su Lingxian. Chapter 307. He's the culprit. Two young ladies sitting at the end of the guests' rows were astonished. They looked at each other in disbelief. Why is it him? One of the young ladies said with her mouth agape. The other young lady sighed, feeling downcast. Upon remembering the misunderstandings towards him, it now felt like a joke. The Lord recognized him, and President Gorlin took him in as his disciple. Why would he like her? The two young ladies were Meng Qiao and Fei Qingxin. Wang Ting had met them on the Force floating airship to Yang City. Do you know Wang Ting? A young man beside them asked. Brother, we met him on our journey here, Fei Qingxin said. Brother Fei Huai, you don't know what happened back then. We didn't just meet him. Meng Qiao quickly told him the story. She spoke confidently and described Wang Ting as an unsightly person. I didn't know that he was that kind of person. The princess and Lord Yang must have been fooled by him, Fei Huai said with a glint in his eyes. Brother, don't listen to Meng Qiao's nonsense. What she said isn't true. She's biased against him, Fei Qingxin said hurriedly. Qingxin, I believe in Meng Qiao. She has stopped so many admirers from chasing you over the years. I'll only feel at ease with her around. Fei Huai didn't listen to his sister at all. He continued, You're too naive and believe others too easily. Remember, it's hard to understand the heart of a person. Some people are scheming. They will only reveal their true faces after they have achieved their goal. However, it will be too late at that time. Blunt are those concerned. Look at how enthusiastic he was towards you when we were on the force-floating airship. However, in a blink of an eye, he's hooking the princess in his net. He just wants to play around, Meng Qiao said. No, I can't let the princess and Lord Yang get tricked by him. Fei Huai wanted to get up. Fei Qingxin was moved by their back-and-forth chatter. When she saw her brother standing up, she pulled him anxiously and said, Brother, have you forgotten that he's President Gorlin's disciple? You might offend President Gorlin if you speak rashly. Fei Huai regained his composure at once. He felt a little awkward, but he didn't dare to stand up again. President Gorlin might have been fooled by him too. If we can expose him and let President Gorlin see Wang Ting's true face, he won't be angry, Meng Qiao said. It's not so simple. You won't be able to expose him with a few words. At that time, you will be in a difficult position. President Gorlin and Lord Yang might think that you're creating trouble out of nothing and will punish you in return, Fei Qingxin replied. Although they were unwilling to give up, they let go of the idea after listening to Fei Qingxin's explanation. If they provoked President Gorlin and Lord Yang at the same time, they might get kicked out of their family. There was a chance that they wouldn't be able to stay in Yang City anymore. Fei Qingxin heaved a sigh of relief. She finally made them give up their thoughts. However, she didn't know why she was helping Wang Ting. He might not even remember her. Fei Qingxin smiled bitterly. At this moment, a person sitting in the middle of the guest seats stood up suddenly. Lord Yang, I'd like to ask you for a favor. The person bowed to Lord Yang with a sorrowful expression. Lord Yang kept his smile and looked at the person. Mr. Yao, what favor do you need from me? Unfortunately, both my sons were killed, and the culprit is here at this moment, Yao Hongshou said coldly. Everyone was thunderstruck. Everyone in Yang City knew that Mr. Yao's youngest son was killed by martial warriors from Earth. Yet, he was saying that the murderer was among them. Was there an earthling hidden between them? Also, he said that both his sons were killed. There were different expressions on everyone's faces. Some felt grievous, while others felt elated at his plight. Wang Ting's eyes glistened. A cold glint flashed past the depth of his eyes as he sat in his seat. This crazy dog. Oh, who is the culprit? Lord Yang remained indifferent. He knew that Li Rongxue had killed Yao Yu. Was the Yao family going to risk their lives by bringing this matter up now? As for his youngest son being killed, he had heard of it too. Was there a link between these two cases? Li Rongxue's expression froze for a second, and she glanced at Wang Ting instinctively. When she noticed his indifference, she started to calm down. Yao Hongshou looked around him as his gaze finally landed on Wang Ting. It's him. He pointed at Wang Ting. Everyone turned to look at him instantaneously. Wang Ting remained composed. He even smiled. He killed Mr. Yao's sons? Meng Qiao and Fei Qingxin were shocked. I heard that Mr. Yao's youngest son was killed by a martial warrior from Earth. How can it be him? Fei Qingxin couldn't believe it. Have you forgotten that he came from Yong City? That is Earth's territory, Meng Qiao said. This fellow is indeed a bad person. He's dead. Mr. Yao won't let go of him, Fei Huai said excitedly. Mr. Yao, watch what you say. Gorlin stood up and looked at Yao Hongshou. His voice was calm. Mr. Yao, you need to have evidence if you want to lay such a huge claim, Lord Yang said. We will know after he confronts me, Yao Hongshou said, a crazed look appearing in his eyes. Mr. Yao, you want to confront me? Wang Ting stood up. I've investigated you. You came from Yong City, right? Yao Hongshou said. Many people come from Yong City. This doesn't mean anything, Li Rongxue spoke up. Hatred boiled in Yao Hongshou's heart when he saw Li Rongxue. He knew what Yao Yu had done, so he also knew that his son's death must be related to her. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Li Rongxue. He had to suppress his hatred. He took out a drawing and said, When my son was killed, I asked someone to draw the appearance of the martial warriors from Earth. Take a look, and you will know. He opened the drawing with a slap. The Tiger Warrior team was drawn on the scroll, and Wang Ting's face was among them. Wang Ting came from Earth. Everyone looked at Wang Ting's drawing and compared it with the real person. They were dumbfounded. What do you have to say now? Yao Hongshou said. My disciple is indeed from Earth. However, our Xingwu continent is not at war with Earth. That's why I took him as my disciple. On the other hand, Mr. Yao, I heard that you killed many people before confirming who killed your youngest son. Are you sure that my disciple is the real culprit? Gorlin said slowly. I have a witness. Yao Hongshou gave a crazy smile. He cupped his fists at Lord Yang and said, Lord Yang, please allow me to bring the person in. Wang Ting squinted. Somehow, he had a bad feeling. Approved. Lord Yang finally nodded after glancing at Gorlin and Wang Ting. Chapter 308. You Deserve to Die. Not long after, a person covered in blood and filth was carried into the banquet. He was placed between the two rows of guests. This blood-stained person was severely injured, and his arms and legs were twisted at weird angles. He must have suffered inhuman torture. Many people frowned involuntarily when they saw the person's miserable condition. However, Wang Ting trembled when he saw this person. His expression turned ugly. Although his face was covered with blood, Wang Ting recognized him at first glance. Lin Zhan. The leader of the Tiger Warrior team, Lin Zhan. Wang Ting never expected to see him here. What do you think? Wang Ting, do you admit to your crimes? Yao Hongshou smiled as he stared at Wang Ting. You deserve to die. A furious glare shot out of Wang Ting's eyes. His gaze was fixed on the man. No, you deserve to die. Yao Hongshou's expression turned cold as killing intent seeped out of his body. You should have died when you killed my sons. They deserved to die in the first place. Since they wanted to kill me, they should be prepared to get killed, Wang Ting replied. He really killed them. It was a rude shock for everyone. Yao Yu was very strong. He has always been called a talent. How did Wang Ting kill him? Meng Qiao was astounded. Wang Ting killed Mr. Yao's sons. This grudge is enormous. Things won't end easily today, Fei Huai said with a smile. How is this possible? Fei Qingxin felt worried and anxious. This fellow looks harmless, but he killed Mr. Yao's sons. It seems like he isn't as simple as he looks. Xu Hongye and Tan Shasha had a good impression of Wang Ting. However, they didn't know that he also had a ruthless side to him. Wan Feifeng smiled. It looks like I don't have to do anything. As Principal Yang's favorite disciples, Dongfang Yu and Yi Kaiqing naturally took notice of Wang Ting. They were eager to see how he would escape this crisis. Principal Yang sized up Gorlin's disciple with interest. His smile was full of schadenfreude. He seemed delighted to see Gorlin in trouble. On the other hand, Gorlin remained calm. With his position and ability, he had no difficulty protecting Wang Ting. However, he didn't hope that his disciple would kill innocent people. Lord, the culprit has admitted it himself. Please help me kill this person and take revenge for my sons. Yao Hongshou gave Lord Yang a deep bow. Everyone shifted their gaze to Lord Yang. They didn't know how he would settle this matter. As Gorlin's disciple, Wang Ting couldn't be punished easily. However, Yao Hongshou had already reported his crimes to Lord Yang, so he must give a verdict. He didn't kill Yao Yu. I did. Li Rongxue suddenly opened her mouth at this moment. Wang Ting turned his head and looked at her in surprise. Before this, he was still angry at Li Rongxue for scheming against him. But, now, right at this moment, all his unhappiness dispersed when she stood up for him. Maybe Li Rongxue had lost her cool because she was too worried about Lord Yang's poison. After all, he was at the brink of death. Everyone turned to look at Li Rongxue in bewilderment. Princess, do you know what you're saying? Yao Hongshou was stunned. He didn't expect Li Rongxue to admit it directly. Yao, you deserved to die. Li Rongxue revealed what Yao Yu had planned to do to her openly. Everyone listened to the story with rapt attention. The twists today were too unexpected. Princess, you can't frame my son even if you have a noble status, Yao Hongshou bawled. His eyes were bloodshot. You know what I'm saying. You just don't want to remove the fig leaf. But I have to tell the truth. I can't bear to let Wang Ting take the blame after he saved me, Li Rongxue replied. Yao Hongshou lowered his head, his hands shivering. A dead silence blanketed the venue. Everyone was looking at him. The princess admitted that she killed Yao Yu. What would Yao Hongshou do? Some family heads who were enemies of the Yao family enjoyed his suffering. Wang Ting disregarded Yao Hongshou's emotions. He strode towards Lin Zhan and took out a healing pill for him to swallow. Fortunately, Yao Hongshou had spared his life because he wanted him as his witness. What happened to the other members of the Tiger Warrior team? Did they get caught by Yao Hongshou? Did they suffer his inhumane torture? Or were they killed? Suddenly, Yao Hongshou raised his head. He gritted his teeth and said, "My son Yao Yu was disrespectful towards Princess Li, so he deserves to die. However, my youngest son was killed by Wang Ting. A life for a life. He must die. Your youngest son wanted to kill me. Was I supposed to let him do it?" Wang Ting turned his head and replied with a cold smile. "That's your side of the story," Yao Hongshou said indignantly. "Isn't your statement one-sided too?" Wang Ting mocked. "Lord, please kill this person." Yao Hongshou turned and bowed to Lord Yang again. "We haven't reached the final verdict." "I can't kill him yet," Lord Yang replied calmly. "Lord, he's from Earth. He's not one of us. He's disloyal." Yao Hongshou screamed hoarsely. "Xingwu continent has formed an alliance with Earth. What's more, he's a human like us. How is he not one of us?" Lord Yang asked in return. "Ha ha ha!" Yao Hongshou laughed in anger. He slowly straightened his body, and his expression turned hideous. "Since you are all shielding him, I'll just have to do it myself." When he said this, he had already disappeared from his position. "Little bitch, die." Yao Hongshou was only less than 20 meters away from Wang Ting. He was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, so he was able to travel through space at the speed of sound. In a split second, he appeared in front of Wang Ting. He turned his hand into a claw and lunged at Wang Ting's throat. Wang Ting squinted, his pupils shrinking to as thin as needles. 6-star soldier level. From the 4-star soldier level onwards, every level was an insurmountable barrier. The difference between each level was vast. But Wang Ting wasn't an ordinary person. His thick and abundant force surged out of his body and flowed into his arm. He punched out viciously. Boom! The air exploded. It couldn't withstand the overwhelming might of the punch. Yao Hongshou's expression changed. He didn't expect Wang Ting's punch to be this formidable. He had no choice. He changed his claw into a palm and collided with Wang Ting's punch. Bang! When the palm and the fist smashed into each other, force erupted like a volcano. Airwaves swept through the entire banquet. Both parties took a few steps back uncontrollably. Blood was dripping down the corner of Wang Ting's lips. Everyone was flabbergasted by this exchange. They were mind-blown when Wang Ting managed to receive Yao Hongshou's attack. Was this truly a young man? He was on par with a renowned martial warrior who had been famous for a long time. Yao Hongshou's expression turned sinister when his attack failed. At the same time, he was bewildered. He charged at Wang Ting once again. "How dare you! How dare you!" Two angry roars rang out simultaneously. One came from Lord Yang, while the other came from Gorlin. Two powerful auras exploded. They slammed heavily onto Yao Hongshou's body. Splurt! Yao Hongshu's body froze for a second when he got hit by the powerful blow. Then, he vomited a mouth of blood and fell backward on the ground. A 6-star soldier-level martial warrior couldn't even withstand the aura of these two prominent figures. Chapter 309. The Existence You Mustn't See, ha ha ha. Although Yao Hongshu's mouth was filled with blood, he was laughing maniacally. His expression was hideous and savage. He seemed to have gone mad. You forced me. You forced me to do this. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with red capillaries. A black ball appeared in his hand out of nowhere. This is... Lord Yang and Gorlin were stupefied when they looked at the ball in his hand. A split second later they regained their senses, and their expressions changed entirely. They didn't know what it was, but they could feel a forbidding dark aura from it. The aura was extremely thick. There seemed to be space elements contained in the ball. Die! Yao Hongshu had gone mad. He raised the black ball as his body rose into the air. Suddenly, he soared into the sky. Stop him! Lord Yang's expression changed again. He leaped and flew up. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! It only took a blink of an eye before a massive explosion shook the entire night sky. Frightening airwaves rained down. Even with Lord Yang's superior ability, he was stuck in midair. This is bad. Gorlin looked at the pitch-black sky sternly. He had sensed something. The other guests had the same feeling. Their expressions turned ugly. Yao Hongshu, how dare he? He's crazy. He should die. The Yao family should be annihilated. Anger raged in everyone's heart. They hated Yao Hongshu to the core. This, Wang Ting was dumbstruck. He looked up at the sky with his spiritual sight and saw a terrifying image. Space was distorting, collapsing, and shattering into fragments. The fragments then turned into dust and disappeared. Gradually, an endless whirlpool was coming into being. Attribute bubbles fell from the sky one by one. Space *10 space *13 space *6. All he could see were space attribute. There were close to 100 space bubbles, and each of their values was high. None of them was smaller than 1. Mind you, when Wang Ting passed through the dimensional rift in the past, all the space bubbles he collected had values of less than 1. The highest was 2 points. He should be happy to see so many space attributes, but his heart was palpitating violently for some reason. An unprecedented danger was befalling them. But he still collected what he should. He picked them up. Space 336/1000. His space attribute shot up to 336 points immediately. Wang Ting felt that his space talent seemed to have been awakened. He was more sensitive to space now. He even felt that he could teleport through short distances. How intimidating! He raised his head. Without his spiritual sight, he could still see the dimensional rift taking shape gradually. Although the dimensional rift was only a meter wide, it was slowly and stably expanding. Master, it's a dimensional rift, Wang Ting said. Yes. Gorlin nodded sternly. Where does this tunnel connect to? Wang Ting asked. It should be the Darkland, Gorlin replied. Lord Yang flew down from the sky. His tone was grave as he gave his order without wasting any time. Sound the battle drums. Inform the entire city to prepare for war. Yes. The guests below had also recognized the severity of the situation, so they replied to him immediately. Rongxue, take my token. Find some men and bring the old, young, and women in the city to the emergency shelter for refuge. With a wave of Lord Yang's hand, a token flew towards Li Rongxue. Yes. Li Rongxue took the token and rushed off. Send people to the cities around us to ask for reinforcements. More and more orders shot out of Lord Yang's mouth. His subordinates below took the orders and left in a hurry. The Crimson Tiger Troop and the Black Sparrow Troop are the nearest to us on Earth. I'll send someone to seek reinforcements from them, The lord of the city, Shu Yi, said. Be quick. Otherwise, our Yang city might get wiped out soon, Lord Yang replied. Yes. Shu Yi soared into the sky and left. Principal Yang, at this critical moment, I need the help of the academy. Lord Yang turned and spoke to Principal Yang. Of course. Principal Yang stood up abruptly. He was tall and muscular. His white beard flew in the wind as he turned and left with Dongfang Yu and Yi Kaiqing. President Gorlin. Lord Yang looked at Gorlin. Don't worry, all members of the Rune Society will be at your disposal, Gorlin said. I'm worried that the protective shield array of the Yang city will not last for long. I hope that you can lead your Rune Masters and set up a few more layers of protection. This will buy some time for Yang city, Lord Yang said solemnly. I'll see to it immediately. Gorlin activated his spiritual power and turned into a ray of light. Lord, I'll be leaving too. Wang Ting cupped his fists at Lord Yang and followed Gorlin. Within a few breaths, all the guests were gone. Sigh. Lord Yang floated in midair and looked at the dimensional rift that was slowly taking form. He sighed. I hope that Yang City will pull through this ordeal. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the civilians were sleeping soundly at this late into the night. Suddenly, thunderous drum beats rang out, startling them awake from their dreams. It echoed through the entire city. It rang 9 times. Everyone was wide awake. After a second of silence, the entire Yang city was engulfed in panic. The angry shouts of the adults and the cries of babies converged and turned into an uproar. There was an outburst of commotion. What's happening? What's going on? Mom, I'm scared. Squads of soldiers poured into the city to maintain order and evacuate the civilians. At the same time, figures started darting out of the Rune Society. They charged to all corners of the city and started carving defense arrays. Wang Ting stood behind Gorlin. Wang Ting, you're not from Yang City. You still have time to escape. I've never seen such a huge crisis before. Let me gain some experience today. Wang Ting sniggered. This isn't child's play, Gorlin said. What happened tonight is partly my fault. If I leave now, I won't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Wang Ting smiled and replied. No, Yao Hongshou was already bewitched. He would have done this sooner or later, even if you were not around. Gorlin shook his head. If I can't handle it, I'll be the first to run away. Master, don't blame me if that happens, Wang Ting said. Ha ha, remember to bring your junior sister with you. Gorlin laughed. Boom. Accompanied by a sudden loud explosion from the sky, silver rays blossomed like a flower. Thick bolts of lightning struck from the depth of the dimensional rift. What's happening? The people in the city looked up at the sky. Beneath the shimmering silver glow, the dimensional rift had already expanded more than 10 meters in diameter. Look, what is that? A startled shout rose from the crowd. Someone had noticed something. A ray of red light had appeared behind the dimensional rift. Wang Ting looked up too, and his heart shuddered at the sight. This was a colossal eyeball. The red light was the glow of the pupil. The huge pupil peeped through the dimensional rift, watching Yang City from the unknown land at the other end. A strong sense of forbidding enveloped the entire city. What kind of gaze was this? Chaos, distorted, menace, malicious, evil, berserk. All the emotions formed an oppressive and frightening mental pressure on anyone looking at it. It was an existence you mustn't see. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.